And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout.
All right, I think we will call this a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County, the 3-day session, and we call it to order at this point. So we will not be adjourning at the end of each day. We will adjourn after the third day. So I call this meeting to order, and I would like to have you stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Public for one nation, under God, indivisible, justice for all. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to turn the microphone over to Allison Lehman, our CEO.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members and staff and public who are attending here in person, as well as the public who are viewing the meeting online. Just a couple of things I wanted to start off the day is to remind that the board will be talking about the progress that they've been making on their current policy objectives, as well as having discussions of goals that will be made for 2023. These are going to be policy discussions and no action will be taken, and any formal action by the board will be brought back at a later date at a board meeting. We are very fortunate to have Lori Burkhart-Frank, who will be our meeting facilitator for the next 3 days. And then I would just lean on our board members to give us real-time feedback. The next 3 days is a unique opportunity for lots of board discussion. So please connect with staff to make sure what we could do to make sure that we support that happening. So with that, thank you. And Lori, welcome.
Well, thank you, everybody. And thank you. Welcome. I want to go through the agenda today, and for our Board of Supervisors and staff, there is a binder and there is a public binder out front, but we will shortly be having public comment at 9:30 after we go through a few items. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll have the supervisors' reports on the state of the district, and each supervisor will have about 8 minutes to share what's going on in their districts and important issues. We'll have a break after that, and then the mayors and city managers will come and report on the state of the cities and town. And so we are asking that they make short presentations, and then we'll have opportunities for discussion about opportunities to collaborate or challenges to look at together. Then we will have lunch, and in the afternoon we come back to a financial update, and there'll be a presentation and then some board discussion. So what the staff has worked so hard on is creating detailed, powerful impact presentations and then having discussion afterwards. So it helps if you can jot down your questions during the presentations and then we can discuss afterwards. Core services will be discussed after the financial update, and with, again, time for board discussion. And then in the afternoon, after a break, we will go to capital facilities and projects. And again, this is all in your binder with the details, but we'll have about 60 minutes of presentations and about 30 minutes for conversation afterwards. We'll have a break, and then we'll talk about emergency preparedness in the afternoon with a board discussion after the presentations. And then at the very end, we'll just do a quick wrap up of the day. And today is our longest day. We'll plan to adjourn at 5:45. So that is today. And then I just have a few announcements. So with the mics, these mics are all portable, so you can move them around. And it's important that you turn them on, that they're green when you want to speak, and that you bring them really close to you. You need them about 3 inches from your mouth so that everybody can hear, both in this room and online. This meeting is streaming and being recorded, And we welcome the public. We have 3 tables inside and 3 tables outside, as well as again online. And the public comment will be for 30 minutes. There are restrooms across the hall, and there are masks available at the back of the room by the door if anybody would like to wear a mask. And then for our supervisors, we do have snacks right over there on the side for your comfort. We've got some coffee and tea in the back of the room. And we also want to invite our supervisors, if there's a lot of sitting and presentations over the next 3 days. So if you feel the need to stand up and move around, we want to just invite you to be able to do that without feeling like you're disrupting the meeting. We know that it's hard to stay seated the whole time because the days are full. So those are the announcements I have. And I do want to just check in with the supervisors for any specific expectations to make sure that we keep everything moving in the direction that you'd like. And I'll note those. So is there anything specific that we want to just make sure that expectations for these next 3 days? Supervisor Hall, I see you.
I'll jump in. Just as every year, just wanting to make sure that we do have enough time among us to have the conversations we need to have in between the presentations and have our questions answered.
I'm turning off my cell phone.
Thank you. That is an excellent reminder. Thank you, Chair. Hey, anybody else, any of our other supervisors have an expectation that you'd like to make sure that we have out there at the beginning of the meeting? Okay, that sounds good. So we'll just make sure that we focus on having enough time for all the board supervisors to have the conversations that they want to have and have the questions answered. Just back here. And now I will turn this back over to, let's see, I think I'm turning it over to the Jeffs. Is that correct? I think so, yes, to review, affirm order and decorum.
Thank you so much, Lori. My name is Jeff Thorsby, your senior management analyst. I'm here with Jeff Pettit. So this is an item that's brought before your board in terms of the workshop, something we bring for you every year to talk about potential any changes, specifically with the order of decorum as well as the mission, vision, and value statement. As Lori noted, the core services definition, some recommendations on some of the changes we made later in your workshop, so I'm not going to cover that. I did just want to articulate that staff will be recommending a couple changes to the order of decorum. I'm just in high level. We'll be bringing those changes back to you, but essentially those will be changes reflecting some updates in state law, specifically with AB 2449, which requires some new provisions regarding conflict of interest that the board needs to be aware of. And then as well as I do want to also note that with the governor's relinquishing, with the end of the emergency order declaration for COVID-19, that we will be going back to Brown Act requirements. There are some new provisions allowed for remote meetings. I'm not going to go over those in detail. In fact, we probably won't be recommending to put those in the order of decorum, and that's due to we do anticipate potential changes coming up this legislative session as well. So we don't want to have to continue to update that. But of course, should we need to use those provisions, we would be working with the council to do such. And then I want to hand it over to Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Jeff. Again, Jeff Pettit, I'm a program manager with the CEO's office. So the other area that is we're looking at under order and decorum under the rules of conduct is Senate Bill 1100, which became law on January 1. We'll be working on some procedures on how to implement that. In essence, what that Senate bill did is it added a new section to government code. The section essentially gives the board chairperson or their designee the authority to remove or cause the removal of an individual for actually disturbing a public meeting. So that would be outside of freedom of speech and protected speech. Additionally, what we'll be looking at is adding additional language to the order and decorum rules of conduct for the county. That way I can answer.
Absolutely. And the only component, I just make a correction. I referenced Bill 2449. That is regarding actually provisions related to remote meetings. What I meant to say is SB 1439, which actually is regarding the conflict of interest. So just a note on that correction, but happy to answer any questions or go into detail on any of those components. And then we'll move forward to the mission and vision value statement.
Everybody okay?
Oh, actually, thank you. Ariel made a good point. The staff report and documents related to this is under your tab for board items. So my apologies for not making that clear. That's where you can see the staff report as well as the vision, mission, and value statement. So maybe just going moving forward, if Sarah, if you could pull up the vision and mission and value statement. So this is a core document that was most recently updated last year per your discussion, which included values regarding inclusion and equity. This year, we are not recommending any changes, but of course, we welcome any discussion from the board should you like to make any changes. And I'll just read it for the public. The vision is we're dedicated to outstanding public service. Our mission is to work with the community to develop sound and innovative public policy, provide strong leadership, and deliver excellent services in a fiscally responsible manner. And then the various value statements on below that. So we'll go ahead and stop there and pause for any questions or discussion.
I think we're familiar with it, Jeff.
Well, I'll
Yeah, I guess I'll just take a moment to just speak, I think briefly to some things we learned about security and this bill yesterday that, you know, because of freedom of speech, it's very clear that we cannot and will not remove folks who are in attendance, who are public speakers, who create a disturbance, and that disturbance has to be, you know, if you're disturbing the business of probably Jeff, you can explain that better.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Hall.
Just a little more detail on that.
So you're absolutely correct. It's not for somebody who's taking their time for public comment to, whether it's criticizing the county or agencies or anything like that. It's outside of that your normal public comment period. People who are creating an actual disturbance where the board cannot finish doing the people's work. So they specifically define what a disturbance is, and I'll be providing that definition. A lot of it is, you know, you can't threaten harm to somebody, you can't threaten harm to a group of people, and then some of it could be outside of that, where they're so disruptive that you're just unable to allow everybody to either have their turn at public comment, or the board just can't continue because of the disturbance. So it's got to be an actual disturbance of the.
So I just think that's helpful. We mostly have lots of great people providing public comment, and it's all very helpful and useful. And even if it isn't, that's everybody's right to come and speak their mind to us, which I think is wonderful. It doesn't mean, I just want to be clear that when people make, for example, racist or misogynist statements and we don't shut them down, it doesn't mean we condone that behavior. It's just that we aren't going to send them out. You know, we can't shut that down. We simply can let people know that we don't condone it. So I just think it's helpful maybe to make that really clear.
Absolutely. And those can always be addressed after public comment as well.
Other comments? Okay.
All right, perfect. So thank you so much, and we will be bringing back order of decorum at a later board meeting date with any changes, and the vision, mission, value statement will remain. So thank you so much We appreciate it and have a great workshop.
Thank you very much. And so now we are moving into the public comment section of this meeting, which we've allocated 30 minutes for. And I'm going to turn this over to their chair, Chair Schofield.
All right. All right, so at this time, we are going to go into public comment. Actually, it looks like we have a little more time than we anticipated. So I'm going to leave. Does that line go out much further beyond the door? Okay. I'm going to leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to leave it at 3 minutes a person. And if you will come up and give us your name, I would recommend that if you've got one group coming in on one subject, to kind of work together and summarize it. And this public comment is a little different than ones that we normally do at our regular meetings. At our regular meetings, it's anything that's not on the agenda. On this one, it's anything that is on the agenda because this is your only opportunity to speak on it. So if you can, try to keep it on the agenda itself. But if you will, you formed a line, that's great. And go to the microphone, give us your name, and we'll go ahead and get started. You each have 3 minutes.
Do I need a light or is this, can you hear me? Okay, great. My name's Barbara Ravines and I'm here to share something with you. A hope that will bring that the new year will begin to fulfill a future of sustainability for Nevada County. I am borrowing my definition of hope from Jane Goodall, a recent book entitled Hope. Her definition is not of passive wishful thinking, but rather a real hope, which requires action and engagement. And I see that you're planning to do that today. So thank you. I'm involved in several organizations that have come before you in recent months, discussing concerns about waste issues, local food waste, composting implementation, plastic recycling, emissions of long distance hauling to landfills. These are truly sustainability issues. I think the job of becoming a sustainable county is working toward involving community through education and engagement. The Firewise Coalition that have come together regarding fire management and safety is remarkable. Working toward sustainability in Nevada County's waste system needs to involve the public through an awareness and education of the problem. Households account for 39% of food waste in the United States. Our waste goes to Waste Management's landfill, in Sparks, Nevada, which creates methane. Because we are small and have a waiver from the state to carry on as usual, we are still sending organic waste to a distant landfill. As a small step toward sustainability, let's ask Waste Management to put informational stickers on our waste cans so that the public can be reminded with each trip to the curbside waste container what belongs in there, and thereby not contaminating the whole camp. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Barbara.
Reset. My name's Scott Boggs from District 4. Long time ago, I used to sort of hang around a club in Union Park, Florida that was County Watch Orange, which was a consortium of 4 political parties, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, and Green, and a lot of conservation issues, transportation issues, which brings me to the fact that I didn't see, I looked and tried to find a clear-cut bus transit portion of the agenda for the next 3 days.
You're okay,
couldn't
Scott.
nail it. So,
Core services, you're good.
I'm sorry?
Core services. you're
Core
good.
services later. Oh, go
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
That's a term back east I don't know if I ever heard. I'm learning, thank you, because folks like you. But yesterday, some of you might have gotten something in your mailboxes, y'all, that might have been hash, might have looked like really bad. And this is it. And maybe some of you picked it up. And I was going to go backwards and just briefly explain the 5 little things. And it's not going to amount to much, and it's certainly not going to amount to zillions of dollars of any capital improvements. But I just kind of wanted to lobby on behalf of steady upward wages on behalf of our our transit drivers. Good people. B, I was going to mention briefly, we've got a couple counties next to us here that have we have some on-demand bus stops here as well, where you can call in and ask to be picked up at a particular corner, which is used fairly often. But other counties have also dial a ride, maybe for Nevada County, maybe for people who want to go to Church Row or even Ananda further up if they want to get to a meeting of a faith-based thing or family event or something that's good for everybody to get to and from, but they don't want to get stuck either coming or going. So maybe, like Placer, dial a ride for help on a Sunday morning at 10, which you can't do now because there's no Sunday service. Thirdly, I was going to mention briefly, maybe a little tiny coffee cart for some early morning transit users. Nice little thing for some folks to just chat over a little Java, maybe. And lastly, currently we have no accessibility for electric vehicles on any of the buses at all. Foldable, standard size, nothing. Insurance problem, can that be looked into and maybe changed to conform with other districts around us? I've got a little bike like that. Maybe that can go on the bus.
Move it along, Scott. Your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah, thank you for your future consideration, whether you're doing it or any of your smaller committees.
You know, if somebody can give Scott a little information on our Transit Services Commission, you might want to attend that meeting, Scott. Thank you, Trish.
Good morning. My name is Reed Hamilton. I'm speaking as a 3-year member of the County Energy Action Plan work group. And we're aware that you are considering a climate resilience policy during this workshop, and we want to speak strongly in favor of that. We believe that a comprehensive strategy to address climate threats and do our part to reduce them will make county residents safer while reducing their utility bills and producing new, well-paying jobs. New state and federal funding will provide opportunities for the county and community working together to protect our economy, landscape, and health. So thank you for supporting that.
Thank you, Reed.
Hello, my name is Shirley Frericks, and I'm part of the Waste Not team, and Barbara is as well with the Nevada County Climate Action Now. And my take on solid waste is really about methane and what we need to do. It's a global priority, it's a state priority, it's a national priority. EPA just came out with a new priority. And when you look at what makes methane, it's food waste and plastic. Maybe you don't know about that, but plastic is a big piece of what makes it. So, you know, if you look at methane and what makes it, those are the 2 things that I want to encourage you to look at and work on to reduce that in the landfills. And the other thing is waste is a resource. It's not trash. Trash is litter. That's it. It's an overconsumption society. And what we're looking at is how we can recover That's what recycling is about, is recovering the materials because they're finite. And so we have future populations that we need to be caring for. So we have some priorities in waste not. One is to reduce the methane, as I mentioned, from waste and plastic. And also there's the important thing is educating our public about why why those are bad things and why we need to reduce, not bad things. I mean, plastic is good. We're talking about single-use plastic, the kind of thing you just pick up and throw away and break open the package and throw away. You're looking at restaurants and takeouts that still use styrofoam. Styrofoam is really the worst part of what happens in the landfill. So single use, we're trying to get the people in the restaurants to get more recyclable rather than the stuff that just gets thrown away. And those little packets of ketchup and all that stuff, that just goes right straight to trash. Another piece of this is microplastics. All that stuff that just goes on the ground, and that costs money. I mean, the cities know how much it costs to pick up all the litter, and then it also gets ground up like cigarette butts. That's microplastics. That's all microfibers in the cigarette filters that gets ground up. I saw the man in Nevada City. He was out picking up all these cigarette butts off the street. He's the one who educated me, about how bad they are because they go into the water. Oh, okay, great. But anyway, microplastics are huge. And the more we can reduce that, the more we reduce the risk for ourselves, because now it's about us. It's about our health. The research says, is beginning to affect us. Now, I haven't been having plastics in my diet for, all of my lifetime. But look at all the children. They grow up with it right in the beginning of their lives. They're finding it in breast, baby fetuses. Or anyway, microplastics is a big deal. That's why we need to really focus on the methane reduction, the reduction of plastic, and waste. So we need to do a lot of education. That's what we're about. We are intending to be part of that. And single-use plastics, for instance, we want to be part of a working group that can work with the restaurants and the takeouts to reduce that kind of thing. So
Thank you,
reduce it
Shirley.
in the first place, recycle it, refill it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josh Wolf. I live in Heidi Hall's district. I do have a shot clock right there. Good. I don't have to keep an eye on the time, or I don't have to do the time myself. So I spoke yesterday about the need for addressing the housing issue, and that is on your agenda for tomorrow. And I'm not talking about that today, but primarily I'm here to talk about the proposals to allow hip camp on private property. And I think all of these things relate to abundance, but I'm super thankful to have had the last speaker come before me, because part of abundance relates to this sort of permaculture mindset, or a larger shift in how we look at things, because we're so busy looking at how we can't do things that we're not taking the time to explore how we can actually find these solutions. And so I'm going to start with I got 2 minutes left. I'm going to share a quick stanza from a Bob Dylan song that I think you're all familiar with, and we'll see how things go. I may in the future share the previous stanza. You can all look that one up. But come mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. Your old road is rapidly aging. Please get out of the new one if you can't lend your hand, for the times they are a-changing. And right now we have all sorts of issues pertaining to not enough housing. We've seen a lot of our rental stock be converted to Airbnb, and the initial response is to shut down, shut down, shut down. But if we embrace creating as much supply as possible, the market will control it. The rent prices will go down. People that are seeking abundance when their cannabis farms have failed for economic reasons and need a new way to make money, things like Hip Camp are great ways to ensure that the bounty, the abundance of our community maintains. Because if you look around, you'll recognize that there's not a ton of high-paying jobs in this county, and we are so dependent on that exchange between other communities in order to fulfill our economic viability. And that is why I think it's imperative that we embrace allowing the people that are living in, trailers, RVs, to have a way to stay, because they are our working people, and find ways to encourage yurts and tiny homes and all these things to both be accessible for hip camp oriented camping, as well as people to live in them, because these housing resources are already in our community. We're already prepared to continue creating more of them. We just need you, the supervisors, to create the guidelines so that we can do this together within the law, because the alternative is for Nevada County to become a ghost town, and I don't think anyone wants that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Josh.
Good morning, Chairman Schofield and supervisors. My name is Gil Matthew, a citizen of District 3 and representing the Nevada County Economic Resource Council. You know, as we've chatted before, economic growth is when we sell more widgets, and we measure that in terms of GDP, the gross domestic product. But economic development is, on the other hand, different. Is the initiatives and the process by which we achieve a higher standard of living and a better sense of well-being. So as you embark on this vital work over the next 3 days, I, together with all the citizens of Nevada County, trust that wisdom and discernment will guide the process, and that the results will truly enrich the citizens of Nevada County with a higher standard of living and a greater sense of well-being. The Nevada County Economic Resource Council, together with many other organizations and citizens, stand ready to assist you and your efforts at achieving this goal of prosperity for the soul of this great county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil.
Hi, Catherine Doolittle. I'm in Heidi Hall's area. Thank you, Nevada County supervisors and staff, for your commitment to analyzing the needs of our unhoused community on Friday. We all understand that this is a very complex problem with multiple solutions. I am with Nevada County Home Path, a group who advocates for the unhomed, which at the last point in time count showed 46% of the 527 people were sleeping without shelter. As one solution for some of the unhoused, we support a pilot project-sized, safe, managed transitional campsite and parking lot with bathrooms and showers in the western part of our county. We know best practices at other safe camps and parking areas for the unhoused include well thought out on-site management with all guests undergoing an initial assessment and criminal background check, self-governance components for guests to participate fully in keeping their living areas and camp clean, quiet, and safe, access to county mental health and physical health staff and county services, fully and attractively fenced with a secured entrance, uniform structures, either four-season tents on platforms, small yurts, or tiny homes. A unit on site, perhaps modular, with office space, kitchen, and room for guests to group, and a location that is sensitive and meets neighborhood concerns. It sounds tough, doesn't it? As I shared here last year, I personally am very concerned about the statistics of rape and sexual abuse to our most vulnerable, our unhoused women. My research reveals that an average unhoused woman has been sexually abused between 9 and 20 times. In the last year, we at Nevada County Home Path have presented to multiple nonprofits, organizations, and churches to determine whether our community is in support of a small, safe camp concept. To date, an average of 90% of those who have seen the presentation have backed the idea. We are also the only organization to present to the union editorial board and receive a 100% endorsement. We will continue our efforts in sharing these ideas and appreciate your open-mindedness to include this pilot project concept for the unhoused in our community as you move forward. The numbers tell us the time and cost to build enough housing for all cannot keep up with the increase of unhoused in our community. It takes all of us working together closely and cleverly to create outside-the-box opportunities for those who need a safe place to live, eat, and sleep. We encourage you to join the other cities and counties across the USA who are working with local nonprofits and churches having success with smaller, safe, and managed camps. And we appreciate your consideration in discussing our plan during your homeless strategy building session. Thanks for all that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Tom Durkin. I am a resident of District 4.
I want to ratify everything Catherine said. Totally support that. Let's talk about housing first. Sounds like a great idea, but I have two questions. How does housing first when there is no housing? And what if the homeless person you're trying to help isn't housing ready? I have some answers and solutions. There is no housing. We all know that. People are living in private property on trailers, RVs, yurts, tiny homes, and other alternative dwelling units. Let's call them alt-DUs for short. These people are mostly housing ready, but they are not homeless, so they're not eligible for housing first. We also have people living in the wild. These people are eligible for housing first placement, but they are not necessarily housing ready. You can ask plenty of landlords about that. This is where the Home Pass Sanctuary Camp comes in. I won't repeat what Catherine said. Most of the homeless folks I talk to say they would go to a camp tonight. More than anything, they want toilets and safety. I think it might be useful to use Housing First funds to purpose of getting chronically homeless people in a Home Pass Safe Camp. Where housing finally does come online, they'll be ready. But what about the people in the alt-DUs? I'm one of them. I live in a trailer. We're not homeless, but we're not legal either. So how does Housing First apply to us? Simple, declare us homeless. Alt-ADUs are not code compliant. So for anybody living on, if somebody complains, the county can and will force us into likely homelessness. And if we're homeless, we can write new regulations to use Housing First funds to convert non-compliant alt-ADUs into legal ADUs. Here's another idea. Martin B. Boise could apply here. What if it were to become law that you can't evict somebody unless you have you can guarantee them, I probably turn that off, guarantee equivalent housing. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I thought I had to turn it off. As a reporter of the state capitol, I heard over and over again, the God is in the design, but the devil's in the details. I want to throw these ideas out there so you can come up with some better ones. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on homelessness and housing on Friday. Housing first, housing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the executive director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And I want to thank you for the recent advances that were made to the cannabis ordinance, which will surely have some significant improvements to our local cannabis industry. Like all small businesses, the industry is seeking opportunities for business diversification that encourages entrepreneurship. Nevada County craft cannabis farmers produce high quality cannabis and are in a prime position to distinguish themselves from large scale commodity production. Our craft cannabis industry is primed to be woven into the fabric of our existing local industries and culture, focusing on tourism, health and wellness, outdoor recreation, arts, and hospitality. With shared goals around economic development and tourism, it's exciting to look at these opportunities that will provide for small business growth, job creation, increased tax revenue, and we look forward to working alongside the county to create a regulatory framework that continues to support the healthy business ecosystem for long-term economic sustainability for our county. We are looking forward to this upcoming year where cannabis will be housed under economic development. And as we really work towards welcoming cannabis into our tourism story here in the county. We have wonderful case studies from Marin County, Sonoma County, and Mendocino counties. These are counties that have come before us and have woven cannabis into their tourism experiences. So I look forward to bringing that education to the board, working with economic development and your wonderful staff. And I also just want to say that I'm personally really excited for these upcoming 3 days. I know the tremendous amount of work that staff puts into creating the 3-day workshop. And yes, to the year of the heart, I'm really excited about the sheriff's new program this year, the Heart Program. We got a little snippet of that at the Ag Advisory Commission a couple months back, so I'm really looking forward to that. But cheers to everyone for a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. I've lived here for over 50 years. In the 50 years I've lived here, I've enjoyed it very much. I feel like we live in the place to be. It's been a destination for so many years. It's studied in German high school following the gold rush. So every German person knows about Nevada City and Grass Valley. And that's why there's so much tourist influx from that particular area. Germans are the third most traveled country in the world. 1/3 of the country is always traveling at one time. So a lot of them do come here. So when I see our representation saying we want recreation and tourism and stuff, yet we can't pick up the trash on the streets. There's raw sewage flowing in the gutters and just basic health and safety things. I am concerned about the amount of money that's being spent pushing certain aspects of our community when other things are being so neglected. The housing thing is a main issue. We're trading. I mean, we took all those people out of the houses at the corner of Brunswick and Nevada City Highway now for what, 2 years? And they're just sitting there empty. A lot of those people lived under the houses and started fires. So we're paying with the police and the fire and the ambulance responses anyway. We're paying more than it would cost to put up some large military tents somewhere, have a legal campground for people to go to, because every time the police stop someone, they say, move along. Well, that's the next doorway. That's not, they don't give them an option where to move. They just say, move. We have a lot of fire hazard areas, and one particular one is owned by Rise Gold on their land between Idaho, Maryland and Bennett Street. There's been fire responses there in the last 2 weeks. There'll be more fire responses. There's a person up there right now with a chainsaw building a log cabin on their land. So the homeless are very productive when they want to be. Sometimes it's drug driven, and you can see by the condition of the camps that you go into that are just decimated our area. But I'm more concerned about the fire and the camps that we know where they're at. They've been there for years, and yet we won't do anything about it. Related to that is the bus. A lot of the homeless people do ride the bus. It's a bit dangerous. We need some more bus stops. We need some energy put into the bus system in this town so people can actually use it. Because like yesterday, when you approved the project way out on 49, and you say, oh, well, people drive them back and forth. I just look at all the fuel being used and all the wear and tear and the amount of employees it takes to drive out there to pick up one person that wants to go get a big gulp. It's ridiculous that we are buying these places and putting them way out on the fringes. I want these people that have mental illness to be part of the community, not isolated out somewhere where they feel like they are continue to be isolated because they can't walk to town. And if they try to hitchhike, it's super dangerous. So when conducting these things with putting,
Wrap it up, Matthew, please.
thank you. I'll just leave it with air quality control, and I'm in here today. It's the freshest the air will be in here. Last year it was really toxic. I got sick, so I highly recommend that the staff get some air circulation in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It's good to see you.
Hi, my name is Michael Taylor, District 1. We keep talking about housing and housing shortages, and it seems like every year we talk about housing and how we need to do something about housing, how people are homeless, we need this, we need that with housing. We have a housing element plan that hasn't been met, I think, in 10 or more years. And I think part of the problem with the housing element plan is that we're not looking at rezoning parts of the greater Nevada County to create housing. So I feel like I've talked to Brian Foss at one point that there was some limitations in his ability to look at areas and rezone them so that we have the opportunity to build more housing. So that would be my suggestion, is to take the housing element plan seriously and then create the zoning to make it possible for more housing to be built. The ranch house is kind of an interesting situation because I really honestly think we missed the opportunity there by not zoning that R2 and creating 12 homeless apartments for the homeless. I think that if we looked at it a little more carefully, maybe you understood that there was $4 million instead of $2 million. But when we look back on it with $4.5 million, 12 units probably was feasible to create more housing for them. And then the other part of zoning, I think that we worked really hard on permitting cannabis farms, but we've missed the ball on creating outlets for them in the county. I think that we need an outlet or a process for designating zoning for selling the product in certain areas, like say Little Town of Washington or the Ridge where the products are coming from, or an area in South County that doesn't affect people that don't want the traffic going by their house. I think we need to create solutions economically to create it, to make it more possible for cannabis to be successful in our community. But housing, zoning, housing element plan, I think we really need to take serious and create housing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, is there any other person coming here? Charlie?
Good morning. My name is Charles Brock. Lived in Nevada County for 50 years, retired real estate broker. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Actually, I came but completely unprepared. Did not realize that this opportunity would present itself, and wanted only to introduce myself to all of you. Thank you for your service and the great work that you do in this county, and let you know of my sincere concern with regard to the proposal that's before us all now here in Nevada County, that being the reopening of the Idaho Maryland mine. As some of you may know, I represented the Godoti estate. Marion Godoti and her husband William acquired that mine years ago, and when Marion died, her estate came to me. I was fortunate enough to be their representative as their broker and handled all of her property. I attempted to sell the Idaho Maryland mine at that time and was unsuccessful. It was a real tough sell back in the 80s and 90s, but I learned a lot about the site, and I learned about it, the limitations and some of the toxic legacy that was there, much of which I think has been dealt with appropriately through the years. I am strongly opposed to the reopening of the Idaho Maryland mine and feel that it will actually alter the future of our county in so many ways that, as I think of my son who grew up here, and I think of my grandson who's growing up over on Butler Street right now, my concern is about their future and the future of all of our children in the county. I will be getting and hopefully have the opportunity to communicate with planning commissioners and supervisors to express, and this is why I'm so grateful to have this opportunity today, my opposition to the certification of the final EIR. I have been a dog with a bone on that documentation. I've been reading it probably 6 hours a day since it came out, and it's a very, very tough document to absorb. But I believe that I'm aware of some inconsistencies and errors in there that I would like to share with the decision makers who are here today. And again, thank you very much for allowing me to express my feelings on the matter.
Thank you, Charlie. Right. Not seeing any other public comment, I will close the public comment period. And I do want to say that that was an excellent public hearing. I think it is just a great segue into the 3 days of planning and creating our goals and priorities for 2023. So thank you so much for those folks that participated. Lori, I give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Chair Schofield. So this next portion of the 3-day workshop is to hear from each of the districts on their state of the district. And is there a particular order? Do we want to go by district 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Is there a preference here? Well, okay, we're going by 1, starting with 1. And Sarah's going to set the presentation clock to 8 minutes so you know where you're at. And then we should have a few minutes at the end for discussion.
Are you okay with that, Heidi?
Or maybe I could get an extra minute at the end for anything I might have forgotten.
No, you have 8 minutes, Heidi.
First. Can I argue with you about that? Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. I'll do my best to cover everything. And thanks for the opportunity to talk about my beautiful district. Of course, all of the issues that affect all of us in the county also apply to my district. So I'm going to try not to get too much into those. issues of housing and mental health and our core services that affect every single one of our districts. So I'm going to try to focus on the things that really are particular in some ways to my district. Start with, you know, how great it was that during Stormageddon and the PSPSs and the issues we've had, you need this closer? Okay. The issues we've had with wildfire, that the neighborhoods in my district have just come together in the most beautiful way. We have so many Firewise communities, neighbors working together. I've walked through a number of neighborhoods with groups who are working on their own, spending their own money, working together on their own time to make our neighborhoods safer. And neighbors are looking out for each other. And that's one of the beautiful things about this county. And I see it every day in my district. That being said, there's obviously a lot more that we need to do with vegetation management. And I think my district is very, very hard hit on that issue. I will note, because you know I'm going to talk about this as it comes up, that when Measure V was put to the voters and we look at the breakdown of voters, my district did vote pretty strongly in favor of it. They understand the need for more funding to get our vegetation under control, not just along county roads, not just on federal and state lands, not just on private roads, but, you know, just everywhere we see it, in the river canyon and so on. So that's going to continue to be one of the major challenges for my district, is becoming wildfire ready, neighborhood by neighborhood along the county roads. Evacuation routes are, you know, part of that as well. We have a number of areas that only have a single egress or a second egress, where there are small pieces of land that are in dispute or not functional. And we're going to need to look at all those places to make sure that we can provide safe access and exit for our community and for my district. We continue to have the emergency communications issue with the AT&T that we had earlier, where they were dropping their service, and we're on top of that. So we encourage folks to connect with us if they still have issues. We are doing a lot on broadband expansion. We have some really excellent potential projects in my district. And again, because it's outside of Nevada City proper, it's pretty scattered and rural. We are going to continue to need a lot of work and a lot of help to get broadband out to everyone. And again, emergency preparedness overall. I want to just mention the Deer Creek area as one of the most critical areas, and the South Yuba River, probably two of the most critical areas for us to do the vegetation management. Communications are a problem there too. I'm already halfway through my time, so so, you know, we've done a lot in my district. I'm really trying to focus more on where we need to go and what the bigger issues are. I want to note that the courthouse issue is going to be the next. So wildfire and vegetation management and courthouse, probably the two biggest issues we're going to need to deal with in the future. The courthouse will be rebuilt somewhere. We don't know where yet. And that building and that land will need to be repurposed. That's going to cost a lot of money. That's going to create a lot of disruption, specifically to Nevada City, but it is a building and a service for the entire county, and we're going to need to be integrally involved with that. I just want to mention also, with regard to affordable housing, I think we all had the opportunity to visit and tour Cashin Field. I know people personally who've moved in and are beyond thrilled. I also have family members trying to get in, and on a list of 900 people. So it's a beautiful, beautiful place. It's very well done. It serves a dire need, and the more kinds of housing like that we can get situated in this county would help my district and all of ours. I'll touch on the fact that we do have U.S. Forest Service and BLM land in my district. I think most of the BLM land that's sort of unused is in my district and possibly Sue's. And we're going to need to do more to get them engaged in doing vegetation clearing as well. I think we've got that process started, but we're going to need to stay forceful on that. With regard to cannabis, I'm just very happy to see how we're moving forward on cannabis, making sure we understand that it is part of economic development, it is part of our culture. I support all the work that's being done to make it viable and keep the egregious grows out. I want to mention also then Nevada City specifically that we want to support economic development and support our small businesses in the city. They've been hard hit, as have all of the small businesses due to COVID. And as we've been seeing, more businesses are closing now that all that COVID funding is gone. So hope that we can find innovative ways to continue to support our small business. Also want to support Nevada City's really fantastic strategic planning process that they're going through right now. And they have made a decision to focus on sustainability and be cognizant and aware and address climate issues as well. Very proud of their choice to do that and want to support their efforts there. We have our new recreation objective, our newish recreation objective, and there's a lot to be done on there. I'm very excited about the trails projects that we want to talk about, the South Yuba River cohort, which of course has been so wildly successful in coordination and doing coordinated projects. So there's still an absolute massive amount of work to do there to keep that river clean and safe for tourists, for us, and provide all the services that are needed. So I will keep advocating on that as well. Finally, I'll end with a sort of state and federal advocacy that I've been involved with, along with others on the board for the county's interest as a whole. So I am still at this time the CSAC and NACO representative. So that's the statewide association of counties and the National Association of Counties. I've been successful in getting into leadership positions and making sure folks know Nevada County and what we're doing well and how we need to be represented. I am going to be looking this year at maybe reframing my efforts in both of those places to make sure that we're getting the best bang out of our buck. So I will summarize it with continue to be excited and honored to serve my district, and I think it's the best one. Just have to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hall, who is also my representative. And moving on to the chair, Ed Schofield, your presentation.
Yes, I represent District 2, and no comment, Heidi. We know. District 2 represents primarily population-wise Alta Sierra and Lake of the Pines. Of course, a lot of agricultural areas in between and to the west of Highway 49. And so last year, one of the things that hit us right at the beginning was Snowmageddon. Alta Sierra in particular was hit very, very hard. And it kind of showed the advantage of knowing who your neighbor is and just how much working together with the neighbors of trees across the road in front of my house. They happen to be my trees. And the neighborhood coming together and clearing it so that traffic could continue. And I want to point out that there was some great green waste programs that were done that helped that area. And ASPOA, the Alta Sierra Property Owners Association, did one that independently on their own and accumulated much more green waste beyond what we were able to collect with the county. So that was a real positive thing. We have started the South County Fire Break. The first meeting we had was that there were 60% of the landowners interested, that they had signs saying they were wanting to this. And as of yesterday, there's 30% that have actually signed the program. They're ready to go. And actually, Fire Safe Council, who we are contracting with through along with CAL FIRE, is beginning that process next week. I think the rain has slowed them down a bit, but we'll actually see ground being moved next week. So that's a great thing. I'm really pleased with the work of our Greater Higgins Area Municipal Advisory Commission. We brought the new area plan to the Planning Commission not last week, the week before, I believe, and it was passed unanimously. I'm very pleased with the makeup of that board and with Chair Aaron Sullivan and our own Jim Mathias as the vice chair, and the work that they put into that and the effort to make it known throughout the community. And it's it will be coming, I believe, in February to the full board for approval. So I'm looking forward to that. It defines future opportunities in the plan. As you know, we had a lot of emphasis on fire evacuation. It's a major concern down there. Many or not many, but some possible routes out of the area. It's a very big concern down there. But what really came out of that was that the community wants it to keep it a rural atmosphere. So that is put into that plan and will be enforced. We looked at housing down there, looked at future recreation, and we, throughout the whole process, recognized that this was one of the main gateways into Nevada County. We learned some lessons there. And one of the things that we're looking at is where does this MAC go from there? Because the MAC sunsets once that's approved. But it's been such a good organization. We don't have a chamber down there such as Penn Valley does, that maybe it can segue into another operation. And that's one of the things that the MAC will be looking at. Recreation, looking forward to see that's put in that MAC. Beyond the MAC area, though, was the Bear River Bridge, which is a major project that is being worked upon right now, and recreation activities that are down there and working in, hopefully in coordination with NIT as to taking advantage of those recreation areas. Broadband is something that's a concern to all of us. Our most recent grant and the Golden State Connect Authority partnership could be very, very helpful for us down there. Helpful to majority of the county, at least on the western side. Very excited about our new library going in, down into what we call the Lake Center at this point. Fire insurance remains a major challenge down there, and I just note that Commissioner Laura executed a new order that brings mitigation into your private property that hopefully may be able to relax the concerns a bit from some of our commercial insurance owners. So, and I want to thank Jeffrey Thornsby for all the effort that he puts into that. Highway 49, we are constantly working to improve that highway out there. And the big push right now is from LeBar Meadows into McKnight Way. Mike Woodman, I'd like to compliment him from the Nevada County Transportation Commission for the effort that he puts into working on that one. If you drive up 49 at Alta Sierra, you'll see a major project going on right there at Alta Sierra Drive. That's a self-storage area. That went through the Planning Commission. We really appreciated the rain. I think he's the one person, the developer out there, that may not appreciate it because he's had some major cuts in there. Looks like he's handled it very well, though. So we're looking forward to that one. And we have the cannabis issue. I'm happy to be working with the cannabis industry, but I also have neighborhoods such as Golden Oaks, Sunshine Valley that we still have cannabis neighborhood major issues on. So hope to continue to work with them and to work with the Cannabis Alliance to try to make things work. And we've got some really great examples of permitted cannabis businesses down there. Very impressed with them. I think once we get them up and running, it's going to go much, much smoother, but we still have a bit of a problem there. And finally, redistricting did come along this past year. Really, it doesn't affect me too much, I don't think. I did lose some to Sioux, District 4, but I also picked up some of Lisa's area on the Bar Meadows Road. Was told that I gerrymandered that so that one person couldn't vote for me against me on the recall last year. But anyways, that's District 2. And thank you for the time to make presentation on what I think is the best county or district in the county.
Moving on to District 3, our newly elected Supervisor Swarthart.
Thank you. Excited to be sitting in this chair. Last year, I sat in those chairs, and I just really appreciate the public being here because I know the commitment that you make when you come to listen to our meetings. So I've been on the job for 3 weeks, and I feel like I've accomplished very little in those 3 weeks because this job is far bigger and greater than I thought. While Heidi said her district was the best, I will say District 3 is the easiest district to be the supervisor from because 64% of my constituency lives in the city of Grass Valley. So yeah, I've spent a lot of time the last 3 weeks meeting with the county staff and key stakeholders. Probably my biggest stakeholder is the city of Grass Valley. I have been meeting with them. And because of my relationships with them, I feel like creating it, would be able to create some new collaborations with the city. And I know they're coming today to give their state of the city as well. So I'm excited to hear that. I will continue to collaborate with special districts and other agencies. So far, I'm working on setting up meetings with NID and the NCTC director, CAL FIRE, and a few of the other stakeholders in directly in my district. On the housing issue, I really look forward to working with the community citizens, the citizens who've come in the last few meetings to talk about the housing issues and my experience with the city of Grass Valley, who have permitted over 1,100 low and moderate income homes in the last 25 years. I think gives me kind of a unique perspective. The important part of some of the issues around housing have to do with sewer, and our cities are the sewer providers in the community, Grass Valley, Nevada City, Penn Valley, South County, parts of South County. So that's a really important component of building housing. So continue to work with the cities and see how we can co-develop some of these projects, such as what the county did last year with the opening of the Brunswick Common, which is in District 3. Emergency preparedness, the Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone is not actually fully in my district, but that project definitely will help protect the city of Grass Valley and District 3 if there were to be a major fire out there. And the county has now received 2 congressional earmarks for Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone, each for $750,000. So I'm hoping to get a tour of that sometime in the next month or so. One of my biggest areas that I've been involved in the community for a long time is economic development. And I have meetings scheduled with Grass Valley Downtown Association, the Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I'm hoping to get onto Gil's schedule very soon. But I really want to use my experience as a private small business owner in the past to continue to work with our local small businesses for their continued success. There's some great things happening in Grass Valley right now. I'm sure you've all seen that Target is coming to Nevada County. I grew up here in I think it was 1979. You guys might know this too. When they opened the McDonald's, we all thought that was the biggest thing to ever happen. Well, I think the Target is one of the biggest, best things to happen to our community. It'll save people from having to drive down the hill for goods and services. So, and it's since Kmart closed, it's been a big void in our community. So the more people that we can keep shopping locally, not just there, but that will manifest itself into people staying local to shop if they don't have to go down the hill for things. We also have experienced a loss of business in District 3 just by virtue of the economy, COVID, you know, people wanting to retire. So I'm really interested in helping our small business communities with recruitment, working with the different agencies, Sierra Business Council, the SBDC, um, to make sure that we are providing all the resources as local government that we can to help our local business community. And absolutely support the broadband effort. Fortunately, my district, it's not as big of an issue as it is in some of the more rural parts of the county, but it is important that we continue to provide broadband for our residents, and then also ensuring in my district that our residents, our lower income residents, have access to programs that will help them purchase broadband for their homes or businesses. When after I was elected and Allison had called me and said, "Oh, come and tell me what you're hearing. You were on the campaign trail for a long time. What were you hearing? You know, what do you want on the agenda?" And I'm like a deer in the headlights because I didn't know, because the biggest issue that's in my district is the reopening of the Idaho Maryland mine, and I spent a year talking to people about it. So I just wanted to give a really brief update on where we are in the process. Obviously, we're not going to talk about the project at this setting because it will be going to the Planning Commission and then ultimately coming to the Board of Supervisors for a decision. But Tricia was kind enough to send me a timeline of where we are. And I know most of you know that the final EIR was released on December 16th. And they are getting ready to do probably 2 days, if not more, of planning commission hearings for the project, because there's so many people who are passionate about this who want to speak. So we want to make sure as the county that we're providing plenty of time for everybody to have the opportunity to speak on this project. So no sooner than March of 2023. I think we're looking at a February or March meeting at this point. You're still determining when it's going to be. After it goes to the planning commission, then they will make a determination whether they certify the EIR or they do not certify the EIR. I want to be really clear that the Planning Commission is not the deciding factor on this. They are going to be making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and ultimately the Board of Supervisors will be making the decision on this. And I think we anticipate this coming to the board sometime late spring, early summer is my guess, just based on what I know. I've gone through this process before. There was another company who tried to open the mine with the city of Grass Valley back in the mid 2000s. So it is a very intensive, contentious process, but it's a great process because everybody gets to be heard on it, and we'll figure out what our next steps are going to be when it comes to the board to make a decision. So District 3, easiest district, especially after going to Sue's town hall meeting and realizing the diversity of District 4, not just of people, but how far she has to travel to go anywhere. So I like to say my district is also the best, but still learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Swarthart. And you did so well because I realized I don't think you can really see the clock. Wow, you are good. That was fantastic. So I do want to remind everybody to have the mic really close to you because it's beyond this room. We have people who are watching online. So we're moving into District 4, and that's Supervisor Hook.
Thank you. And I do have a very diverse district, and I would say it is got the most agriculture and cannabis probably in it, and the amount of artistic and creative, passionate people. I really am fortunate and honored to represent all of them in District 4. So this year has been very interesting, and probably one of the key components to heartache has been PG&E. That's probably been one of my biggest challenges as we go forward. And very fortunate, I'm the new RCRC representative. I'm following Dan Miller's footsteps, which are a little big to fill. Again, having that ear to those folks in the rural counties on Nevada County and the issues we're having has been, I hope it'll be a real benefit. I just went through an orientation and was at the installation, and I'm really looking forward to working with them. And John Kennedy was instrumental in putting together a PG&E meeting. And so we'll be working with them on communication. My little town of Rough and Ready, that little area up in there was out of power over 19 times consecutively. It was very challenging. But I do want to give PG&E a shout out because during our winter um, rain events, they were fantastic about getting the power turned back on, and we did really well. But so inside of that, it created this new ability to have meetings. We're going to meet the beginning of next month again. And they've created in-house customer experts inside of PG&E, which I think is going to be very helpful with all the customer service related programs. And so they have a specialized inbox and phone number available for the leaders, and so you guys, we can actually give the constituents those numbers and they can call right away. Our local government affairs representative, Brandon, has been fantastic really to reach out. He always comes online with me and helps me find the issues that are going on. Vegetation management with PG&E is another key component of the issues. So those are still working out. So I try to assure all my people when they call me and tell me they don't have power, that we are working on that. So that's been huge, especially for little businesses in the Penn Valley area. So with that, Penn Valley Community Center, we're very excited. They have a new foundation board that's working very hard at putting together, having a community center, which will really help kind of bring that whole group back together, because we're a little diverse group there too as well, because we have Lake Wildwood, which is a gated community. And we're working at bringing all of those entities back together and working. We're trying to build a chamber back together there. I've been real appreciative of the county's positive attitude with that. Tricia from CDA has been great. We are in the pre-application process with that right now. And of course, there'll be building of the funds to finish it. Really excited about that though. Lots of fun stuff going on in Penn Valley. My MAC meets down there, which they just changed that. I'll be on quarterly time frame, and always appreciate the input that comes from the community, because it really helps me to make decisions that fit inside of that wonderful area plan that we did. That those help really build how we develop and do changes in our community that keep it in that rural aspect that was inside of ours as well. I've had a lot of other issues up and down my district with noise complaints. That's been huge. And you'll hear about this later in discussion of the workshop about possible good neighbor policy. I mean, I think that it's unfortunate that you always have a few that make it miserable for many. And how do we adjust for that and try and find a neighborly way to manage that? So I'm looking forward to that conversation that we have. North San Juan, it's been a great year. We've been busy there again. And I want to say one thing about this. Everything that gets done, I can't thank the staff enough. I mean, when I look back at this, we have a North San Juan fire suppression project that's moving forward up there. And if it hadn't been for Sarah Hollyhead and my team in our office, this probably wouldn't be happening this year. And this has been a project that's been on the books since my predecessor. And I mean, looking for the funding is always very challenging on these kinds of projects, but this will really make a huge difference in North San Juan. It will actually allow them to probably look at being more economically viable, and businesses will do better there. So really excited about the work. And again, thanks to Sarah for it was a short notice and turnaround, and Doug LaMaffa chose this as one of his projects and it was selected. We've had, I'm very, very excited. And what I'm really more excited about is that it should start the construction maybe this summer. So that's moving forward, really excited. We did, also, there was some funding, and they helped our little community center with a grant, and we had to put a new well in, because the community center there, again, is a real hub for the community. There's a lot of fun activities, as well as a warming and cooling shelter that they provide there. They also meet there on Tuesdays, and they have, so you can come if you're having issues and we're looking for wraparound services, so they can direct you that way. Pamela Rosada has just been a wonderful advocate for that community. We put together a North San Juan Community Coalition, and the county's been really helpful with that, with having folks be engaged quarterly with those conversations of the needs that are across on the ridge in North San Juan. It's been helpful. I can't even tell you how many different organizations now log on and the services that we're beginning to provide up in that area. We celebrated the 40th anniversary of the Sierra Family Health Center. Was very exciting. It's amazing how many folks those people service and see on a regular basis up there. It's a wonderful clinic. They have the dentist, they have eyes, they have optical going on there, and the mental health services that are provided there are just incredible. Really love that. Ananda, after a whole COVID, they were open this year. It was actually beautiful. If anybody ever wants to come and see the tulips up there, it's incredible. They got a wonderful little restaurant and a grocery store there, so stop by and say hi to them. It's really a wonderful experience being up there. Transit, our bus system is picking up and working up there better, and that was a pilot program. I'm hoping that's going to become a regular for sure, because I even have kids from the high school that are riding the bus, as well as some kids going to Sierra College. So that's turning to be a really great program. Our library is busy as can be up there. And as well, I'm going to get to recreation here in a minute, but it's exciting. The park got new we got funding and a loan to put in all new playground equipment. So that's been a lot of fun. And last year we had our first baseball tournament up there, which was fantastic. And it's going to be a way to build that little community again with some recreation that's, and we had out of towners come. It was fun with that. So, and of course, cannabis is, oh man, I ran out of time fast. I had so much going on. I didn't even talk about broadband. So I have a lot more to talk about, and I guess we'll talk about during all the
Go for
program.
it, Sue. We
Yeah,
got
a little
a few
extra time.
minutes.
I know, I got sidetracked. So lots going on emergency.
Usually do.
No, I talk too much. Lots of emergency preparedness stuff going on. You know that we have all of Ponderosa. Those are basically mostly in my district. Really looking forward to that happen, especially where it's going to help out, like when you come up through those drainages to Rough and Ready and into Grass Valley. I want to give a shout out to all the first responders for our Rices and Pleasant fires that were there. Unbelievable work that was done. I feel like every time I turn around, I had a fire in my district this year, and I just can't tell you how thankful I am for all that. We are having challenges with our fire departments. There's some issues with, and everyone, if there's a website, you can go look at it, with Rough and Ready is struggling. And so I'm excited to see that LAPCO is working on a new sphere of influence, and we'll see what kind of study comes out of that. Really important. Broadband, of course, in our district, that's huge. I'm happy to have a smarter broadband where I am. I don't know what I would have done when we had to do Zooming. So I'm fortunate I live where there's connection, but my MAC came and they're looking, and we'll talk about this later, is they would like to see an ordinance for telecommunication towers to align with the modern internet technology. So we'll talk about that later. Affordable housing, Lone Oak Phase 1 is amazing. It's full. The planning is done for Lone Oak Phase 2 now. I just have to find the funding. So if anybody has any in their back pocket, just give me dump it on over there. That would be great. And I do want to give a big shout out to Jake and the team and the county, because with their grant writing, Western Gateway Park received a big grant, as well as did Oak Tree. And I don't think those would have happened without that staff and the passion, still, especially from Sandy Jacobson. She really worked with all of our districts, and organized recreation. I want to see more focus on that. I think it's really important that we find these things for our kids and adults alike in our communities. And okay, and I'll stop with that. Oh, one more thing, cannabis. You know, we all support that. You'll hear that in all of our districts. I want to give a shout out to the cannabis, as we did enforcement this year, which was exciting. I went out and watched the drone work, and I look forward to having our illegal grows controlled, so that the guys that are doing the fantastic jobs actually have a little bit, well, not a bit, it'll be a lot more productive and economically feasible for them to continue their work. So thank you to staff and everybody that works on that. And thank you for District 4 for allowing me to support you again another 4 years.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hook. And I think Supervisor Bullock, did you want to sit there or did you want the mic? You just, okay, all right. District 5.
District 5 may not be the bit, well, we are the best, but we're also the biggest and we're also the funnest. That's the one piece I'd like to mention. So come up to District 5 and experience it with us. There is some traffic lately. Thank you, Ed. So one thing, I'd just like to thank staff and everybody for putting this whole show on the road. This is incredible. Yeah, and really a huge thanks to everybody who put a lot of work in to make this happen. In general, I just wanted to start off by saying that in District 5, there's been a concerted effort to provide services to Eastern County. Certainly in my tenure, and I know that it started before that, but what I've witnessed is a huge inflow of energy and intellect and resources and time and commitment and travel time to get up there and be part of that community. I just so appreciate it. The professional relationships that are being made between our county staff and the people that are served in Eastern County are really important to me. It's also really important to me that we develop those beyond me because I'm not a gateway to success. I'm just one person of a greater team, and so I just like to say thank you and deep gratitude for people that contribute time to District 5. I'm going to make this work. So, one thing I did in December that was really fun is I sent out 38 invitations to the key stakeholders in District 5, and I said, hey, I'd like to talk to you about what your hopes, dreams, and goals are for 2023, and I want to know what your problems are and how I can help you. And sometimes it's direct support that are in alignment with our board objectives, and sometimes they're just organic conversations that we have every day. But those two elements are what I wanted to touch on, and I did end up having about 25 meetings. It was an incredibly busy time in December. But what came out of it essentially was really positive in one respect, that it directly mirrored our board objectives. So people wanted to talk to me about housing, post Measure V wildfire, how we're going to be successful, the library. They want to talk about recreation, access, and impacts, which I also kind of have the benefit of going last year, but it was interesting that all of our supervisors have also mirrored their top priorities as our board objectives, which means we're aligned in serving our community, and that makes me really excited that we can get something done that's unique among counties, certainly among small governments. So I'm happy about that. So the Truckee Library, it's a very big project. Friends of the Library, Placer County, Nevada County, and the town of Truckee are all engaged on that. The JPA is being constructed. Ariel's working to understand the bond financing and how that'll work. The partners are at the table. I'd say that we're highly engaged with the other partners and spend quite a bit of time talking about the library. It's an awesome opportunity to bring that resource to Eastern County. We do have some messaging challenges in front of us, and I think we're going to work on that, and we expect to have the JPA done sometime in late spring. On the recreation side, I'm looking forward to the recreation master plan, kind of memorializing some of the things that we work on. District 5, really has these incredibly impactful peak periods. And one of them was last weekend. If you know what's going on up there with the traffic, hard to get around, a lot of impact. I think we've made great strides in putting dumpsters, restrooms, all of our grant funding that we've sent out through the ARPA funds. I think it's working, and I'm hearing from people that the things that we've done as a county are taking effect in that area. So thumbs up on recreation. I think we're making headway there. Sustainable tourism, we have the CCC group, and this year we hosted our first sustainability summit, which I think we're all looking forward to that kind of being a showcase event for our county and really our region, to bring leaders together to talk about sustainability, conservation, really thought leadership in that space. And I think it's an opportunity for us to really talk about some of the great things the South Yuba cohort and the CCC group are doing. Part of the CCC group we're focused on right now is this traffic mitigation. So that's got Caltrans, Trisha's in it with me. We have Supervisor Gustafson, Truckee PD, other people trying to really understand how we, and we only play one role in that, how the county can help facilitate a reduction in traffic management. Traffic is, it's an inconvenience, but it's really a safety problem when locals can't get ambulances through, we can't get to the grocery store or get gas or snow removal. So it gets to be pretty critical. On the climate side, I'm really looking forward to talking about our our resiliency objective that's going to be showcased for everybody here. I'm a member of the Climate Transformation Alliance along with executive staff, and we've been meeting with them. I would like to talk a little bit about the Clean Tahoe. If you remember, there was a video that was posted to the board, super cool. And I think for a really small amount of money we can join the other partners in cleaning up that area. It's just real simple. It's, you know, we contribute and they pick up trash basically. And we've heard that from all of our constituents over the last couple of days. Workforce housing, interesting in Eastern County, we have Coburn's Crossing, which the county is working toward on the 80% AMI scale, which is what's common to the county. But we really wanted to talk a little bit more as we move forward on the 120 and above. So workforce housing, how do we get people into houses that are going to be productive members of the workforce? We are really struggling in Eastern County. We're working right now on the Hobart Mills project, which is a potential administrative lease agreement between the Forest Service and the county where we could possess a master lease and get some units on the ground. It's going to be a long pull, but I think it's going to be something that if we can really think about a public-private partnership mindset, we can make some headway there. Emergency preparedness. After post-Measure V, I think we're going to have some hard conversations about how are we going to fund and take care of things on the fire front. I know that many of us supported Measure V, and obviously it failed, but I think the next step is to lead the process and figure out what we're going to do to make it work now. And that's definitely District 5 shares in that. Team mental wellness. We lost another individual of our community to suicide on Saturday. It's with great sadness that I bring that up, friend of the family. But I think we can working going forward as a collective, both with Bright Futures for Youth and our teen mental wellness side and all the support at their side, encouraged them to think on any outside the box solutions, and Sheriff Munoz as well are at ground zero with that. Talk to Steve about broadband. Oasis had a broadband project serving Russell Valley and Dog Valley, but I think that's not going to happen now. So we're going to be looking for some other ways to serve the smaller unincorporated areas around in District 5. We don't have that middle mile demand that we need in West County. So I'm looking forward to supporting my colleagues in getting those big broadband areas met. And I'm part of that solution with you. On cannabis, you know, I think we made some great headway in working with those stakeholders. I really trying to understand that the economic integration of cannabis is our next big step, and trying to understand how can cannabis fold into the economics of our county. We have the Go Nevada County website, and some thoughts come to mind about getting components related to that into some of our collateral as we market our area from a destination tourist standpoint. Is also, you know, for me, the egregious grows, the opportunity with Assemblymember Dolly and some of the staff to tour and fly over some of those egregious grows. It's really impactful when you see it from the air because you just see hoop houses as far as the eye can see. I think we need to be absolutely committed to wiping out egregious grows and doing everything we can, both from a community perspective and also a conservation and sustainability and an environmental impact perspective. I think that should be a big priority of ours. You know, what's next? Looking forward to talking obviously about all the objectives we have. Bike mobility in Eastern County. I'd like to talk a little bit about Western and Eastern County doing a bike share program, something like that, walking and riding bikes. I'm looking forward to the record from Matt. And definitely looking forward to HIP camp and some of the alternative things we can do in different alternative housing, small, tiny homes, trailers, things of that nature. And I'm also really looking forward to working with our new elected officials as everybody has changed seats, both at the state and federal level. And I know many of my colleagues on the board share that commitment, and I look forward to joining in there from Eastern County with those people. And thank you again for letting me share this today.
I think we have a little extra time. Yes, Heidi went over too. So Heidi or Lisa, is there anything you guys wanted to expand on a little bit?
I just had one thing that I didn't have time to mention, and it came up in the public comment. Actually, this past Monday, I attended a meeting at the City of Grass Valley by the invite of the mayor with waste management to talk about SB 1383, which is the food waste mandate that is coming down from the state and calorie cycle to communities. It's a really important program. It's going to be very confusing and complicated for people. So I'm hopeful that building a relationship with waste management will allow us to help them educate the community on what's going to happen with it. And it also goes hand in hand with the update that we're going to be doing at the transfer station this year. So it's a really important issue, and I'm very confused by all of the regulations, so I can imagine that most people are. So I really want to make sure that we're on top of it and can explain that to people.
Wanted to let you know we have 15 minutes built in for conversation.
Heidi, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on, Sue did a good job of actually calling out staff, and I didn't think I had time for that. That's my excuse. But I also want to, obviously, none of this stuff that we're talking about today would happen without staff. And we have an incredible group of staff, department heads in our own office, analysts, staff throughout the county. We've gotten so much done because of the great leadership we've had with the CEO and guidance with our county council and all of the staff who've made this work. I just want to say it helps. I hear from my colleagues in other counties as well. It helps when we all get along and we're moving in the same direction together, and staff is so helpful and supportive. So I wanted to add on to that. Thank you.
I would agree with that. So Lori, that
Yeah,
open
so
the conversation is that?
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that after everybody was able to share what was going on in their district, that there was, as you pointed out, Supervisor Hall, plenty of time to have conversation, ask each other questions. So we've allocated up until 10:50 to just discuss and maybe share common areas.
Well, I'm just going to pop in real quick because there's a few things I left out. I just want to, it's kind of interesting because people be wanting to stay tuned. We're talking about SB 13. I mean, those are really important issues. And so you're going to see some changes that are coming out at the transfer station. I mean, we're still looking, and I don't know where I report on that, but listen to the capital facilities. Sammy's Friends is very active in my district. I just like to throw that out. They're doing a great job, and there's some things going on with that. And it's interesting. I just like listening to Hardy and Heidi. I mean, we all have unique things, but then we all have things that are similar in our districts. And I think that's what makes us strong as a board, is that we can listen to those and really look at what's important for our constituents. And I think that's something I've really appreciated about this board. And I really look forward to looking with Lisa, because I don't know that your district is easy as you think it is. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. Because yeah, you just don't know what's going to come up from day to day. And so anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. So there is some good stuff going on. I mean, because when you look inside each district, in mine, I have numerous sewer plants, we'll call them that. I've got the MRTs. There's just a lot of different things that can happen day to day. I don't have the snow that Hardy has to deal with traffic right now, which has been crazy up there, because what we want to make money skiing, right? That's the big thing, is recreation. So every day something can change that makes your district volatile or happy. You just don't know whether you get to celebrate it or you're digging in to figure out what the problem is. And if we didn't have good staff, we would be challenged. It's not like something that I could go out and fix by myself. I'm on the phone with Public Works, or I'm on the phone with Community Development Agency or Behavioral Health. And I guess what excites me most about that is how fast sometimes we can be able to create the ability to fix or move a problem forward. And I think that's really important in a county our size, is because you don't know what's going to come up in that day. So anyway, and I just want to say I appreciate all my colleagues. I think all of our districts are well represented, and we're better for having a community that appreciates us. And even when it's not what they want to hear, sometimes we have to always remember about the bigger picture. Always the bigger picture, not just what I want, not what Heidi, Hardy, Ed. We have to look at what's the big picture for our community. And I think that's been a real learning curve as we go. So I appreciate that. And again, thanks for putting this on. This is a lot of work to put this workshop together. And Lori, you just do a fabulous job facilitating.
Hardy.
Thanks, Sue. That was a great piece. I just want to mention, at least from my perspective coming on is I was the newest board member, but I got here right when COVID was kind of peaking in this, and it felt like the engine was running at 101% per year. And I just want to, I'd like to think that with some of that energy moved down in priority, not to say that it's gone because we still consider it every day. And but I'd like to think that we can get into a more routine and balanced mindset when we apply the work from a staff and stakeholder and partnership perspective, because we are only as good as the machine can run, right? And so we put in 100, I know staff put in 101 to 110% every day for a long period of time to make the job of the board happen, right? Because we had still came to meetings, we still had top priorities to get done, but there's all this output in other areas that were new and unique that we called COVID. And I think settling into a work plan and really looking forward to spending the next 3 days balancing out what our shared priorities are and trying to make sure that we are moving into that sustainable realm of work, staff, projects, and objectives. And I know if you've looked at the capital facilities or some of the documents, there's 100 things on there, right? There's 100 shiny objects that we're trying to balance. And each one of us have things that are really important, but I think just refining that, staying focused on the things that are truly the number one priorities can help move us along. But I just thought from the human perspective, there's only so much energy we all have, and that's the reality of what we work in. But we have come off this incredibly busy period as a community. And how do we move into a more sustainable state of work and staffing and prioritization of these things? Because I do agree with you. I think we're highly aligned, which is a benefit. And we share similar things across our districts which can all grab onto. But there's going to be some priority setting, obviously, and some balancing, I think, coming off the last year and a half.
I think what I would like to say is the opportunity that we have today and for the next couple of days to work together. The things like the Brown Act kind of hinders us in that we are really limited as to who we can speak to on any of the subjects. If I talk to Hardy on one subject, then I can't talk to Heidi or Lisa or Sue on it. So it does kind of make it difficult, and I understand the reasoning for it, and we follow it fairly closely. Thank you, Kit. But I think this is the one opportunity in the year that we really have the opportunity to sit down and talk about the opportunities, again, our goals, exactly what we're here for, but we need to take advantage of that to really get to know each other a little bit better. And this is kind of the highlight of the year for me as far as the board goes, because we know that everything that comes out of this meeting is what we're going to be working on going forward until next year at the same time. So, and Heidi, like you, I can't say enough about the staff we have here. I think that's what makes such a difference. And I don't mean just the staff here, but our whole team, those people that we talked with yesterday. What a great team we have here in Nevada County. Lori, I think it's.
Yeah, actually, it looked like Supervisor Hall wanted to talk, and you still have a few more minutes to dialogue.
Thank you. I just, thanks for that, Ed, too. I agree with you 100%. It's so valuable for us to be able to talk to each other here. And it is a highlight for me too. And I always I try to challenge myself. So I guess I'll just share that to me also, this is one of the only opportunities we get as a group to think beyond our next project or next year. So where we can really, I feel like as we're making decisions, think about what do we want this community to look like 5 years from now or 10 years from now? What are we hearing from our constituents about what it wants to look like? I mean, I didn't even mention the arts, Sue, you raised that. There is so much going on in the art world of the arts, and it's really unclear how the county can play a role in that. And so if we want in 5 or 10 years for our community to be even more well known for the arts, or continue the great work that's being done by other folks in the community, how do we start talking about getting there? So just for me, it's a chance to think beyond the next project too, and start and maybe try to move us in a small way every year towards a bigger vision. And to that end, I also want to, follow up on Hardy's comments coming out of COVID. I feel I missed having more contact with my constituents the last few years. I feel sometimes like maybe I don't know what's going on because I haven't been out to big community meetings. And folks don't call. They come to our meetings, but they don't feel as comfortable potentially to call directly. So I want to encourage folks out there to do that. I know we all feel that way. So I get a lot of emails. Feel free also to call on any topic that we can help on, and including what you want this community to look like 5 and 10 years from now. So just wanted to share that as well. Thanks.
Any other conversational pieces? You've got another couple minutes if you have anything else to say. Well, you know that I will remind you if we need to move on, but the mic is all yours if anybody has anything else to say. We have a couple minutes left. Okay, then I am going to take that as let's move on. So we're moving into a break. We'll reconvene at 11:05 when we have the cities and towns here, and they will give us short presentations, and then there'll be opportunities for discussion afterwards. So please be back by 11:05. Me on. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Okay, so so all right, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Do we have all of our supervisors? Just about. We will wait for supervisors. Oh, we do have all the supervisors in the room. Okay, so we're going to start off. This is a panel of the cities and town in the Nevada County, and we're going to start off with introductions of each of our panelists, and then we'll have about 3 to 5 minute presentation by each location, and then we're going to open it up to the supervisors so we can talk about shared challenges, shared opportunities. So let's start with you, Jen. You'll introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. My name is Jen Calloway. I'm the town manager in Truckee. We got to experience the lovely congestion I think that Supervisor Bullock talked about. So thanks for teeing us up for that. But we made it on time. So we're happy to be here and appreciate being asked to join the conversation.
Good morning. I'm Lindsay Romack, Mayor of Truckee. Happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Arbuckle, the Mayor of the City of Grass Valley. Just a little history thing. I'm also the past president of the League of California Cities, and I just got a phone call and appointed as chair of the Small Cities Council for the National League of Cities. Yay! Very happy to be here. Looking forward to a lot of collaboration between us and the council.
Tim Keyser, the city manager for the city of Grass Valley, and really appreciate the invitation.
Great, and you need to have the mics like 3 inches.
Doug Fleming.
Good job, Doug.
Doug Fleming, Mayor of Nevada City, California. Honored to be here. Thank you.
And last but not least, my name is Sean Grayson. I'm the city manager in Nevada City. Thanks for having us today.
Excellent. And we do have a time clock, so you have 3 to 5 minutes for your presentation before we open it up. But we're going to start with the city of Grass Valley. So Tim and Mayor Jan Arbuckle, you're up.
Well, again, good morning. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. In an effort to enhance the city's livability, the city developed 7 core goals through our strategic planning and community input. 1 was community and sense of place. 2 was transportation. 3, recreation and parks. 4, economic development and vitality. 5, high performance government and quality service. 6, public safety. 7, water and wastewater systems and underground infrastructure. We prepared a PowerPoint due to our time constraints. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Tim Keyser, who will go through the projects that address these core goals.
Yeah, so thank you, Jan. The city just completed a $4.7 million construction project at Memorial Park. We converted our pool and constructed 2 new pools, which I'll show you here in a second. We built a new softball field, all weather, additional pickleball courts, and some additional parking. This project was mostly funded, 3.5 million of it through a community development block grant, and the remainder through our Measure E sales tax funding. The key goals with this project was, how do we provide a sense of place by providing a new park? Meets a lot of the goals that Jan just listed. We also took advantage of this project to do some transportation improvements by connecting the road through the park. If you've ever come to the pool and not found parking, you would appreciate now that the road goes through to Ray Street. Additionally, this project, we are very fortunate that this isn't where it's going to end. We are on the final list of a grant that will improve the creek through the project. So that will allow us to restore that creek, restore it to a more natural setting, get rid of the blackberries, and also make a kid area to interact with the creek, which we're very fortunate in working with several groups on that. Next project is turf fields. So council has been focusing on how do we bring young families and attract young families to our community, and also looking at some different economic areas that we could possibly bring in funds for our city. With this, obviously, we have worked at Gilmore and Scotton, putting in 2 full-size soccer fields. In addition to striping them for various ages for soccer, we've also striped them for lacrosse, and they've been used for some other purposes as multi-purpose fields. They allow us to use them year round. Currently, we're hoping that we can continue this plan of replacing baseball fields and soccer fields by partnering with Sierra College to replace the rotary fields with 2 large soccer fields in addition to a baseball field. All of this looking at how we can reduce water, how can we meet climate change and other elements. Extending the Wolf Creek Trail. So we completed the first phase of the Wolf Creek Trail, and we're now in the process of the final design to extend that trail all the way through the city, all the way up to Loma Rica Ranch, where they have a trail system. So you'll be able to move seamlessly through the community. Other big areas for us, wildfire prevention and fire services. We're in the process of working with Nevada City at updating our vegetation management requirements. In addition to sharing fire services with them, we are very concerned on the viability of fire service in our county, and we're very happy that LAFCO is looking at that area. Housing. Another big issue for our council is how do we get all forms of housing? You'll see that we have some projects moving forward in Loma Rica, some apartments and those kind of things. But the biggest thing we're tackling right now is over a mere 4 years, the average median house price in Grass Valley has doubled from 254,000 to over 500,000. And how do you build affordable housing? Mill Street Plaza, if you have not seen us downtown, we are working on that. It's under construction right now, and that's where I was before this meeting. We are on track, even though we lost a week to the weather. The contractor has made that up, and we are looking to make a nice community area for us moving forward. With that,
Got 7 seconds.
so if someone else wants my time, I defer it to them.
Excellent job. And moving on, I think it's Nevada City is up next. Yes, so Nevada City slide will go up.
Ours is just one slide, so we don't have to click through it. Thank you, Lori. Chairman Schofield, members of the board, thank you for having us here today. Thank you really to Allison and all of her staff for putting this together. I'll be brief and give it to the mayor in a second, but Nevada City is in a wonderful yet precarious place, and it's at the bottom of that screen. We say it's the crossroads of history and progress. So our primary challenge is to maintain the history of the city while progressing in the fashion that the community would like to move in under the constraints of a budget for a full service city of 3,000. So it's a unique but wonderful challenge. But I would say the opportunities are tremendous in 2023. We have a new community driven strategic plan, a new legislative platform, and really a mandate from our community to address the city's priorities. I will turn it over to Mayor Fleming to address our strategic plan, our goals and objectives, which are in the beautiful colors you'll see up there, both our embedded strategic initiatives and our actionable strategic initiatives.
Thank you, Sean. Thanks to you, Chairman Schofield, and esteemed supervisors. Asking for the city's input just reinforces the county's commitment to supporting the health and vitality of its cities and towns. Over the past 2 years, Nevada City has enjoyed a much stronger relationship with the county and has found even more areas of collaboration, making us stronger together indeed. Our city council is unified in advancing the strategic initiatives developed by more than 500 participants in our strategic planning process, as adapted by the city in 2022. Our embedded strategic initiatives are those overarching areas that we consider in all that we do, and they are as follows: Nisanon support and respect, climate adaptation and resiliency, technology to enhance but not hinder, and communications engagement and community engagement and communications. Our strategic initiative actions encapsulate the areas we'll be focusing on in 2023. And they are as follows: housing, workforce and affordable housing, supportive of leasing local and maintenance of homeowner value. In housing, you'll see us develop a lease local program that we learned from our friends in Truckee. We're going to also try to modify our short-term rental program and go out to bid for a public-private partnership development on city-owned property to bring mixed use and workforce housing and retail development to the Seven Hills District. For fire, wildfire and structural fire prevention, mitigation, and education are paramount. Under fire, you'll see us partner with the county and other allied agencies to build new community wildfire protection plan, provide fuels mitigation on private and public property, and develop resiliency in the overlap of open spaces and wildfire safe places. In fact, we a wonderful citizen and I, Nancy Weber, just wrote a grant to Sierra Nevada Conservancy to do planning and then treatment on 375 acres on the Deer Creek Canyon. So that's something that we're really excited about and see a lot of areas of collaboration with both the city and the county. For water, we're looking at the maintenance of cost, reliable, resilient, and sustainable drinking and irrigation water sources and wastewater treatment capabilities. In water, you'll see the city plan for long-term replacement and maintenance of water and wastewater infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure that was put in the ground when Lincoln was president. So we have a little work to do there. We have to ensure that we have safe and clean drinking water for the next 100 years. In the business area, business and industry and cannabis support. Under business, you will see us partner with businesses, industry, and cannabis community to fill our vacant storefronts, incentivize growth, and address the overlapping issues of housing and employment. Our business development and sustainability fee waiver program has already credited $50,000 in fee waivers, while adding 22 new businesses to Nevada City, from micro businesses to large and brick and mortar locations. Under vibrancy, arts, culture, and distinction. Vibrancy will see us see a process for public art and a push to re-envision and redevelop the Seven Hills District through a specific plan and curated growth in the area. As far as infrastructure, parking, roads, right-of-way, and other public and contracted infrastructure. Under infrastructure, you will find the city expanding its capital improvement program and committing to maintain the little slice of heaven that is Nevada City. We received almost $6 million in grant funds in 2023, and we'll look to grow that year over year under the new plan. And finally, in parks, open space, recreation, programming, and community facilities. Lastly, you will see us partner with the county to mirror your recreation and resiliency planning currently underway to a master plan and maintenance and the expansion of parks, programming, facilities, and open space amenities in the city to provide both residents and non-residents alike with wonderful park and recreation features. Some of the things that we're talking about are a skate park in our town and an amphitheater outside, not to mention many other ones that we have. So bottom line, the state of Nevada City is great. And the future is bright for Nevada City, thanks to our community voice, our council's commitment, and the growing partnership between the city, county, Grass Valley, Truckee, and our district partners throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nevada City. And now Truckee is up.
Thank you very much for having us, supervisors and staff. We're excited to be here with our partners today. And as Jen and I were discussing this presentation, one word came to mind to us as we're thinking about Truckee, the Truckee family, the community, the council, and that was innovation. And I'll go through our council priorities. We established 2-year priorities, and they are actively support the development of workforce housing, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and become a leader in environmental sustainability, enhance communication and public outreach to facilitate community cohesion, invest in key infrastructure and community connectivity, including the new library, bike trails, and transit alternatives, and engage partnerships and investments to drive emergency preparedness. So when we step back and look at these priorities, we know there's no easy fixes. We know we're facing them as a town, as a county, as a region, as a state. And so we really need to be innovative and give an opportunity to be dynamic and respond to evolving and changing needs. So some of those innovative things we've been doing include our Lease to Locals program. We're glad to hear Nevada City is jumping on board too. We've been able to house over 200 people through this program, which provides incentives to property owners to long-term rent their house. We just established our Truckee Home Access Program, which is a deed restriction program that can provide incentives of up to $150,000 for the purchase of homes for our local workforce, and will keep them deeded to our local workforce in perpetuity. We're also the first in the county to adopt a single-use foodware ordinance. We're exploring REACH codes and energy efficiency incentives, and we're a founding member of the Climate Transformation Alliance and have been leading the efforts for a biomass facility in Truckee. We're one of the first small towns under 30,000 people to hire a diversity, equity, and inclusion manager position to really focus on creating a sense of belonging and welcoming in our town. We also have significantly enhanced our communications and engagement opportunities with our town. Most recently, we're excited about our Our Plow competition, where students submitted names for our plows and the community voted. So now we've got Scoop Dog, Austin Plowers, Chili Chili Bang Bang, and Blizzard of Oz clearing our streets. We also continue to invest in infrastructure, from our re-envisioned West River Street and Bridge Street to expanding our Legacy Trail. We've invested over $1 million in our micro transit pilot program, which has seen huge success. And we're talking now about looking to a 1-year pilot program to continue this throughout our town. It's seen lots of passengers in the 12-week pilot program that was in comparison to the amount of riders we typically see on our fixed route service throughout the entire year. So that was very exciting. And then also we recognize the vulnerability of our community to emergencies. And such as that, we've funded a full-time emergency management coordinator. This position has been invaluable. Bob Womack is amazing. And we are partnering with a local business here in Nevada County, Ladris, to beta test their evacuation software. Last night at council, we're moving forward also with installing automatic license plate readers that will be able to give us more real-time data to feed into this software to help us better plan for evacuation scenarios based on who's in town at that time. We have lots of other programs I'd love to talk about, but I know we only have 5 minutes. So I did just want to touch on challenges. That was one thing that was mentioned. And the challenges we face when we are trying to be innovative is you have to give space. And you also have to know that your ideas might not always work out. That can sometimes be hard for elected leaders. We want to get in and get things done. But sometimes it may not work right, but we should give space to allow that to happen when we are being innovative. We also know capacity, both staff capacity, financial capacity, can be challenging. So recognizing those challenges and being thoughtful in what we are putting staff time and financial capacity to. I would also add a challenge can sometimes be the one-size-fits-all legislation that can come down from the state, and the challenges we have in snow country or in a tourist economy that may not fit into the box that they are trying to work with. But we are really excited to be continuing to be innovative, work with our city partners, work with the county, because we are all stronger together. And so we're excited to face these challenges and continue to work forward on these exciting initiatives in the years to come. So thank you very much. 14 seconds. Should I tell a joke? No, just kidding.
Thank you, Truckee, and I do appreciate how everybody's so good with the time, but we wanted to make sure we have plenty of time. We're going to have 25 minutes for discussion and an opportunity for the supervisors and the mayors and the city managers to talk about shared challenges and shared opportunities. So I will open it up to the supervisors. Mr. Chair?
Just want to say how much I appreciate and respect what goes on within the cities. I think that we are so much stronger working together. And I just look at our goals and how much they tend to mirror what you folks are doing at the incorporated level. When we look at housing, so much of our housing has to be done around services, which means we need to cooperate with you guys and work together. And we have such great projects, Brunswick Common, Cash and Field in Nevada City. Brookie has some wonderful housing programs up there and new ones coming, which are wonderful. And we can all work together and learn from those too. And I look at the projects going on within your cities, and I'm so impressed with what is happening up there. And or Brookie and Grass Valley, Nevada City. I look at things like cannabis that we're working on, and I think of Nevada City. I really think Nevada City has kind of led the way in cannabis, and you can see kind of what opportunities might be there. Grass Valley. I look at that Wolf Creek Trail, Tim and Jan. That is wonderful, and that extension. I love going to Ashland. I think Grass Valley will be the same. But the trail that is in Ashland, Wolf Creek Trail, can serve that same purpose. So I just think it's wonderful. I enjoy the mayor and managers' breakfasts. It brings us that much closer. I'm so sorry we missed the last one last week. We will make it up to you. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you for what you're doing at your level. Artie, you want to take it?
Thank you. Thanks for coming down over the hill, Truckee. I know it's a real pull, speaking from experience. And Grass Valley, Nevada City, is so good to be happy here and see all the good work that you're doing. And I know that I'm on meetings and calls and committees and assignments with everybody at that table. And so thank you for being present here today. I think, first I'd like to highlight the partnership between the cities and the town and the county. I see, just in my short tenure, a direct connection, staff to staff, elected to elected. We share seats on LAFCO and Truckee River Basin Water Group and many other things. So I think that those connections to me are invaluable. I think we can do better. That's my honest opinion. I think we need, particularly out of post measure V, the differences in opinion related to that tax measure is clear from the voters' perspective. But for me as an elected official, I think we need to transcend that, right? We need to get to the next piece, the next good thing we're going to do together. And one of those is wildfire, obviously, wildfire evacuation, egress, things like that. And that's really a regional issue. That's not specific to any of the towns or cities. That's a regional perspective that we need to have, because wildfire will affect us no matter where we are. And so I think I look forward to working with everybody there. I think we've got some opportunities in the next 3 days to prioritize funds for that. I think the town council and the cities are obviously working to understand what next there. So I just wanted to be very transparent that that's a focus of mine, to understand how to do that. It may take some resources that are not necessarily financial, but staff driven, staff commitment, communication from the elected officials to understand what exactly we need in all these areas. District 5 is particularly unique because we have the city surrounded by unincorporated areas, lands, federal, state, and others that we don't control. And Supervisor Hall was really great to point that out, that we have partners and stakeholders we need to engage to get it complete. And that's going to take elected officials coming to the table and working with our state and federal partners as a unified voice to get those resources delivered. So I think that's one thing I'm thinking a lot about. The other thing is that our board objectives and the priorities for each one of the cities and towns are highly aligned, which I think is very gives us this unique opportunity to move things forward. Coming off of COVID, we all have big elements of our work plans that were sidetracked into handling that emergency. And we've since had these weather emergencies and other emergencies, but I think finding a balanced approach to delivering services to our constituents, staying constituent focused in a measured and balanced way, I think is kind of the theme for delivering services in Eastern County. And I see that being possible in the next year. So I'm very excited about that. And you know, I wanted to mention on the sense of, and the innovation and the sense of belonging, those are two things that I want to talk a little bit about. I always look to the town of Truckee because nimble and innovation come to mind, and you guys do a lot of great work in that space. I'm honored to be a part of it. And I think that we can both learn from each other as you roll out priorities. One organization may lead, but that doesn't mean that the other organizations as a collective, as a region, can't follow quickly, right? And so the DEI and mission vision statement that we came up with was adopted by the cities in town, which makes me very proud. And then if we continue to transform that into a sense of belonging, we can look at making modifications there. So I think not having the wins contained within a silo, but really understanding that some people are good at doing certain things. And we also serve different constituents, right? So the county is responsible for a different group of constituency that we share those, but we also have different things that we serve in social services and health and human services, child protective services, public defender, sheriff's office, et cetera. But just really recognize those differences, recognizing where we can work together, and then grabbing on and collectively lifting us up to raise our hands and say, we've done this together and we win. We have an awesome opportunity in front of us. So looking forward to doing that. And thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I know that you all have your own objective priorities that we're looking for coordination on after you get out of those meetings. So looking forward to working with you on that.
Lisa?
I was watching the clock thinking, I'm going to go last and I'm probably going to get 2 minutes. So thank you, Ed, for allowing me to go. I really want to take the opportunity to thank the cities and the town for coming today. I think it was in 2009 or 2010 when I was the mayor, I was invited to do this, and I thought it was really helpful, and I never took it personal, but they never asked us back after that. So I'm happy that that you were all here, and that I think you look at the collaborations with the county as importantly as we look at the collaborations with the city. And especially looking at the, I know the objectives of the city of Grass Valley because I follow it really closely, but listening to Truckee and Nevada City was great for me as well. And the only other thing, one of the other things that we used to do back in the day was we used to do joint meetings with the town and the cities and the county, and we started doing them quarterly, and then we went to twice a year, and then we just stopped. So I would love to see us come back together and maybe start that up again. And the way that it looked was we would do a topic that was of interest to all of us with speakers and presentations, and then have some sort of a dinner or a lunch or something, which really gave us an opportunity to network and kind of bond together. COVID has really changed a lot with how we communicate, not only with each other, but with the community. So I just think starting that up again for transparency's sake is really important, but also we all sometimes work in silos, and I want to see that end. And I'm really committed to having a great relationship with the city of Grass Valley, with all of you. But, I'm very lucky. I said earlier that I feel like I have the easiest district because 64% of my constituency lives in the city of Grass Valley. So when people call me to complain, it's usually my dad. I now make them call either Jan or Tim. Sorry. But I think it's, from my perspective, I'm really grateful for that relationship. And I hope to continue along those lines and be included in the work that you're doing, as well as myself, including you in the work that the county is doing. So thanks for being here.
Heidi.
Thank you. Thanks to you all for coming down. Yeah, this is awesome to see you all here and to be starting the year off on this collaborative. But and I want to echo, and I love the idea of doing a sort of a joint meeting on a topic. I think that would be very helpful. I want to echo some of Hardy's comments too. I think for me, collaboration is the #1 priority on everything, and it's where I put my heart in it and where I can be the most excited and the most disappointed. It's just not always easy, but we need to keep moving that direction. The county as a whole would not do well if the cities themselves individually did not do well. We depend on that. And vice versa, the cities themselves will not do well if we don't manage the wildfire threat from the entire county. So we do have this codependence and we have this need to work together. And I'm looking forward, always think the beginning of the year is a reset, always to start again and keep moving in that direction. I'm also really excited to hear, Nevada City, I mentioned this morning. By the way, we each got 3 minutes more to talk about our district. So thanks, Lori. But I did mention that your strategic plan, Nevada City. I'm really excited that you took that on, and we want to support that in any way we can. Um, and then in terms of sustainability and climate resiliency, we're going to be talking about that later. I'm excited and hope that we make that a priority here. And I think, but with Truckee and Grass Valley, Nevada City, the work you've already done, we can all learn from each other. It would be wonderful to move forward on that together. And Grass Valley, to the extent you want to be in part of that as well. So I'm really hoping that's a new area we can all work together on and learn from each other. And then just need to put out there, and we will talk about this later today, but there's a million projects we have to talk about, that the courthouse, and you guys didn't mention that. I appreciate you were focusing on your strategic direction for the future, which is great and really what this meeting is about too. But just to note that the courthouse project is going to be a major project that impacts Nevada City specifically, directly, but that the building and the services are for the entire county. So we're going to need to recognize that we all need to be involved in helping make that work for Nevada City. And I'm certainly committed to that. And I believe the county as a whole is too. It's hard. Each city has its areas of focus, and we need to support that, even though we compete with each other a little on that. But the courthouse, again, is just, it's a Nevada County need. And so we're going to have to work closely on that. So I look forward to working with you all on all of these issues.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. I mean, I could just echo everything that has already been said, so I'm not going to do that. So appreciate it. I do love the fact that actually I'm going to miss the mayor and managers meeting because it is opportunity to see you when I don't all the time. I do appreciate the fact that I do see you on different committees like NCTC and transit. And so I'm always appreciative of that in LAFCO because it gives me a whole insight to different things that are going on in your district. I do love that. And of course, Hardy does a great job of letting us everything know what's going on Truckee. I can guarantee you that. And so I do think there's still things there's a lot of things that we're going to collaborate on, and I'm just going to throw one thing out that really it meant a lot to me was the fact that you all did a resolution the same time we did for our military. That was a really big thing for me, and I really appreciate that. We have a large amount of retired and active military in our community, and the fact that you guys all we did it together. It really meant a lot, and I think it meant a lot to the folks here in the military that work here and the things that we're doing. And the Military Appreciation Week is going on. Our Veterans Day programs. I'm excited to see Memorial Day events going to come back to Grass Valley, and so I want to thank you for that. And I look forward to some of the other things that we'll do together as well. I mean, there's things I can talk about, like I look at recreation, housing, the work I do on the Regional Housing Authority. I think that's all going to tie into all of our districts as we keep moving forward. So just thank you for the work you do, because I know you all have a passion for what you do in your community, as well as we have for the whole county, because we really are better and stronger together. So thank you for being here.
All right, so those are comments, and we do have an opportunity for you to ask any questions.
This is a question that just kind of came to me, but I'd like to hear from the cities in town on challenges that you face as a city or town that you think are distinctly unique from what we face as a county, and how can the county help you achieve some, how can we support you in those? Because it's pretty clear to me that we share a lot in common, but there's some things you may be holding that we don't understand, and I'd like to hear what those are so we can help.
Okay, we're all going, my button, who can push it first? I think that this is a big step. I think the transparency and communication between these and the cities and town are paramount to whatever challenges we face as cities, municipalities, as well as what the counties face. And again, I applaud you for doing this and making the first effort to do that. But I think the challenge is we can work together as long as we communicate, and we communicate from the very beginning, and that we're inclusive with the cities and the town and with the county, because it, just like you said, whatever happens in the county and decisions that are made directly affects the cities and town. And whatever we do directly affects the county and all of our residents who live here. So I think that this is a good first step. Lisa's idea of, again, of bringing back the quarterly joint meetings, I think really made a huge difference back then. And again, the more we communicate, the better we work together, the better we're more well informed.
I think our biggest unique challenge is just our geography and where we're located, and we're just very separate from the rest of the county, and deal with just some really different issues, snowplow removal, for example. But I do agree that the partnership and the forethought to go into, let's connect with the county on this before we launch this, or county, let's connect with the town on this. I've only been with the town for a little over 2 years, and I think we've had a great partnership that time. But certainly being an hour away and removed from everybody else in the county creates a challenge that I think is unique for Truckee that we're overcoming.
You know, we have a lot of challenges, of course, but you know, what I'd like to highlight is an opportunity I think is unique to Nevada City, just as far as economic development, housing. We have the tech center that used to be the home of the Grass Valley Group that used to employ 1,500 people. It's been sitting fallow for about 11 years, and now we have some renewed energy. We have some business owners going in there, and we have some really good activities that I'd like to let people know about and to get other input and sort of support for some of the things that we want to do over there. Right now, speaking of cannabis, one of our cannabis business owners was about to do indoor cultivation over there. He has 150,000 square feet of indoor space. And as the market, you know, changed in the cannabis industry, he's pivoted to do something else. And now we have a concept that is a co-warehousing concept with about 14 different businesses in there, from a recording studio. There's also a ballet studio, a modern dance studio. It's going to be an amazing facility. And I encourage you guys to come out and check it out. Right now on the bottom floor of one of the buildings, there are 40 classic cars that are going to be part of a classic car showroom, restaurant, and bar at one point. And so it's just an amazing lot of innovation over there. We have the opportunity to make this another city center with recreation. There's a housing project, The Grove, that's already been approved, which we're hoping will get reimagined and actually built. So that's just some of our focus right now. Is at least my focus is seeing that this project, you know, get up and going and getting some really good input. At some point, we're going to do a specific plan for the area, but right now we're, I guess, calling it part of the Seven Hills District just for continuity and planning purposes. So that's what I would say is an opportunity and somewhat of a challenge.
With questions or comments? Yes, Supervisor Swarthart.
Just real quick, and should know this, but Tim, what's the timing on the Mill Street Plaza being finished or having the fencing taken down at least?
So the first phase from Mill Street to Bank should be completed by the end of February as far as removing the fences. Then we'll move into the next phase, which will be about 2 months too. So then the fences will be removed totally, and the rest of the work will be done in small little groups, like installing street lights and putting the planters in plants. So all should be done by mid to late June. But as far as people won't notice probably the difference, once we remove the fence, it will be open, planted, and look fairly nice.
You know, I've been kidding Hardy a little bit about too much traffic up in the east of the county. I am curious though, because you have such big businesses that in many ways create that. I know there's nothing you can really do about people wanting to come to the snow, but where you have the Palisades, Alpine, North Star, and those, is there any type of collaboration that goes on as far as resolving some of that issue? I would think it has to harm you in some ways.
So yes, that is one thing being up where we are, we definitely collaborate with Eastern Placer County because that's where a lot of those businesses are, while also recognizing, our jurisdiction is Truckee and that's where we can have the biggest influence. So traffic specifically, this came up last night. We were having a transit workshop and talking about our micro transit program, and it's been so successful. And one of the reasons we want to try this 1-year pilot program and expand it to cover the whole town is to see how that can really maybe help make a difference in some of it. It's not moving people to the ski resorts, but if we're moving people around town better, what impact will that have? So what can we do within our town boundaries? But then, yes, we do work collaboratively. I know our transit manager works very closely with the folks at Placer County, and how are we moving public transit and moving people around to try to come up with solutions together. Jen, anything to?
Yeah, I think Mayor is right on. As we talked about microtransit last night, and one of the interests of the council and the community that we heard pretty loud and clear is continue this service. And I think that's because we're serving over 60% of our locals with the microtransit service. It keeps them from having to drive, find parking, get congested in the traffic. So as long as, they're trying to stay within town, that's a great service for our community. Mayor, a little bit, but to give you some sense of scale, we typically move about 23,000 people on our fixed route system in a year. Our 12-week summer pilot moved 20,000. So to think about mobility shift and getting people in a different mindset in terms of transportation and how to interact with our community, it's been a really success for us. So we're excited to continue that program.
I just real quickly, I'll turn it to Hardy, but I think it's kind of unique that you have to collaborate with us, but Placer County also. And soon I sit on the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Now we hear about, as Jan does, we hear about Highway 89. We don't hear much at all about those highways that are in Placer County. And I don't know if that's a weakness that we have, that maybe we could work a little better there or not, but.
Yeah, I would just say thanks to the county too and Supervisor Bullock for convening the CCC group, because that's a really large regional effort. County staff is supporting that with the supervisor, and we have Placer County Ski Resorts, all of the agencies participating in that group. So that's a great conversation.
Yeah, thank you. The work that town's done in microtransit, and Jen and I had a conversation the other day about the transit hub that's in the rail yard. And there were a lot of discussions about the rail yard, but great, excellent work to solve that locals for 60%, moving them throughout. Because that's really, I think we had that issue the other night where restaurants in Palisades couldn't open because the employees couldn't get there. And then you had this confluence of 40,000 people in the valley with nowhere to eat because the employees couldn't actually get there, which is really mind-boggling if you think about it. But I was going to mention the Triple C group carved off this other transportation subcommittee, and the town's a member of that. Dan, Chief Renfro's on there and others, but we really have, and with Trisha's help, got the ear of Caltrans. And so Caltrans sends 3 people to that meeting, and Jeffrey and I were in that meeting last week and really deeply engaged in trying to change the way that chain control and restrictions are put up to keep them off of the hill. So we try and restrict them at Applegate and State Line as opposed to restricting them at Darner Lake Interchange or Truckee, because that's where all of a sudden our surface streets become blocked. So I think we've got some real regional efforts in play that are making some changes. And I know Placer County has most of the unincorporated non-town road systems that feed into that. But I think we're making some pretty good strides. It's also hard because the sheer volume of traffic that's included on Highway 80, it's like a faucet that you can't turn off, right? And so when it happens, and we go into this recovery mode. But I am proud of the partnership that we've pulled together, and it's active, and we're still working on that. So I think we're going to make some headway this year. And Jack Shell got opened, so he can get double lanes of traffic going through train control, which is a huge help.
All right, we're coming up against lunch, but if there's more discussion, we could take a break, get lunches, and then continue, just have lunch at our desk. Or if we have a quick comment.
I just want to thank all of you guys for being here. Oh, Jen?
Always asking questions. I guess I would wonder what we, as the incorporated jurisdictions, can do better to lean into the county. Or it's not a one-way street. You've certainly taken great steps in forming partnerships with us, including us, but I think we probably can do more to support you as well.
I'd look at some of my supervisors, my colleagues that had. Lisa?
I just think,
Or Sue?
yeah, I'll just say, right, I think the biggest thing is communicating. I think from both sides. I think when we shut down communications, all things go awry. So having those open, I mean, I know I could call you, Jen, I could call you, Lindsay, if I had an issue in a minute. And I think those kinds of things, developing those relationships is what we have to continue to do in my point of view.
I guess I would add, I'm trying to find a upbeat, positive way to talk about this, but you know, it's always best when we can be aligned, and we can't always be. But we need to know that we can depend on what you tell us. If you support something we're doing or you don't, we need to know that and depend on that that position, because then we have to adjust how we move forward. So I would just echo that open and honest communication and real acknowledgement of differences up front so we can work with those.
I do want to check in with you because we are at the lunch break. We could take a break, grab lunch, and then continue this conversation after about 10 minutes if you'd like to do that, or we could wrap this portion up.
Try to wrap it up.
One quick thing that also I'd like to mention that we share the same constituency, right? So we serve the same people at the end of the day. And that's really like, I think, I know from a leadership perspective, we're focused there, but that sometimes becomes challenging because you have incorporated and unincorporated areas where we have constituents that are scattered all the way from Colfax to the state line in Sierra County. But we do serve I see the towns and cities as our constituents. We serve you. So remembering that and all the people inside those boundaries is important for me.
Just real quick, I want to add, coming off of 16 years on the Grass Valley City Council and, being out of it for a couple of years and now being up here at the Board of Supervisors, my commitment to the city, to all of them, but particularly Grass Valley, which is in my district, is to really let you know what the county is doing as well. Because I know when I was on the council, I didn't always feel like the county let us know at the city what was going on. So I'm very committed to making sure that that relationship is strong and that I let you know what's going on at the county, and as well as you guys letting me know what's going on at the city. So I will make that commitment now.
All right. Well, I want to thank you.
Just one final thing. I just want to say, I think that we are much like our own boards. We're very similar to our own boards. In some ways, we are a board. And I think for it to work, we simply need to respect each other, appreciate each other. And I think that a good example of it was, Measure V was contentious. And Lindsay, you were very vocal about not wanting it. But at the same time, Nevada City and the county were up there at a mayor manager, I guess it is, but you took us on that tour. There was all the respect that was there. Was it Courtney? Okay, well anyways, it was Truckee. Oh, Lindsay, good to have you, Lindsay. And Courtney. Anyways, there was definite respect shown to all of us and it was greatly appreciated. And I think that's the kind of workmanship that we have to have with each other. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Lori.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. And we want to thank you for being here. And we want to not only invite you to stay for lunch, but please stay up there. We're going to get a picture with the supervisors before we have lunch. We're going to break for lunch and then we will come back at 12:30. Is there anything else there? Oh, okay. We'll do the picture outside, but we're going to do it before we eat.
And we're
Okay?
going to include the managers as well.
Yes, the managers and the mayors.
Or can I just do a quick logistics thing? Every year we forget on the recycling, this hotel doesn't provide a recycling bin. So I've asked for us to get a bin down here from county. So please hang on to your recyclables until the bin gets here and then use it. Thank you.
the meeting. So, and I think that is the recycling there now. Okay, so there's recycling for your cans back there. Next up is going to be the financial update with Martin Polt, and I know he's in the room somewhere. So we have one supervisor, two supervisor, three supervisor, three supervisor, looking four supervisors. And let's see, I think I'm missing Lisa. Am I looking right at her? All right, we are going to be starting in just seconds here. Okay, Martin, are you going to take a place at the table or are you going to sit there? Stand, that's right, you like to stand. Okay, let's go ahead and move this up. All right, do we have all supervisors? Not yet. Okay. We do. We have the chair. We did have other supervisors. Okay, we got two coming. We have a presenter. We have two supervisors. No, you're not. I should have probably given you a 10-minute warning bell. All right, we are waiting for three more supervisors. There's a third supervisor, fourth supervisor. Okay. Oh, we also need a CEO. Okay, good. All right, Chair, do we have everyone that we need to have? Okay, all right, and Sarah's going to give us 30 minutes for the presentation. So this next portion is the financial update, and Martin Polt is going to give a presentation for 30 minutes, and then there'll be board discussion for 15 minutes afterwards. So we'll give you 30 minutes. Martin, do you have your mic? Okay, and Brian will turn you on. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, thanks a lot. It's great to be here. Chair Schofield and members of the board and public and staff, good to be here. So what we're going to talk today about is a fiscal report going into the budget year and kind of a lead into the rest of the workshop. We'll give you a recap of the 21-22 year that's ended. We'll talk about the current year, 22-23, give you a little update on the budget here. We're going to talk about a first view of next year's budget, 23-24. We'll give you a little preview or overview of some fiscal challenges and opportunities that we're facing fiscally. And then we'll just talk about the next steps in the budget process preparing for 23-24. So currently, the audited financials that will be out soon, but we think this pretty well reflects kind of the status in property taxes for 6/30/2022, the year ended. We're better than we expected. We budgeted a little over 5% and we ended up with a 6% last year increase in growth. We'll see a little more about property taxes coming up. Transfer taxes also were fairly strong in 21-22. Transient occupancy tax or the hotel motel tax also going into the general fund were better than expected. And cannabis tax a little worse than expected. We had a little over $200,000 of revenue cannabis tax last year. We budgeted 475 or 600,000 actually. Recording fees were better than expected last year, better than budget. And Prop 172 and sales tax also showed pretty strong results for 21-22. And transfers into other funds when we have high revenue in the bread and butter revenues. Funds like the sheriff has some special revenue funds. They do not need to transfer so much into the general fund because other revenues are doing well. So that was a little lower than expected. Salaries and benefits, as usual, we budget for full staffing. So through our vacancy review and other vacancy, we have salary and benefit savings. Charges and reimbursements, we had, for example, the Cascade Shores, we had about a $1.2 million charge. So worse than expected there. Bottom line is a positive $2.8 million increase in the general fund. So looking at the audited financials, started at last year, 6/30/2021 at 39.3 million. We saw those results. We just went through $2.8 million. We also, the auditor, through accounting practices, reserves and restricts some funds that just aren't available to the board. One of those is the pension trust fund. That's probably the largest of those that are unavailable for general discretionary purposes. So the bottom line is a $41 million available balance at 6/30/22. Looking at other funds throughout the county, these are major funds. You can see there are roads. This shows you the revenue, expense, the variance, which is difference between revenue and expense, and then their fund balance. Again, these aren't final audited, but we think they're pretty close. So that highlighted bar there are the estimated actual fund balance. In roads, you see a $500,000 positive result for 6/30 as of 22, and fund balance of $6.4 million. CDA, pretty strong there, $1.2 million net positive of $5.5 million fund balance. Transit, use of some funds, about $400,000. There are significant transit funds that come through the budgeting process through Nevada County Transit Commission. So last I saw was approximately $5 million available to Nevada County Transit. So fairly solid there. Library, $1.8 million increase in fund balance there to $8.4 million. And the airport, a slight planned use of fund balance, about $100,000. You can see $400,000 fund balance there. HHSA, positive $4.2 million. Realignment, which funds both Health and Human Services as well as some sheriff and other law enforcement. You see $3.4 million. So fairly positive and strong results there. You can see bottom line, $68.5 million. And if you compare that to $148.9 million, it's over a 40% fund balance to expense ratio. So fairly solid and healthy. Moving on to the 22-23 budget, this current year we're in, an update on this year. Just a reminder of $330.7 million total budget. You can see significant realignment impacts over those years. And I wanted to point out, we're going to talk a lot about core services. I'll mention more about core services in this presentation. But core services such as Health and Human Service Agency, we saw the CalAIM project. So I'm just describing some of the trends that drive these increases. We also saw significant capital facilities, roads and bridge projects that increased our expenditures over the past few years. So really assertively and proactively going after those funds has really helped us in a lot of ways. And there's some other core service increases there as well. And so looking at, you see the 6/30/22, $41 million. We saw that slide a couple minutes ago. Our estimate for this current year is a reduction of about $237,000. So pretty close still at $40.7 million. And then following our fund balance policy, we have a number of financial policies. The fund balance policy has some definitions and guidance around the assignments that are in the general fund. So one of those guidance pieces is the general purpose for emergencies and economic uncertainties. We're standing at $9.9 million in that category. Economic development infrastructure, $3.6 million. Facilities planning, and information systems. You can see those dollars, and pension contributions, 4.6 million. Just want to point out that most of these assignments and commitments that are in the general fund are based on plans that have been well thought out, a 5-year, 3-year plans. That includes for facilities planning, for IS infrastructure, as well as pension contributions. We have a plan to stabilize pensions. We'll talk a little more about that in a few minutes. We are recommending this year to sort of realign some of these assignments based on the plans I just mentioned. We recommend eliminating a couple of assignments that haven't been used for at least 10 years and probably more. State realignment, we used to set aside money in case realignment dropped. You saw the realignment fund balances are pretty significant and healthy, and we believe that's going to continue. We don't believe we need those funds assigned in the general fund anymore. The same thing for the COP payment assignments. Those are public safety related. So you can see there the next piece, we talked about that at length last year, and we're now moving forward, recommending 5.6 million assigned for justice services. Those are largely for the numerous sheriff department and corrections, capital facility related projects. So we would carve that out in the general fund. We also are looking to the assigned for board priorities. We're recommending a change there. We used to have assigned for economic development infrastructure. That scope of the use of those dollars has expanded, and we're definitely going to talk a lot about this, the use of those funds and that assignment in the last day of our workshop, which is kind of aligning some available funds with some of the many projects that we have on our plate. So we're talking about expanding that a little bit to assign for and make it assigned for board priorities instead of just economic development infrastructure. And then we're looking at, based on the 5-year plan of IS, mostly for cybersecurity and also a lot of significant hardware and networking, $500,000 to true that up. So we're looking at no change in the bottom line, but a $6 million shift from unassigned funds into the assigned categories. The next piece, just to update you on where we are through December 31st, 2022. We are on track with both our revenues and expenses. $9.8 million revenue budgeted, and we're about 41% into that. Our revenue, that's the general pattern, is more of the revenue, a larger percent comes in the latter part of the year, partly because of property taxes, the big payment that comes in April. So 41% received is in line with recent years. And then we also have expenses in line with recent years. That 56% includes a prepayment based on the board's authority to prepay our unfunded liability, saves us about $500,000. We send that in one lump sum to CalPERS. So that's one reason why that shows more than 50%. Looking at economically sensitive revenue through Q2, you can see there things are changing a little bit as we move into the rest of this year and 2023. In general, sales tax, there's some choppiness to general fund sales tax. It's flattened out from last year. We saw strong 6/30/22. So flattening out a little bit there. The library is slowing down in sales tax and flattening out, and so is Prop 172. We are still seeing some strength in realignment. So you can see that health indicator there, still somewhat on track, but we're watching all of these very closely. Business activity recording fees from real estate related activity has really declined significantly. Properties bought and sold, and the revenue that we received has gone down fairly substantially. Building related fees are fairly strong. We're seeing permitting fees, licensing fees, and planning related fees still holding their own. So those, you can see an up and down arrow there, mostly recording fees and real estate related down. Gas tax, still holding our own, but again, there is a slowdown there, especially in the roads gas tax. The transit taxes seem to be holding their own. Property taxes are better than we expected, and you'll see a slide here kind of showing what the trend there is expected to be. But the property taxes, we had a 7.1% growth rate based on the final assessed values in this current year. So pretty strong. Transfer taxes, again, seeing some decline there. It's a real estate related cannabis tax, lower than we anticipated in the budget. And the federal marshal, post-COVID, we're seeing that pick up a little bit. The number of federal marshal beds in the jail, plus the sheriff and her team did a great job of renegotiating that rate a few years ago. So that's really helping. Just the revenue trends you can see there. This is kind of a Martin Pult drawing, but you can see 2021, there was a pretty significant trend upward in most of our revenues. We flattened out a little bit, but still strong in 21, 22. And 22, 23, we're seeing, some revenues are doing well and some are performing flat and others we expect to go down. But I mentioned we're looking at overall rest of the year, just monitoring it really closely. So now turning to your first look at the 23-24 budget. You can see we've added on, there was 40.7 million estimated, 630-22-23 of general fund, and we're essentially estimating a balanced budget for 23-24 with the revenues and expenses that we have. And we're also showing you those assignments there. We do typically each year, we're truing up the general purpose in our fund balance policy. That's for recession and other uncertainties. We have 10% of expenditures. We're expecting that to increase a little bit from where it is currently. So 510,000 increase there. Assigned for board priorities, those are based on our TOT revenues and what's left over after the SBC contract and our Go Nevada County contract. Whatever's left in TOT goes into this assignment, as well as the board a few years ago authorized $500,000 each year to be added to that assignment for future projects. So you're seeing 1.2 million there. IS infrastructure, our annual increase there. The net change is zero when you look at all of those assignments. So just some highlights from the general fund balancing plan and revenue, $77 million of discretionary revenue. Again, these are very key revenues, property taxes, sales tax that comes into the general fund that the board has a lot of discretion and authority over what to fund. A lot of times these funds leverage other funds like Prop 172, realignment. Some departments may get those funds, and the general fund in large part will fill the gap and fund the services in those departments. So this is really a wide-ranging impact, that $77 million. That's 6.8% increase, $4.6 million. You can see there property taxes, 7.8% increase, and that's kind of catching up for a couple years with a 6% growth last year, 7.1% this year. Based on budget, it results in a 7.8%. Transfer taxes, you'll see the chart in a minute that, that's really been seeing some declines and softening. And sales tax, it's fairly flat. We're expecting, we don't know what's going to happen with sales tax. So to the best of our knowledge right now, it's pretty flat projection for next year. Transient occupancy tax, I wish Tina was here so I could thank her and her team, just doing a great job of Airbnb collections and other TOT collections. And cannabis tax, you'll hear more about that in your workshop as well. We're budgeting $475,000, which is flat to last year. So looking at property tax growth rate, that's the largest share of these discretionary revenues. And you can see there, obviously, some major changes, 12% back in pre-Great Recession times growth rate, when properties were buying and selling and there were significant price increases. We had a negative 7.5% at the bottom of post-Great Recession. And now we've been hovering around that 5.5% average. And that's what we're planning on in the 23-24. But you can see we've seen some fairly strong growth over the last couple of years above that average. And I'm layering in this transfer taxes because transfer taxes, which are the taxes the county receives when properties are bought and sold, those taxes are collected by the recorder. There's a 2-year lag between transfer taxes, which are coincident with the economy. So you can see there that green arrow pointing down to 0809. That was the bottom of the recession. That's when the Great Recession hit us the hardest. So that's coincident. And then if you look at the property tax growth rates, minus 7.5%, that was 2 years later in 10-11. So there's a predictive element of transfer taxes. You can see 2.32 million actual for 2021, and you can see that went down to 21-22, $2 million. And we're seeing declines, and we're projecting declines this year and next year. So you can see property tax also is following that. So we anticipate, all other things equal, that we're probably going to see some pressure, downward pressure on property tax growth for the next couple of years. And looking at the general fund expenses, that $86 million is the discretionary revenue we saw, plus some additional revenues that come into the general fund and are allocated to departments. I mentioned there's a wide-ranging impact of these funds for a lot of different departments. There's 6.3% increase there, or $5.1 million, and salaries and benefits increased $3.4 million. Continued pressure on general liability and workers' comp premiums in our statewide group, and jail medical contract has a contractual increase. And then there's some other increases. The biggest piece of that is the elections department has less revenue during this coming year than they would during a gubernatorial election. And then I want to show you a 5-year picture of the general fund balance. And you're going to see a little bit of this in the last day of your workshop as well, when we're looking at resources available for various projects. But you can see here, priority 1 projects. We've listed, I think we have about 105 different projects that we've kind of lined up. A lot of these projects are from the Capital Facilities Plan, the IS 5-year spend plan, as well as some public safety going through the sheriff. We talked about that sheriff's justice assignment. There's going to be some expenditures there. So looking at our priority 1 projects through those planning vehicles, we're looking at over a 5-year period, possible 22.04 million if all of those things happen over the next 5 years. Obviously, we're going to be coming back to this board workshop each year, and you'll see what resources are available. Again, our last day, you're gonna prioritize some of the projects that may end up using some resources, general fund and other resources. So looking at some fiscal challenges and opportunities, number 1, each year for at least 10 years, and probably 15 years since the Great Recession, we've identified a definition of core services. These are the bread and butter of county departments. And you're going to hear more about core services in our next segment today after I'm done speaking here. This definition has changed a little bit, and so wanted to give this to you. And if you have any direction later or comments, happy to hear those. But the definition we have is a core service is that which is fundamental to the mission of departments and the county to meet mandated and essential community services. Areas funded by the county in this category include state mandates, emergencies, and services that support the community health and safety, such as county infrastructure, roads, jail, justice, and basic public mental health services and other services. So that this definitely plays a role in some of our coming discussions. Other opportunities, challenges is grants. We've seen kind of an unprecedented amount of grant funding federally and through the state. And a couple of those major efforts are the Federal Infrastructure Investment Job Act. That was in November 2021, a federal act, and also the Inflation Reduction Act, which was just last year in, I believe, August of 22. And then the state budget. We've had significant funding in definitely certain areas, which are highlighted here. So of all those major activities and efforts, the key areas for us, and we're actively pursuing grants in these areas, wildfire, you're going to hear more about this in the next coming days from all of these areas, affordable housing, climate resiliency, transportation, broadband, economic development, and recreation. So major dollars from those various acts from the Fed and state in these areas. So for us to manage and balance those resources, we've created a county grant best practices team. I'm definitely heavily involved in that, as well as a number of other key staff. But we're encouraging targeted and consistent grant applications. We want to make sure that people use best practices and consistency around applying for grants, and particularly on the budgeting. And what I mean by that is, in those budgets, we want to identify a full range of the costs of implementing those grant programs and the staffing impacts. And we want to capture as much from those grants to fill any resources required. So that team is moving ahead. Pension costs, it's a continual challenge for the county, and the board has given us great direction in the past to deal with county pensions. There's a couple of statistics here that kind of show the health of county pensions. One is the funded ratio, and the funded ratio is basically how much money we have in the bank with CalPERS to pay what we owe or what we promised to both retirees and current staff. So if we have less in the bank, which this shows, than we have promises, we have under 100% funded. So funded ratio last year was 64%. Going into 23-24 with the latest CalPERS reports and actuarials is 73%. The biggest reason for that improvement was there was about a 21% positive result in CalPERS in 21-22. It takes a couple years for that to flow through to the county. I'm sorry, that was 2021, that positive result. And related to that is the unfunded liability. So that percentage translated into dollars is basically, you can see the gap between what we owe to our pensioners and what we have in the bank. It was $239 million last year, $197 million in 23-24. And that does definitely, those gaps translate into the cost of county pensions, that chart. The bigger the gap, the higher the steeper those numbers are going to be. So in 18-19 to 23-24, that's over 20% increase. And you can see it moderates over the next couple years. One thing to consider is in 24-25, the results are going to be based on the 21-22 CalPERS result of -6%. So we're going to definitely see some changes and probably steepening in these curves. We do have a pension policy, pension management policy. We have a pension trust fund that allows us to stabilize some of those additional costs. And we very likely will be using that in 23-24 to some degree, that pension trust fund. Another key challenge / opportunity, our state and federal budget. So the state budget process goes in stages. The governor's budget was released on January 10th, and there's of course, a process that unfolds toward the adopted budget, usually in June, and that's going to include a May revise of the governor's budget, as well as committees and conference activity on the part of the legislature before the governor actually signs the budget in June. So a long ways to go with potentially some major changes depending on how the economy looks. Up to this point, there's greatly reduced revenue assumptions. So between $18 billion and $24 billion budget gap on the part of the state. And that January 10th budget, the governor's budget, was balanced by a lot of, I think people call them gimmicks and tricks to some degree. But there's some delays, there's some trigger payments. So if revenues don't increase, then certain things will drop out of the budget funding. And primarily focused on one-time temporary augmentations that were in the previous budgets. Preserves, the governor doesn't touch the reserves, so those reserves stay fairly stable in case there is a recession. We think the state's fairly well poised depending on the degree of recession, but there is no recession scenario in the governor's budget or the legislative analyst's office at this point. And the federal budget hasn't begun in earnest. The president's budget is due in February. We know there's some continued debate over the debt limit right now, which that could feed into the budget. The debt they're using what they call extraordinary measures right now to pay bills. Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, outlined that, and those measures are going to essentially be exhausted by June or July of this year. at which time there's hopefully will be an agreement on the debt limit. But that whole discussion and debate going into the 23-24 federal budget, we'll have to see how that plays out. The other challenge for us this year is the uncertain economic outlook. There are recessions forecasts. The most recent reviews I've seen are that 70% of economists think there will be a recession based on Wall Street Journal and Barron's. But those ranges are pretty varied, from a mild recession or soft landing to a hard landing or more severe. The headwinds that might lead us into recession include high inflation, and that's been moderating recently. The Federal Reserve has been tightening, increasing interest rates has had an impact. And then we also have the war in Ukraine, that some of those supply issues have been smoothed out, but still kind of a shock to the economy. And then global economic challenges, including China, might affect the U.S. as well. Federal tightening and high interest rates have stalled the housing market. We saw our local numbers, and definitely we're seeing the result of that. But we're still competitive in the job market, particularly. We're still seeing some of the lowest unemployment. We've had our last December number for the county was 2.7%, 3.5% nationally. And those are still, considered full employment by economists. But we have seen a lot of layoffs in certain industries like the tech sector, Google, Amazon, others. Somewhat the ones that have ramped up over COVID are now laying people off. But definitely those are some headwinds for us. And demand for services is still strong, but demand for goods is really has declined. So the county, in the numbers I showed you, we're not estimating a recession at this point, but we do believe we're poised. You saw the fund balance numbers, both the general fund and other departments, major departments. And so we think we are, and we're watching closely and monitoring and vigilant about it, but that's where we are right now. So we've covered quite a bit of our agenda, and the last thing I wanted to share with you was just the next steps in the 23-24 budget process. So you can see, first of all, these are the dates. We have already done the request for staffing changes. We're due. Those are going to be incorporated in budgets coming up here. Budget training has happened. Barry Anderson, thanks a lot for having an open office hours for new folks that aren't familiar with the budget. We're in the Board of Supervisors workshop right now. Key dates to get some guidance going forward. And then budget kickoff is next week, February 1st. Budget Subcommittee, Hardy and Ed, thank you for your participation there. The chair and the vice chair will participate from April 21st through May 12th. We have the budget hearing scheduled on June 20th and budget adoption on June 27th. I wanted to finally bring to you our proposed budget policies for this year. Each year we bring to this workshop budget policies that are then adopted by the board in the upcoming, I think it's going to be February 7th, where you're going to see these budget policies. We have had some modest changes to this budget policy. For example, we've had COVID was mentioned in here for the last couple years. We have removed any mention of COVID or consideration of COVID. We don't think that's specifically going to impact our budget, although we do still have, looking at Ryan there in public health, for example, still has activity, but we don't think it's going to be fiscally challenged. The other big one here is item number 4, which is a request for staffing change. We just put some guidance in here about staffing. So this is an addition. You see their recommended staffing changes will be guided by a staffing philosophy that reflects fiscal prudence, sustainability, the need to staff appropriately to meet core service needs. Special consideration will be given to state and federal mandates, and staffing to support grants and new state and federal funding, and use limited term employees where possible. All requests will consider revenue to cover the cost of the position and indirect and overhead costs, and a reasonable expectation there will be ongoing funding stream. So really, definitely knowing that there is going to be some staffing impacts of, for example, grants, but we want to be very careful and thoughtful in how we apply those new staff. Not much change to the rest of these budget policies, so I'm not going to review them in detail. But again, we will be bringing these to the February 7th meeting. And that's all I got for you. I definitely could not have done this without major assistance from all of the fiscal staff in the county, auditor, controller, human resource staff, the CEO team, and county management team. So any questions and comments would be welcomed at this point.
And yes, I want to let the supervisors know we've have put in 15 minutes for conversation. So there's plenty, the clock has been reset. So you have time to talk to Martin about this.
Always confusing and complicated and fascinating and wonderful presentation. I wanted to go back to your slide with the general fund balance forecast, 18, where you are forecasting where we are with respect to our target minimum for our, what do you call them, the reserves?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got something.
Thank you, Heidi.
So the question I have is, you know, obviously our goal is to stay at the target, keep our reserves more or less at the target, not too far below. If we have to go below, above is good. But my question is, can you be clear with us, because I think this will come up later when we're talking about where we're going to put funds. If we go under that line, if we end up allocating funding for the next year that puts us below that reserve, if we make that choice, what are the consequences? I know in some cases, there are things that affect our rating as a county or our ability to get good interest rates on loans. Is this target balance one of those hard lines, or is this a little bit soft for us?
And Supervisor Hall, if I could just add, ask Martin to provide clarification of the methodology used, because this is very conservative forecast and does not account for additional grants, positive year end, as well as vacancy savings. And so maybe you could talk a little bit about those projections as well. Thanks, Martin.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor Hall and Allison, both. Yeah, the minimum target, 30%, is in the S&P documentation about you get a bonus if you are at 30%, meaning we would, you know, all other things being equal, we would get the best interest rate from our bankers and bond investors. There's definitely some fluidity there. That's only one piece of the county's complete S&P rating, so that's something to consider. There are other things as well. So that is a target. The other thing Allison mentioned is this assumes that every year we break even. There are no additions to the general fund. You saw about $2.8 million positive in 21-22. We don't know where we're going to be in 22-23, but I think the factor Allison mentioned was the vacancy savings. You know, we budget for full staff and we always have vacancies. We review very carefully when there's an open position. Do we need to fill it? Obviously, there's going to be a lag time. So there's definitely, in that conservative vein, that element in there. The other piece here, we do plan to come back to the board each year. You know, if something changes in the next year that's either positive or adverse, we would be bringing back to the board, you know, with the various projects and asking for your guidance again for funding. So this assumes that there's a large number of projects that move forward without any further consideration, all, you know, basically in lockstep. So that's another conservative element to it. So I think the point I want to bring up is, one, it is conservative in that respect, that we might have year-end positive results at least some of these years. And just the fact that we're going to be calibrating and thoughtfully working through these projects, not all at once. So we'll be coming back to the board. Yeah, that's my comment.
So I'm hearing that there would be some punishment potentially for going below that line, but there are other mitigating factors, and there's uncertainty about where additional money might still come in. But can you give us any more guidance in terms of how far below that line we could go before it really hurts us in terms of these other standards?
I mean, I can say that, I mean, again, a lot of uncertainty, but that the large green area in the bottom there, that really is our recession money. And so if we, that's basically, if we ever got into our recessionary money and we wouldn't have funds for a lot of these other key assignment areas. I mean, it really is a balancing. I don't want to give you, harsh or strong caution necessarily, but it's just something to think about, that we have a lot going on in the county, and then these projects represent just some of, you can see there at the bottom, the capital facilities, public safety, stuff going on at the sheriff, capital projects, information systems, and board priorities. We have a lot going on that kind of builds up to use these funds. But we'll talk more that there are funds of it, they're potentially, given that, depending on how much caution used, there are some funds available, and the ARPA funds, for example, come to mind, which we'll talk a little more about in the last year as well.
Question along the same lines. So I understand what you're describing here is essentially the most conservative or worst case scenario, with expenditures for the tier 1 priorities being 100% approved, right? So there's priorities in that big 105 priority sheet that are tier 1 that Martin's assuming we're just going to approve summarily for 24, 25, so on. So that's really discretionary spending that what we're looking at here would be considered totally spent. That's another piece that we're looking at, that discretionary spending could be spooled back a little bit in relation to the actuals we get year over year.
Yes. Well said.
And just one more quick question. On slide 14, the general fund assignment, the facilities planning at 5.7 and 5.6 for justice services. I was just curious, could you just, Martin, just briefly describe what would be contained within those buckets?
So facilities planning, we, and I think you're going to see a lot more of this, and then maybe tomorrow in the facilities presentation. There's a 5-year projection. There are 2 main components. One is the deferred maintenance, and you'll see a big, significant portion of that 5.7 is just maintaining our buildings and our property. And the other piece to that, just ADA is, for example, a huge component of that capital facilities in this priority 1. There's, I believe it's $15 million total if we were to do all those countywide projects. So those are a couple of the big pieces.
Big ones. And when the term planning, it's actually just facilities. It could be planning, i.e. studies.
Thank you. Yeah, it definitely is the facilities, right? And then justice services, is that, I think, was your second. Yeah, definitely the sheriff has outlined another wide array of significant projects, the jail medical unit, the dispatch and training center, definitely some capital projects that need to be done there. So there's a wide range in the justice area that those would go towards.
Okay. And then final question on the pension cost, the unfunded liability portion where we had that decrease or that positive trend, but I'm not totally clear. You're seeing that as maybe reversing because the actual aerials that we get from state fund have a 4-year lag. So we're thinking that the downturn we're experiencing now are going to have negative future effects on that graph.
That's correct, Supervisor Bullock. Yeah, I believe it's a 3-year lag. It's confusing to me, so hopefully I can explain it. But the numbers that and costs and numbers that you saw there for 23-24 are based on the 2021 result. 2021 results, which were significantly positive, 21%. In 21-22, CalPERS saw a -6%. We're gonna see those in 24-25, and then whatever happens this year will happen in 25-26. So definitely, we're gonna see some deterioration in 24-25 based on the 21-22 result.
recommendation to the assignment. General fund assignments, a little confusing to me. I know you explained it. Other assignments and unassigned 12.2 million currently. 9.5 million unassigned. So basically that's where most of the recommended reassignments are going. There's no impact on the general fund.
Right,
Is there
no
an-
impact
Is
on
there
the-
an impact on the restricted portion of it?
There is no impact on the restricted portion. Yeah, we're basically moving money from the assigned area to the unassigned area. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't find these slides here.
What is
Yeah.
an unassigned area?
So an unassigned area is in, yeah, I'm not gonna even try to.
Sorry, Mark.
I apologize, I'm having a challenge here.
Page 10.
But yeah, the unassigned area is going to be anything that's not assigned. So yeah, there you go. So the assigned areas are what you see here, general purpose. We have like, that's 10% of our general fund expenditures. The board priorities is based on the TOT assigned for that. The facility, yeah, it's anything that's left over.
But unassigned, does it mean it's not restricted?
It means it's not restricted,
Okay.
correct.
And when
Yeah.
we put it into assigned, it becomes restricted.
It does not become restricted. Yeah. So
I would define it more as an earmark because the board always has authority to redirect the general fund allocations. So the assignments are more of an earmark for projects and planning purposes.
And I think we recognize that. But if you you move 5 million into justice, that almost makes it restricted.
I mean, the board has authority to change, yeah. But you're right. I mean, that's what we're asking the board to do. We've talked over the last year or so about the significant need in the justice area, and that's where that's.
Those reassignments are needed for those capital projects that we've been looking at.
Right.
And then Martin, you may want to speak to, or Sheriff Moon, that the justice dollars in general fund is also tied to our federal population and Wayne Brown in terms of reimbursement. And so we have earmarked those dollars specifically.
Yeah,
Earmark them to go back to the justice, not general fund.
Yeah, correct.
Justice service general.
Correct. So the Federal Marshal Fund is that fund in which we house federal pretrial detainees, folks that are in the federal system pending adjudication. So they're not, they're specific to a criminal event on a federal level. So throughout the state, there are several counties that have contracts with the federal government for these contracts. And it's a daily bed rate that we get. That funding goes into the funds in which we use to do a lot of our building upgrades. There's not enough to do all of them. And again, we try to ensure that the funding that we have in that special revenue fund is used for those particular instances to improve the public safety of Nevada County.
I just, that was a good question because I just want to be sure, because when you look at other general fund, it says federal marshal jail beds, right? But it's in under general fund. That's what our question was. It does go into the justice fund when it moves that direction.
Yeah, and a lot of that is negotiated. It's not a 100% draw from that fund. It's based off of conversations on where those priorities are for the projects, because there are many.
Does that help, Supervisor?
It's clear to me, Martin.
I mean, I'm definitely happy to further discuss any of
No.
this material.
We'll be back on Friday for the fund direction discussion as well. So we'll go ahead and wrap up this, and you're not going away because you get to sit in this next panel, because the next panel is going to be core services, which Ariel will lead. And so we're going to invite up Ryan Groover, Steve Monahan, Tricia Tillotson, and Martin gets to stay. You can give that to Ariel. She might be, or I don't know if you're going to be sitting down or standing, Ariel. All right, we'll turn it over to you. Excuse me.
Okay. Okay. Oh, core service definition slide. Okay. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Sarah. Okay. Okay, this is very excited to be here with the agency heads here. And Ariel, thanks so much for your coordination of this segment as well. Really important for us to describe a little more about the core services and the impact of core services within various agencies. So we've seen this definition of core services. I won't go into that, but I wanted to mention the budget that we have, the $331 million. Approximately 90% of that budget goes into services that we're describing here, core services. About 10%, I mean, definitely the board priorities are extremely important to us, and but the people on the ground in social services and behavioral health, HHSA and CDA roads, generally are working on a lot of core services. So that's what we're talking about here today, and some core themes that you're going to hear from this esteemed team. Number one, a continued focus on customer service, communications, and collaboration, both within the county and outside the county for various operations. So that's going to be a theme. The other major theme is increase in service demands on these various agencies. And a couple of reasons for that. Unfunded mandates is one. We saw that big chunk of realignment that continues to grow, state realigned programs. We also have emergency response. That's been a huge challenge over the last few years for all of the agencies. And we have legislation we're trying to follow, and it's been dynamic and changing. And altogether, the dynamic nature of core services, especially over the last few years with COVID, now we're faced with a new set of challenges, including a potential recession, trying to follow state and federal funds. And it's really challenging for departments to meet those demands in some ways, but they're great opportunities. And so the service impacts on staffing is the other theme that you're going to hear today. We definitely use a wide range of workforce tools, such as consultants. We have a lot significant temporary staff and permanent staff, so that we are fluid and flexible in meeting these changing core service needs. But with that, I'm going to hand it off to Ariel to kick off the discussion.
Let's hang out here. Thanks, Martin, and thank you to our agency directors. And because we're streaming this, I'm just going to make sure I actually fully introduce you all. So thank you to Sheriff Shannon Moon. Thanks to Tricia Tillotson, our Community Development Agent Director, Ryan Groover, our Health and Human Services Director, and Steve Monahan, Information and General Services Director, and also our Chief Information Officer, for being with us today. We're going to ask each of our panelists to answer this question and ask each of you to take about 8 minutes in doing so, and then we'll have about 25 minutes for discussion and conversation with the board, and I'll provide a little recap as well. So just to get us started, and Tricia, I'm going to ask to start with you, if that's okay. Can you talk about the outlook and goals for the delivery of your agency's core services and what threats and opportunities are impacting that?
Sure. Thank you, Ariel, for the opportunity to talk about our core services. So our focus this next year in CDA is really core services and then customer service and communication. So core services represent really the majority of CDA's $66+ million annual budget. This may sound like a lot of money, but a big part of that funding is very specific.
and it's not discretionary. So it's for planned infrastructure improvements such as bridges, road maintenance, public works core services like bus service, solid waste, wastewater, road maintenance. And then there's also development services, which are really paid for directly by applicants. There's also ag oversight and services, environmental health services for restaurants, closed landfills, water systems, et cetera. And then, of course, code and cannabis compliance. It can vary by year, but these non-core services can also fluctuate, depending on community issues and needs. But they do have a direct impact on our core services, right? So just something to keep in mind as we're talking about goals for next year. I mentioned customer service and communication was another goal of CDA. Customer service in general was one of our goals last year, and we're really continuing that with more of a focus on communication. We've made some significant improvements the past couple years, but there's still a lot more to be done. And a large part of that is improving our communication with staff, with leadership, meaning the board and everyone involved at the county and the community. So we aim to improve public education and outreach on things that we do and things that we don't do. We also invite suggestions from anyone and realize that change can often include the entire community. We also acknowledge that some folks may never be pleased with our services, right? Nobody's that happy to come in and have to get a permit. But with our focus on continuing to improve customer service and improve our processes, making them easier and more understandable, we hope that folks will see that we're really trying to put our customers first. At the same time, managing customer expectations is also key. So these customer service improvements can take time, but in the long run, it will help increase staff capacity and make us more efficient. You mentioned challenges. So some of our challenges that I know Martin mentioned earlier are unfunded mandates. We have gas tax concerns, and then there's a number of emergency events that we've dealt with over the last year, as well as workforce challenges. So I was going to just touch on all of those elements. So unfunded mandates specifically for CDA include things such as Senate Bill 1383 that I know we've already heard about today, and that's really, how are we going to comply with the organic collection, processing, and purchasing requirements? We're working on compliance with that, and the board should be hearing about one piece of that solution, which is the McCourtney Road Transfer Station. Hopefully that'll be coming to your next board meeting, awarding a contract. But other specific requirements, there's just not a market for some of the requirements to comply with. So as such, we're continuing to work with our legislative advocates and the state on that one. Electric vehicle mandates continue to also be a struggle to comply with. For example, we've purchased 2 electric buses, and we're hoping to see them in a couple years. I said years, yeah, believe it or not. Just talking to our building director earlier today, he has to order a new truck. That's going to take a year just because of supply issues. Also, there's no practical heavy equipment options yet for complying with CARB requirements. That's California Air Resource Board air quality requirements. So the positive side of this is we did receive a grant working with Nevada County Transportation Commission to prepare a request for proposals to do an alternative fuel study. So hopefully that'll be coming to the board soon. We're also hoping that it'll help inform us on where we want to go in the future. So it's not all gloom and doom, but there's challenges that I want the board to understand. We also continue to work with our legislative advocates on this and the state to really represent our rural issues. We're not alone in this. Many counties in California are struggling. Gas tax issues also continue to be a concern, really due to the number of electric vehicles that keep being added, which is a great thing, but then that means our gas tax, which is really the primary funding source for maintaining roads, is decreasing. So we're working with Caltrans on this study that they're doing. How are we going to plug that hole in the future and really maintain our roadways? Emergency events also have increased dramatically and have a significant impact on our staff capacity. Really, it doesn't end when the event ends. Environmental health, building and code, and fiscal staff, as well as public works staff, have to continue to clean up and do repair work, often years after an event happens. You may have heard we just received funding for an event several years ago, so it does take time. It is good to know that anytime an event is activated or occurs, the impacts to the agency can cause significant delays in core services and board objectives. That's just something to keep in mind. And we saw that with just Stormageddon. You know, our road crew spent a lot of time removing trees. That delayed our summer maintenance, believe it or not, because it put us back about a month. So definitely these events impact us and our ability to do our work. I also mentioned workforce challenges. So this past year, CDA ended up recruiting for 84 positions. A lot of those were temp positions, but it just shows you that's out of about 150 positions total that we have. We've had to do a lot of recruitment. Some of those have been more challenging than others. For example, the public works director position, bus driver positions, wastewater, planning, and fleet mechanic positions, for example, have been challenging to recruit for and retain staff. I really do think this is due to you know, low unemployment rates, which are great things, but it can make it difficult for us to bring in new employees. I do want to shout out to HR. They've greatly improved the process for bringing on new staff, so that's been a definite improvement. However, temps continue to be a challenge for us to continue to fill. Consultants are also challenging to find because they're having the same issues, believe it or not. Really, my solution here is just to continue to remain flexible with the changing job market, adjusting our consultant use based on availability, not relying on temp positions for those positions where the job market can't support it, and then adjusting staff levels if needed. We also need to be strategic in the grants that we apply for because this has a direct impact on staff capacity. As Martin had mentioned, you know, we're very mindful on what grants we apply for and which ones we don't. Really, just to quickly summarize solutions and actions, we're focusing on core services, we're focusing on customer service and communication, we're continuing our legislative advocacy, and we aim for compliance where we can, and we're adjusting our programs as needed, strategically applying for grants, keeping in mind available resources. Whew, I made it, sorry.
Thanks so much, Tricia. Yes, and you even have 5 seconds. So Ryan, we can go to you next and you can take an extra 3 seconds.
Really generous, thank you. The clock's stressing me out already. So I think you're going to hear a lot thematically of overlap with Tricia. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about core services. It's new this year. I think we could spend several days talking about it, and really just we'll hit on the highlights. As Martin was saying, in terms of the level of funding, we are an arm of the state. We serve around 28,000 customers with direct service and health and human services. And that's the bulk of what our staff do on a day in, day out basis. I want to talk about challenges and opportunities, which really are one and the same. The challenges that we're facing are also opportunities if we handle them correctly. And then I also will talk a little bit about what we're doing to address them. So the first thing I want to talk about is reforms and unfunded mandates. Similar to what Tricia was saying, I think the biggest one that you've all heard about quite a bit already is CalAIM, which is the largest healthcare reform really in a generation. And it's coming from a really good place of wanting to move to a whole person care model where we recognize that your healthcare is about more than just the medication that you're receiving. That where you sleep at night, whether you have a safe living environment, those types of things are part and parcel to your healthcare. I'm sorry, my mic going in and out here. So CalAIM is exciting because it's going to be able to allow us to bill for a lot of those things that we previously weren't allowed to do. But it's also a huge transformation of the healthcare system. And then there are several others that are happening at the same time. A lot of things that piled up during the pandemic in terms of reform have come back in force and are happening all at the same time. So Care Court is another one that we've advocated strongly for and got a better outcome, but still is coming. The way behavioral health is transforming into a managed care plan on the substance use side of the world, so they become responsible for a much broader array of healthcare for the people that suffer with addiction in our community. A lot of it really is piling on behavioral health, so that's something to be cognizant of in coming years, is just the extent to which behavioral health is stressed and stretched by all these reforms. In terms of unfunded mandates, I think it's a characteristic of this administration that they're very savvy and they know that if they come right out and mandate something, they have to pay for it. And I'll relay a little anecdote from when Supervisor Hook and I went down to the governor's meeting regarding homelessness. Many counties and large city councils were speaking with one voice that we really need consistent mandated services from the state. And the governor expressed, well, I've investigated that. And the finance told me if I mandate services, then I have to pay you to do them. And that's really revealing, and it touches on a lot of their approach to reforms. Instead of coming out and telling us we have to do stuff, they're telling us you can have this thing you really want, but in order to have that, you have to embrace these complicated reforms for which there may not be funding. So a great example, which we can talk about more potentially on the homeless side, there's something known as the IMD waiver. You may have heard people say that Reagan, when he closed mental institutions, contributed to homelessness. They are pursuing a waiver to allow us to, that's an oversimplistic view of that, but they're pursuing a waiver to allow us to actually bill Medi-Cal for that. But we have to embrace all these reforms in order to do that, which means it's something we really want. There's a great opportunity in that, but the heavy lift of getting there without funding to do so, it's really the way this administration seems to be approaching reforms like this. Another issue, community demands, going to what Tricia said about Snowmageddon as an example. I think it's both great that we're responding to these community demands, and it creates a stretch on staff. I'll relay. I wasn't spying on staff, but I heard people having a conversation who lived just across the county border, reflecting on the difference in the way their county had responded to that. They were down Highway 20. I won't name the county, but I think basically nothing was being done. And here on the social services side, which is where these staff worked, we were manning 211. We were going out to trailer parks, doing all these things. It's why people want to work in our county and live in our county, but it also takes them away from their day-to-day duties in a way that really stretches. Continued impacts of the pandemic. Several people have pointed to me today, and as the COVID guy, definitely public health is still handling the direct impacts of the pandemic, and we have more people nationally dying daily than even in the most severe flu season. So public health is very much still focused on protecting the vulnerable. Beyond that, I think you all know that the state of emergency from the state is expiring, and there are going to be large impacts of that going forward as well. So one thing I want to put on the board's radar is that with social services in particular, a lot of the expanded benefits and the easier access to benefits that they've had over the last 3 years will be expiring at the end of February. And that's a really large impact. With our CalFresh program, we have people that have been receiving the maximum benefit, an expanded emergency benefit for the last 3 years, and that will be going away. A net or an average impact for the 6,000 people that are in that program of $177 per month times 6,000. So that impact is about $1.1 million in this county per month. So that's going to be a deep impact that will have an economic development impact, as well as you can imagine the lowest income families losing that much money each month is going to be significant. And then access to healthcare. People have been kept in Medi-Cal without having to renew that, and that's going to change and have an impact on workload as well as people's access to health insurance. Finally, workforce, similar recruitment challenges. Some of them are statewide, especially with clinical and professional staff where you compete with private sector. So nurses, therapists, a lot of effort and a lot of great movement with the county to do all we can to recruit into those positions. Our staff are being asked to collaborate and work across borders a lot more, which is a great opportunity, but also a much expanded role for a county eligibility worker, for example, who typically, or in the past, make sure you're eligible for benefits, and now there's much more collaboration across county departments. I think what we're doing to address these challenges, we're really trying to center the needs of our customers, make sure we are an integrated agency and they don't have to walk in the right door, make sure we're meeting them where they are in terms of equity, strategically embracing all these opportunities. So there's a lot of challenges coming down the road with all these reforms, and we have to be willing to look at them, not just how can we absorb this and mitigate this, but how do we need to change? How do we need to evolve as an organization to fully realize the opportunities with CalAIM or CareCourt? Fiscal forecasting and analysis, we have very robust forecasting tools. We have a lot of fund balance in HHSA. It's not always in the right places. And every time we're making a funding decision, we're running that through models to see what's going to happen in a recession. Are we able to afford this? Striking a balance between contracted services and county services. We'll talk more about that when we get to homelessness as well. What are the right roles and where does it make sense for us to be the direct service provider versus a contractor? And then communication and telling our story. So just reflecting on yesterday's board meeting regarding the ranch house, I think we can do a much better job getting out there in a proactive way, getting in front of issues. Excited for the help of Caleb and the CEO's office in doing that. And it's time that we're telling the story on our own terms and letting people know what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I'll stop there, and I have 15 seconds almost left over. So sorry
Thanks
about
so much. And I know the clock is new this year and it's kind of driving it, but we really wanted to make sure we have that time. So we hopefully we'll get a little more comfortable with it, but it does help us to stay on track and make sure we have that time for discussion for the board. So Sheriff Moon, can you talk about the outlook and goals for the delivery of your agency services and what threats and opportunities you see?
Absolutely. Thank you. I asked Steve, you're next. And he said, no, you're next. I said, well, how do you know? He said, I wrote the program. I could have talked with him before. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, when I sat before this board in 2019 after getting elected, there were a few of you in the room, I know. When I reflect back on that workshop and not really knowing what to expect in the 4 years of my first term, you know, I looked at my PowerPoint presentation and I looked at what I represented to you then was about change. It was about looking at how do we show up for services in law enforcement with a mindset of care, compassion, um, understanding that we meet people on the worst days of their lives, and how can we be a part of the solutions for folks. And most of the law enforcement staff I know at the sheriff's office and definitely regionally within our communities here in Nevada County, we have some of the absolute best folks that are working for us. I will say, I think of that first term, the biggest thing that I think I've been able to accomplish is I think I have a good picker. And the staff that I have in my command staff have been phenomenal, truly, in exercising and making sure that the vision that I have of showing up in caring and compassion for our community is delivered every single day. And when we look at when we don't show up, say in perfection, because perfection is something that I've never been able to find, but that we look at continually ways in which we can improve. So when I look at our core services and how important they are for the safety of a community in law enforcement, in that level of hopefully first prevention to prevent someone from having to go through being a victim of a crime or being a suspect of a crime. Prevention of our services, I think is probably the most important thing we can look at. And beyond that prevention, it's that response, that timely response, that professional response in showing up and saying, and the vision I have for my command staff is when you show up, when our staff show up, I want the community to say, thank goodness the Nevada County Sheriff's Office is here. Not, oh, look at what's going to happen next. The cops are here. Thank goodness that the Nevada County Sheriff's Office has responded. And again, when we look at law enforcement services across the community, culturally, we're jurisdictional. So it depends on where you're literally standing on which services you're going to get. It doesn't matter what kind of crime you have. If you're in an incorporated area, you're going to get the response of a municipal police department, or if you're in the unincorporated area, you're going to get the response from a sheriff's office. And when you're in crisis, you don't care who shows up, you just want help. So making sure that that vision is delivered through the command staff, through the operations of our office, I think are extremely important. What we've also, as our core services, is I think one of the other really important functions that your sheriff's office provides is the office of the coroner. Very important position to have and to deliver the service of determining manner of death for a family, for a community. We contract with a doctor for a pathology for that cause of death. So what we saw legislatively this last year was a real push from the legislation to separate the office of the coroner and the sheriff's office. And in the 58 counties that we have in California, there are 10 counties that do have them separated already. But there are 48 counties that have them connected. And typically the reason for the connection is because of a smaller community, a smaller rural environment where you have law enforcement out 24/7. They're already out in the community and can respond and determine that manner of death for a community. We're taking care of our decedents, their remains and their property. I cannot think of a more noble profession than being able to say, I'm taking care of your family members' remains and your property. And the reason why a lot of sheriff's offices were given that designation was because of the problems that happen when we don't have professionals doing that job. There was a lot of theft. There was a lot of things going on that we came to our law enforcement and we said, you're problem solvers, you're there, we trust you, we'd like you to do that service. So, you know, looking at the threat of that potential legislation, we think it will come back. So that is a huge, heavy lift for a county to stand up an entire division, a 24/7 division, and provide that for a community. The you know, the care and custody of our incarcerated population, and those are our community members. And I had a conversation with the governor several years ago, right after I got elected, and we were in a big room. There were several sheriffs in the room, and someone had on his staff had said something about incarcerated people like they were a different, not part of that community. And I said, excuse me, those are our community members. They just happen to be incarcerated. And in order to provide those services as your sheriff and the staff, the incredible staff that work inside corrections, and understanding that role that they have, I think the recognition that those are sheriff's office employees and we're allowing access. It's a big part of our services is to allow access for the people that understand and know how to give treatment, to give that treatment for our population that's incarcerated. What keeps me awake at night and the biggest challenge that we have, and it's across our country, it's in our region, is recruitment for law enforcement. We are starting to see, it doesn't matter which agency you're looking at, all agencies are hurting for people wanting to come into our profession. And I think the biggest takeaway for me is making sure that we provide a culture in our agency. It was the mayors and the city managers. Sean's still here. Providing that culture where they want to come to work and they want to work for an agency and they want to work in a community that supports them. And the only way you get that is by showing up and having that relationship. And I'll leave it at that. That the most important thing for us to do is continue with our relationships, building those, creating new ones as we go forward with not just the community members, but our making sure that we're a big part of the county and the collaboration that we have with all the departments, because we certainly have skill sets, but like I said, we need the assistance from all of my partners here to ensure that the core services are at their best. And I'll leave it at that. It's down to zeros.
Thanks, Sheriff Moon. And actually, Steve volunteered to go last in case we were low on time. So it was very valiant that he asked me to switch the order. So, Steve, but you can have your 8 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about information and general services, which is comprised of about 10 business units or lines of business and 10 budgets across our agency. And if you look at it between facilities, purchasing, and IT, and then OES, IGS is involved. We have our finger in pretty much every pie in the county in regards to major projects that are going on and in the delivery of most of the core service at some level. So I was talking to a peer of mine at San Luis Obispo, and they did a study on how many services does the county actually deliver. And they came up with 775 unique services that San Luis Obispo delivers. Now, we're a county just like SLO, so I would say we're pretty similar. We have the same breadth, maybe not at the scale, but the same variety. But we do snow, so I think we're 776 services, right? Every single one of those services uses a piece of technology or software nowadays. Can't do it without it. Even fixing a pothole, the request comes in from the citizen online or a mobile app. They don't use technology to actually put asphalt in the hole, but they do track it. And the asphalt was purchased with a piece of technology, and the vendor was paid with a piece of technology. So that's the breadth of what IS does. IS manages 300 or 3,000 unique devices across our organization, and then all the software that services all those services. We look at facilities. We do big projects from building the operations center for public works, to purchasing and upgrading property for Ryan and HHSA and the sheriff, to manning and maintaining 530,000 square feet of facilities across about 39 different locations. So I was gonna, before I go into the challenges, I was gonna mention a few core services that we perform out of IGS that you may not be aware of. So we do film permitting. So we're in the permitting business too. We collect PEG fees, which are cable TV fees from our franchise partners, Comcast and Suddenlink, that pay for the streaming that's happening right now out of this meeting. We do postage and mailing. We do internal mail delivery between the buildings. We manage a park, a ball field, restrooms, and a fishing pond. We answer the county general phone line. When citizens don't know who to call, they call the general line. We take care of that. We generate energy. It's saving about $7 million over 20 years, and $1 million a year once that's all paid off. And we offer, we coordinate free legal service in the library. So it's a very wide variety. And if I were to look at it, 80 to 85% of our budget and our staff, nothing but keep the lights on and deliver those cores. We look at these big projects like Operations Center or other facility projects or IT projects that we're doing. That really is only like 15% of our effort. It gets all the glory in the press, but it really is only a small portion of the day-to-day activity that our staff accomplish. And that brings it to staff. So our biggest priority, our biggest challenge, our biggest opportunity is staffing. And we have a great HR department. They're really moving things forward, and we appreciate them. And attracting technical people, like the sheriff said, attracting law enforcement people, and I think Chris should have talked about technical people, and I know Ryan has talked about that. That's our number one challenge in the rural area up here is getting those people. We don't have much of a problem retaining people once they figure out what a great organization the county is to work at and a community to live in. But getting them here can be a challenge. Infrastructure atrophy is a big challenge for us. So we have, like I said, 530,000 square feet of facility. Every 5 years, something needs to happen, right? They have to be painted, they have to have roofs, they have to have HVAC. The parking lots need to be. And what we're seeing as a challenge is we'll get grants, which are fantastic, or we'll get a big project that'll buy something, improve something. That adds to our overall inventory. But in 5 years, that has to be maintained or replaced or upgraded. So we think about the airport. We have a fabulous airport. We had a big grant that paved all sorts of areas where planes can be parked. Well, all has to be replaced now. Very expensive. During COVID, we got $500,000 in CARES money, which was great to enable a remote workforce, which is the new reality that we need for our modern workforce. And if all that IT infrastructure to do that, well, in 5 years, all that IT infrastructure needs to be replaced. Ages out, that's the life cycle on it. Going down, keep going, landscape vegetation projects, same thing. We get the big grants to do the vegetation projects, and we're like, well, how do we maintain them? So it's the sustainability of our expansion. And I think we have to be very thoughtful when we add on to our inventory, we buy buildings or we do these big projects, is well, how are we going to maintain those over their life cycle and into the future? Some of the things that we're working on in the agency, our main goals is maturity, maturing out our systems and processes as an organization of not how we deliver the service, but how we manage ourselves as a business. We're doing a lot of work in the high performing organization model that the county and the CEO's office is pushing. Really great. It's helping out. It's really energizing staff. We're doing a lot of long range strategic planning and fiscal planning for each of our units so that we can look out, 5 to 15 years and see what do we need to replace that infrastructure, how are we going to plan for it. We're trying to modernize our workforce and develop our workforce because boomers like me are all retiring, and the new workforce has different expectations. They want remote work, they want flex work, they want an environment, they want to be connected to the mission. We want to do meaningful, impactful work. And we have to adjust as an organization to do that because, again, they're the ones who deliver our core services. And without quality staff, we want to be the organization that we are. That's it.
I think we did maybe successfully work through all the batteries on all the mics. So, but just to recap, every year we begin this workshop with our fiscal stability and core services objective, and that begins with Martin's awesome presentation, as again he delivered this year on that fiscal picture. But this year we wanted to bring a little more light and color to the core services portion of that. And I think that, as we were listening to our agency directors share, it became apparent that even as our commitment to core services is fundamental and unchanging, inherent to what we do, those core services are in fact very dynamic in response to changing mandates, emerging health, financial, or environmental crises, and acuity. So I also wanted to mention that although we just have our 4 agency directors here today, I was also able to communicate with our other elected officials, our clerk recorder, our auditor controller, our DA, and so forth, really to gain their insight. And so I just wanted to take 1 minute before we move into the discussion portion actually it'll be more than 1 minute. Don't start the clock. To kind of summarize the themes that we've seen emerge in these areas and really kind of trying to group them into 4 key themes. And the first, and you probably could name these, and we heard these in the comments from some of you supervisors this morning, thank you, and also from some of our jurisdictional partners. But really at the top of those themes, I think we see workforce and staff capacity. So not only is valuing our employees a core value, but meeting workforce challenges is a theme across our organization. A focus on organizational development and becoming a high-performing organization is supporting our retention and workforce development and fostering empowerment and accountability for our employees. In some respects, we've heard some shout outs to our HR. We're out in front, such as implementing flex schedules and telework practices and managing those well for efficiency. But we also see opportunities, as Steve mentioned, to modernize our human resource practices. Addressing staff capacity also means identifying appropriate compensation and staffing levels that are needed to address these mandates and address the increasing acuity and service demands and build the right balance between county delivered services and services delivered by our contracted partners. A second theme that emerges is funding and fiscal stewardship. So both funding and risk can come like tidal waves, and we need to be strategic about how we ride that wave and capture those dollars while they're available, but also make sure that we don't come crashing down on the other side. So balance that in a sustainable way. We know there's significant funding available and coming, and you'll be hearing about grants throughout the workshop and planning around the true opportunities and the resources needed to apply for and sustain and implement those grants. So fiscal stewardship being key here, and we see fiscal forecasting and analysis getting really more sophisticated throughout our agency, not only in the work that you see from Martin, but also our departments and agencies individually. And just acknowledging those steps to prepare for economic changes as we manage fund balances and grant funding. The third area to, I think, bucket is really strategic planning. So needing to keep our plans up to date, as Tricia mentioned, ensuring that those plans are up to date so that we can align those with funding opportunities, but also balancing being nimble so that we can address opportunities as they emerge. Considerations on how we pace the organization emerge as well. And some other themes aligning around the needs of our customers. How do we really meet folks where they are, continuing to deliver culturally appropriate services? And then also this term that Steve mentioned, but infrastructure atrophy. So as we're adding programs and infrastructure, ensuring that we're considering the long-term implications of this. And then kind of the fourth theme or bucket I think that we hear throughout the agency is this opportunity around communication and telling our story. So refining how we communicate with the community to understand needs and priorities and hear from them, also to manage expectations and really foster that collaboration and partnership. And I thought we had some great conversations and steps forward with our jurisdictions this morning. So you'll likely be hearing many of these themes throughout the workshop. And thanks again to our agency directors for being with us today and sharing this panel. And now we'd like to turn to you for thoughts, questions, comments with our panel.
You know, I think that what I heard in almost every case up there, if not every case, is staffing is such a huge issue. And, you know, it makes me wonder, are we really providing the core services that we need to provide? You know, I think about Shannon, your position there and dispatchers, and do we have the deputies that are able to go out and handle the core services? You know, I see counties where they say, we're not working during the night, and are we covered there? I look at those things, and things like public works, where even if we had the money, do we have the manpower to go out and do the type of vegetation management that we really need to do? And you know, I look at the positions. Almost everybody, we're bringing in very highly educated people. All of our positions, they need to be specialized trained. And I think of how that not only is that issue, but keeping our people. I look at you guys up there, and you know, most of you have been up there quite a while. I don't think you're going anywhere, but I look at some of our really sharp people and go, oh my gosh, are they going to go to Placer County? Are they going to go to the state? You know, whatever it might be. And I also know that that in turn affects our budget, because we need to, in some ways we can benefit from it because we can't fill the position. But in order to entice those people on, we've got to pay them at that level. It's, each one of you we could talk about individually, but that was kind of the thing that hit me, as staffing is such a huge issue, what it takes to get it and how it impacts our budget at the same time. Who's next?
No, I think sometimes I'm always, when I listen to all this, it's the craziness that just what it takes to have the basic core fundamental services. Shannon, to you for that, you know, your chaplain made a good statement too. I just want to point out that everybody should love you unless they're doing something wrong. You know, so if we change that mentality around people, even folks that are on the streets, because you guys are their best friend. And so I appreciate what you guys going on. It was uplifting to watch the ceremony the other day and see new folks coming in. So that's always interesting because we're still going to look at issues that come with hiring. Steve, I'm always overwhelmed when I come and look at just IGS is huge, right? Software. I'm always overwhelmed at how quickly that all changed and how you have to keep that key component going on. Deferred maintenance. That was a huge part of this when you think of how many buildings. And I think we always have to look at that when we're playing into this with OES and all this, because that's one of my problems I have. We're doing a lot of vegetation management. How are we going to manage it? I don't want to end up where we were 5 years ago by not managing that way. You're supposed to do that. So again, community engagement has to come in a part of that. People have to do their part of the job. It always can't be just on you guys' back. Tricia, I'm concerned. This gas tax thing, as it changes, we're going to see it fluctuate. I'm kind of looking forward to see I want to watch what Caltrans has going on and how they're going to do that. But we have a lot of private roads in our community that aren't going to be covered by that mileage tax, right? So I see that as an issue as we come down. And what I really saw, especially with the water damage and stuff that's gone on with our staff and everybody that's working in that side of it. Brian, I think your job is one of the hardest because there's so many ties to how the funding, well, actually all of you. I mean, I think sometimes that's what's broken. If they would give the counties their money, we're better managers. We know where it has to go. We can fill those gaps and do a better job. I don't know how we ever change that. I listen to what you're saying. I'm concerned. CalFresh is going to go away for a lot of those folks. Again, they offered it and then they're taking it away. We talked to a lady the other day and she makes a little bit more money. So she's been having to move out of her low income housing. That's broken. We have some things that are broken and I appreciate, I think we are so above so many different counties on working on some of these issues. I'm just ever impressed at how, because you know why there's passion for all you do in your job here. The people that live and work in Nevada County love what they're doing. And Martin, of course, you'll always be my hero with the numbers. I mean, I look at that today though, and I'm like, okay, we have to look at that conservatively. We don't know what's happening in the next 2 years. And I love how you keep us right in line with those dollars. I think it's something we have to think about. We all have wants we want to get done this year. I could think of a list of few of them in my district alone, right? But then I got to think about 5 years down from the road here. So those are all things I have concerns. These were really great. You guys brought all those important things right now from each area. Trish, you got so many, you and Steve both, there's so many divisions inside of your building and we had so many turnovers of people. So I look forward to how we continue to communicate with our public. I think that's huge. We have to keep listening about how do we make it easier. Getting ready to go through the planning process of myself, so I'll let you know how that goes. I'm actually nervous. But no, seriously, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I think we have good staff. I know we're going to get through all that, but I feel like we're making headway, and I think it's one of those things that we have to continue to do. The communication part, telling our story. People do not know all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And I know that's hard to do. I mean, there's some things you just can't shout out about, but I mean, when you talked about how many core services there are in a county, right? That's a lot. And people don't know all the things that are even available here. So I'm not gonna, I mean, I don't have any real questions for what you're doing because I've been paying attention. I know there's a lot coming up. I don't know how we're gonna get it all done, but I know that you guys are innovative. And I want to remind people, this is the other thing about it too. We look for grant funding, but I think the other side of that is a lot of that has to have that component of matching. So we always have to look at that. We could be applying for a lot of funds, but we don't always have the matching funds that go along to get those jobs done. And so we can't always depend on that, right? And you guys do a great job of that. And it goes to show just by some of outside of your offices of what we've done in the community, like with our parks and recreation and some of the places where we found funding. We did some work with a group to do roadside vegetation. We didn't have to put any money for, but we had staff time that went into it. So you guys are innovative. We find ways to make this work for our community. And I don't know that our community knows that we do all this stuff sometimes. So I just am going to say thanks. And that was, you guys all gave a really good overview, but it's an overview that's a little bit daunting when you look at the dollars behind all of it.
Thank you. I'm very impressed learning still about all the responsibilities that each of you have. You know, I've had the opportunity to meet with everybody except for Martin, and it's not personal, Martin, but we will get there. But I really appreciate the education that I've received from meeting with everybody. And I have to say, I think one of my very first meetings was with Ryan and HHSA, and I thought I was just going to be meeting with him and one other person. And I walked into the room, and to see the breadth of, you know, probation, public defender, behavioral health, on and on and on. There was probably 10 people in that meeting. So I never realized how much work you guys did as department heads. So same thing when I met with Steve at the airport with the facilities and CAL FIRE and all the work that goes on up there. So I'm very appreciative. I look at our role as the board to make sure that we set the priorities and the funding so that you guys have the resources to do the work that you need to do. Was fortunate enough to spend the last year and a half volunteering over at the sheriff's office, and I had no idea the breadth of the work that they do. I mean, it's not just the jail, and it's animal control, and it's boating, and just making sure that our community is safe. So I really feel like we do a great job with all of it. Again, I look at my responsibility sitting up on this side is to make sure that everybody has the resources that they need to fund their priorities. So I look forward to this process, and especially on Friday when we get to start talking about how we want to spend the money and what's important to us. Thank you.
Heidi?
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. I think it's super helpful to remind us what the core services are and to tell the story to the public. I mean, I have this maybe somewhat unique perspective here. I've been in public service all my life. So federal agency for 20 years, state agency for 10 plus years, some of that overlapping. I'm not that old. And now here. And so I'm familiar with this constant issue of unfunded mandates and core services always fighting for resources and kind of being the, you know, the part that gets forgotten sometimes. The difference is that with the county, the impacts are so direct. So an unfunded mandate means somebody doesn't get something they desperately need. And that's really important and key. It makes our jobs all that much more important. I think also the most, one of the unique things about the county among all these agencies is that it is the best place to work because you can make such a difference. That's the flip side of the risk that when you don't have the funds, somebody's lacking something. The county is really the place where the buck stops. It's literally, we're required to provide services for the most vulnerable. And so it's just incredibly important what we do at this level, and it's incredibly impactful. And so I'm mindful of this when for me, I really, what I'm taking from all this is this workforce challenge that I know is happening everywhere in the state and country and at all levels of government. But the story we have to sell about why people should work here is a great community, but also the best kind of public service work where your every single action has a direct impact on your community and people in your community. So maybe there's ways we can work with the PIO team or, you know, to, I don't know, do something innovative to let people know, to tell that story and to help recruit folks. Just trying to figure out how to help because I completely empathize with the need we have there. And I think we need to keep that in mind on Friday too, that our core services have to be as fully funded as we can possibly make them. Thanks for all you guys do.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. I think we know a lot of the core mission, but we forget that it's such a huge piece of your everyday work, and that we need to focus. I think the iceberg analogy that I've seen that you have circulated makes sense to me, right? We talk about the shiny objects at the top and the innovation, but what we don't talk about is all the basic things that you have to do every day to meet those needs. And we just keep piling more on top, right? Making the iceberg bigger. But the 60,000 foot view for me was, I was thinking the whole time is what are we doing? Where are we restricting your performance? and it's obvious like workforce is the big one. I know in my neighborhood it's housing, right? Because we can recruit and pay really well if you want to live and work in that part of the county. There's nowhere to live, so even getting people to come to a really great job and make a career path move is near impossible because there's nowhere to live. So that's, I think those two are inextricably tied right now for our county. The other piece is that while we are a rural county, we have this influx and this economic engine within the Bay Area. And are we competitive on the wage and benefit side? And that's something that's really touchy to talk about. And I'm not advocating for making drastic changes to that. I'm just saying that we have this survey that shows that our employees essentially have a pretty high level of satisfaction in their job. So it's a great place to work, and we work with good people, and we make a change, which is what Supervisor Hall pointed out. But there's another element there, because when we're competing with people from the Bay Area, we saw, I know in my neighborhood, people came up and loved it, but then they had to really keep making that decent living, so they had to go back. And so we are competing for those people if we're going to get bright, educated workforce that we need to do all the great work that we're doing. So the concept of thinking about wages and benefits, to me, flexible work hours, how to make it a great team environment and place to live and work, is really a serious conversation that I think we're all probably ready to have if we're going to make it the best county in the state. And then communications, I just want to talk briefly about. I think telling our story is so hard. I've been in government for 20 years and I've worked really hard to like tell that story, and it's like nearly impossible. People come up and go, I've never heard about this. I had no idea. It's like, are you under a cave somewhere, or like, how could you not know? But the thing is it's all about trying to reach them and meet them where they are. And some people don't consume news the same way. We see changes in media and stuff. So just as one board member, I think telling our story is very important, because it's expectation management. Lets people understand what we're supposed to be doing every day. And when complaints come in, they've heard that story before about what we're supposed to be doing, and what the general public, not the vocal minority that tends to show up and complain, which I honor and respect them, but there's another 99,950 people out there that we serve here that we need to let everybody else know that we're serving them and doing that work. So communications are a huge priority for me. I think we all play a role in that, each and every one of us, through social media, through conversations and narratives and storytelling, and the way that we interact with other people and our stakeholders. So that's important to me as well. But thank you so much for what you do. I know you guys take calls morning, night, and day, because they're from me sometimes. And I just want to say thank you for working at that level. I think it's good government. I think it's an awesome way to live, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Core Services panel, and we are going to break and come back at 2:30. All right, it's 2:30 and it is time to rock and roll. We have a very full presentation. And let's see, I think we almost have all of our panelists. There's Sean's gonna, instead of Mayor Doug Fleming, and Caleb's on his way up here. He's on the panel. And let's see, who else are we missing? I guess we're set. Okay, now we just need all of our supervisors. We have 2. All right, that's good. We have 3. Okay, good. We're almost there with our supervisors. Okay. All right. And so then we do have everybody. All right. So we'll go ahead and get started now. And I'm going to turn this over to Justin to introduce the program here.
All right. Great. Thanks, Lori. I'm Justin Drinkwater. I'm the facilities director here with Nevada County. I'd like to thank the board and all the other attendees for taking the time. We've got quite a bit to cover. We have some guest speakers as well that will have presentations as well. So go ahead and get started. We're going to give you an update on our capital facilities projects, the projects that we completed last year, as well as some very exciting projects that we have coming. Last year, we introduced our updated capital facilities master plan for 2021-2026. Brought that to the board, and we are actively working with that plan. It's one of our guiding documents, as well as IGS brought one of their guiding documents this year, the strategic plan for 2023 through 2026. And as I mentioned, both of these documents are real guiding documents, give us focus into the next years with capital projects. Talking about capital facilities governance and how projects kind of get started and move through the process. We've got a picture here of our Nevada County Operations Center, which was one of our last large projects that we have recently completed. So we want to kind of talk about that and kind of walk you through our process and what that looks like. So first, for a project to kind of get initiated, we have categories that we categorize our projects. It's either an ADA or safety related project, or next we have our deferred maintenance projects, which is things like roof systems, different HVAC equipment, things that have a useful life. We also have a lot of projects that are initiated from our various departments for operational needs. We take these projects, we prioritize them into those different categories based on, you know, how critical is the safety, health and safety need, what's our project management capacity, what is our funding looking like, and then we build these into a project timeline. Then we take those projects, they're submitted to the Capital Facility Subcommittee. Those projects are approved through the board process. We bring those projects to the board throughout the year and forward. So last year, we wanted to highlight a few of the projects. We completed 26 major projects. We advanced over 100 projects and dedicated nearly 2,500 hours to various projects. There's a few highlights. The Joseph Center. This was an ADA and renovation project with a before and after slide. Brought the existing entrance into ADA compliance. You can see here with a series of ramps and a new door entry, as well as we reconfigured spaces for the DA, probation, other departments. Another big project was our sheriff dispatch relocation. The existing sheriff dispatch center was at the Rain Brown Correctional Facility. Very kind of dark and dim. No natural light was found in that center. There was a need for expansion for more staff, and we were able to relocate them from Wayne Brown to the juvenile hall admin wing and give them workspace with natural light, windows, and overall a much nicer workspace. Also wanted to highlight our ERAC generator project. This is a picture of the old generator system. We updated the ERAC generator system with a new generator that would supply power, eliminating on average at least 2 closures a year for the ERAC center, which was a major disruption to county core services. And we found within, completing this project, we're able to maximize our efficiency by not having power loss days. So very excited about that. And then the last couple are really neat housing renovation projects. The expansion of the Boast House, which increased the beds from 8 to 18, as well as the Odyssey House, doubling the housing square footage there. Final slide here is just on average, capital project timeline, anywhere from 12 months to 36 months, depending on the project, scope of the project, generally around 3 months. Engineering and design can be a 6 to 12-month process. Then we go through the construction, bid, solicitation, and award process, followed by construction, which generally is 6 to 12 months with many of our projects. Some closer to 18 months, maybe 2 years for maybe a brand new building, and then our closeout. So on average, our projects are anywhere from a 1 year to 3 year timeline, with the average being about 24 months is for average projects. So that was the conclusion of kind of the update and where we're at, and we're gonna like to go in. There's no questions right now. We'll go into some of the new projects that are coming up. Go ahead and just briefly introduce a few of the projects. Steve is going to talk about the financial system update. We have the sheriff and Captain Jacobs from the Sheriff Department are going to talk about the new or the renovations over at the Juvenile Hall Center. We have representative from CDA, David Garcia, is going to talk about the transfer station renovation. I believe Steve's going to talk about the new Truckee Library. The National Forest is going to discuss our project to partner in new Forest Service office. I'll cover the animal shelter and then the courthouse. With that, turn it over to Steve.
So in 2002, we purchased the current Finance Plus accounting system. This is the financial system that manages the $330 million county budget across all county operations and units. We were on a 5-year refresh project for this platform. It was 20 years old. We were under contract. It came to your board in 2021 to move to a cloud version of the software with the vendor for a 5-year contract. That would give us that 5-year time span to really figure out where we want to go with our finance system. The vendor came back in late 2021 and told us they couldn't do the project. They wanted to cancel our contract. And we weren't the only county in this boat. Butte County was in the exact same boat as us. And that put us on a track of, okay, there's no future life on our product. The vendor is not supporting it. They're not investing in it. They'll keep it alive for us, but it's really a dead end product. So the county formed a team. We call it the ERP, for Enterprise Resource Planning. That's what they call these new financial systems, enterprise-wide. And we started working on a project. this is kind of a layout of what that project is going to look like. We're going to take the next 3 years to select a product, implement a product, and phase out our old system. This will be about a $6 million 5-year total cost of ownership for this new platform. And it should last, new platforms last about 20 years. So got great ROI out of our old platform, but it doesn't meet a lot of our needs. It's pretty dated. There's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of dual data entry. So a new system will be much more comprehensive. It'll help us automate a lot that's not automated now or done in Excel or other side systems. And this slide shows there's a lot of counties right now that are in process of doing this or have recently done it. So this is kind of where we get that $6 million estimate from, looking at a couple of our comparable counties, Napa and Sutter. Placer did it just a few years ago. Butte just finished their project. Yellow's finishing their project, and there's a whole number of them across the state.
Pass it over to sheriffs.
Thank you, Justin. Captain Jacobs is going to do the most of this presentation. I just want to start off with having look at that perspective of what we talked about in core services on retention and recruitment and the mastery in which we need to have our law enforcement staff for training, and where we are today with having multiple locations, lots of travel time, and just not having a place in which we can devote 100% to that critically important process of training our staff. With that recruitment piece, each year, starting in 2020, I hired 15 people. In 2021, I hired over almost 30 people. In 2022, I've hired 30 people. All those new people need to figure out the culture in which we are providing service and how we show up in Nevada County. And again, that continual expertise and mastery of the skill of providing law enforcement services. So use that perspective while Bob talks about regional dispatch and training.
Great, thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so our project essentially encompasses the repurposing of what's now the closed juvenile hall. The juvenile hall center closed down a couple of years ago and effectively left the majority of the square footage of that building vacant. The only thing that's left there now is what Facilities Director Drinkwater talked about a little bit earlier, is our new dispatch center. We actually occupied that dispatch center in late August of this last year. That's where we run all the regional dispatching for the county out of. So it provided for a perfect opportunity when the rest of the building became available. It's not your average building. It was built as a juvenile detention facility, so it's not necessarily designed for your typical government workspace. But what it does for us at the Sheriff's Department is it provides us with plenty of opportunities to create efficiencies within our operations by consolidating a number of our services that we provide. Like many other departments in the county, we run out of space real quick, and we're constantly trying to find locations to either put staff or equipment, storage space. We just simply don't have it. We're not building buildings every day. So this building provides a lot of opportunities for us to kind of bring those services all together in one spot. A couple of examples of that are our SWAT team, known as our Special Enforcement Detail, our Crisis Negotiation Team, bringing our armory, which is all of our equipment that goes along with our weaponry, and then just basic storage space. And we lack generally training facilities. We find ourselves traveling out of county a lot, which increases our training costs just in travel and having to book hotels out of the area. So again, this provides for plenty of opportunities for us to consolidate. It also offers expanded training opportunities. By owning our own space, we can design it the way that we want it. We're not having to rent a facility and then use it the way that we might be able to use it. We can actually redesign this facility for the purposes that fit our training needs. And then lastly, as far as our project goals goes, we want to create an environment where we can do regional training, where we can actually bring people here. Again, we find ourselves traveling a lot out of county to go to agencies that are hosting trainings. And again, that costs money. The advantages of having a facility here locally where we can host training is we can save on not only travel costs and the cost for our folks to be gone and backfill, but we can actually get free training for the folks that host these courses. Provide the location. A lot of times those trainers will come in and they'll train your staff for free as long as they can bank on having other agencies come in. So plenty of opportunities for regional training facilities. So we broke this project down into phases. Really the design of the phases 1 through 3 was really based on renovation costs and the complexity of the project overall. We don't want to have to wait 3 years to be able to use this facility. The facility's already been vacant now for a couple of years. We want to be able to start using this now. We've had training needs for some time, so we really want to be able to move into the facility as soon as possible. So our phase 1 projects, which we designed to be between a 0 and 2 year period, and we're about halfway through that planning phase already. Those phase 1 projects are designed to be done by the end of this calendar year. I did place a map in front of all the supervisors. I apologize for the small print, but that's the architectural layout of the facility itself. And in red is our indication of what we want to use that space for. So I'll just run through a few of the phase 1 projects that are listed on your map. First and foremost, we need to secure the facility for ourselves, and we got to do that by swapping out a bunch of the door lock mechanisms. That's an expensive project. It's the single largest, most expensive project in phase 1. It's just shy of $200,000. You have to remember this facility was designed to keep people in, not being able to get out. So we have to fix the doors to where our employees can get in easily electronically, and that we know who's coming in and out. So it's an identification card-based system. Following that, we want to be able to start consolidating those services that we have located in other places, such as our special enforcement detail. They're currently occupying space in another building that's already planned to be repurposed, and so we know that they need another home. So we want to be able to move them in as soon as possible. Armory and equipment storage, we have an absolute need for this. We've been bursting at the seams for a number of years. We have 176 positions in the sheriff's department. A lot of those folks are carrying firearms and they need training annually. And with that, we need places to store all of our ammunition, all of our targets, all of our gun parts, and we just simply run out of room for that. And this space provides a perfect secure location to be able to do that. We have other equipment storage needs. We have plenty of miscellaneous equipment that keep our jail operational and our patrol operations operational. And this facility has plenty of rooms that we can modify into just purely storage rooms. We've already begun the process of creating an indoor and outdoor canine training facility there, but there's still a lot of work to be done. This facility provides a perfect location for that. A secure facility for dangerous training. It's already got a fenced in backyard, so the dogs can work back there without any fear of the public accidentally or inadvertently wandering into our training location. Already moved in quite a bit of equipment, and we've heard several folks. I know a couple of the board of supervisors have been over there to see that. We've done a light modification to the Max Pod, which is a housing unit there. We've moved in some equipment for the canines so that they can stay exercised and they can stay clean. All the equipment that our handlers use, the big body suits, we have to have places to locate that stuff, so we have that equipment in there already. We're looking to repurpose one of the shower facilities in there for a dog wash station. Sounds kind of silly, but if you think about it, when a dog is in the back of a car for a 12-hour shift and they're getting in and out, they're going into a variety of hazardous environments, and these dogs tend to get dirty or contaminated. We need a place that we can take our animals during their shift and go get them cleaned off. It's also extremely advantageous during the summertime when temperatures are well above 100 sometimes and the dogs are doing training outside. We need to be able to bring them in and cool them off. Another use for the facility is we need a multimedia conference room, a place where we can do briefings and debriefings. Again, I mentioned that we're looking to move our special enforcement detail as well as our crisis negotiation team there. We also have our dispatch center located there. We have the need to have meetings with our staff and either brief incidents that occur or debrief incidents that have already occurred, and have staff meetings with our employees that can't easily get away. Our dispatch center is a perfect example of that. It's a 24/7 operation, and we have staffing challenges like anybody else. The farther that we have to ask our employees to travel just to have a meeting, it puts a hardship on them. So having a location on site to be able to conduct those staff meetings is essential for us. We have room over there to create a classroom that will accommodate well over 40 folks. So again, we talk about not only our folks receiving training there, but turning this into a regional facility where we can invite folks from other departments to come in and train. So we have a classroom setting over there. It was actually the old school classroom when it was a juvenile hall. We simply want to convert that to a classroom that suits our needs. There is a mirror image of that classroom directly on the other side of the wall. We want to do a conversion to that room where we can do what we refer to as weaponless self-defense or defensive tactics training. We plan to take that room and put mats, like wrestling mats, on the floors and up on the walls all the way up to the ceiling so that we create a safe environment for our folks to be able to train in. Right now, we have to take portable mats and we have to take them to a variety of locations to do this. It causes downtime for training, and it also puts our employees at risk having to move all these heavy mats around. We're also looking to create a space over there for a 24/7 employee gymnasium. Again, we have 175 employees at the Sheriff's Department. A lot of those folks are working shift work and they're working in assignments that are highly stressful. We know through studies that physical fitness is one of the best ways to address stress-related issues. So we want to be able to provide a secure location that's 24/7 for our employees to be able to access easily. Again, it's very convenient that our dispatch center is located there. They typically are working 12-hour shifts. If you ever worked a 12-hour shift and tried to get a workout in at the same time before your next 12-hour shift, you know that it's a struggle. Sometimes it's difficult just to get your basic needs met. So having a gym on site just for our dispatch staff is going to be a huge plus for us. There is potential to move our mobile crisis team. They potentially have a need for some office space, so we've identified a room there that would suit their needs well. And then we can also modify some of the old workspaces that are over there into patrol workstations. We have a number of substations throughout the county. We can bring our folks in to work there at that facility as well. And a lot of that's going to be done through equipping the building with Wi-Fi throughout interior and exterior as well. And then phase two, of course, we're looking at more expansive project. Right now, we have a feasibility study that's being conducted on the property as a whole, the actual site, to see what the potential is for expansion. The Sheriff's Department for a long time has had the need for a range facility. So depending on what the feasibility study tells us, if it's possible to put a range facility there, then that's something that we would like to look into. And then phase three projects would be the projects that are on the furthest exterior, the ones that would require the most extensive renovation would be the most costly. Ideas such as moving our sheriff's property unit from its existing location, which was the old juvenile hall, which is just down the street on Highway 49. We'd like to look at the potential for, again, consolidating services and moving that facility from one old detention center to the next old detention center. But again, it's going to be extremely costly. We know that. So there's quite a bit of work to be done to look to see what the potential is and what the cost benefit analysis is. Unless anybody has any questions, I'm going to turn it over because I see I've been over time for a little bit.
All right, thanks, Captain Roberts and or Captain Jacobs and Sheriff Moon. We're going to move on to David Garcia with Public Works to give us a quick update on the Nevada County Transfer Station, or MERTS for short.
Thank you. I think most folks in the room are probably very familiar with this project. I've been before the board a number of times throughout the planning process, and we've been working on it for a number of. I don't want to get a hot mic, so I try to stay away. So as I was saying, I think most folks are familiar with this project. We've been working on it methodically for several years now, and it's come before the board several times for different approvals. Just to provide a little bit of context, why are we working on a renovation project out at the McCourtney Road Transfer Station? This facility basically is the hub for all of Western Nevada County solid waste, and it's about 30 years old. So we've basically exceeded our useful life for the facility, and we exceed the capacity limits. So we have traffic issues and other issues with the existing facility. More recently, however, state mandates, specifically SB 1383, require us to also do organics waste segregation, and the existing facility is not designed and does not have a place for us to segregate food waste as it currently sits. So again, we've been developing the project for quite some time. Just a little bit of a summary of what we're proposing. Essentially, we'll be building a new public receiving building, and it's a large open building that allows flexibility for different uses and methods over the next 30 years, essentially. new scale facilities so that we don't have traffic backups and delays. And we're going to repurpose the existing public receiving building for organics waste so that we can comply with state mandates. And just to give you guys a little bit of a list of some of the more recent approvals and steps that we've taken. We came to the board in early 2021 for approval of the environmental document. We came back to the board in December of 2021 for approval of the plans and specifications. And then we went out to bid for the project in early 2022. If you recall, and I'm sure everybody here freshly recalls the world in early 2022, it was not pleasant, and specifically not if you're trying to build a large capital project. So inflation, record highs. We had a war in Ukraine that had just started. We had all of these issues. Gas was over $6 a gallon. And so as you can imagine, bids came in high, much higher than we anticipated, even though we were watching it and we were bracing for impact. In order to address that situation, we rejected all bids. We established an internal team to basically evaluate the project funding alternatives. And we also went back and looked at the project for any cost savings that we could find within the existing approved design. We went back out to bid starting in November, and we just opened bids January 11th. Thankfully, bids came in much better than the first time around. And we're actually planning on coming to the board on February 7th for approval to award a contract. So we have good news today. It's been a pretty chaotic year trying to get this project delivered, but we've made a lot of progress. So that's my update.
Great. I appreciate it, David. And I'll go ahead and head over to the new Truckee Library, and Steve Monahan's going to give us an update on that.
The new Truckee Library has been identified as a need in the Capital Facilities master plan for over 10 years, maybe a little bit longer now. And we've talked about it at this workshop the last few years in a row. So I won't go into a lot of detail on it. It is really exciting. You can see we did some rendering a couple of years ago with an architect to come up with the conceptual design. The Friends of the Truckee Library have been the real champion and working closely with the town and county staff to move this project forward. Right now, we're working on the joint power authority agreement, which is going to create that legal entity that'll be able to finance, pay for, and construct this project. The funding strategy is really looking at a three-pronged strategy. One is some type of taxing authority. If the JPA, once the JPA is formed, looking at the capture area in the community. And vision is a regional library that'll go kind of into the Martis Valley, into the Placer County area. So it'll cross Nevada and Placer County and do probably some type of parcel special tax for this. So the total project is looking at about $3 million. So the strategy is maybe around $10 million would come from the tax. The Friends have been very active in promoting the project and getting ready to do a capital campaign. The town right now is engaging a consultant to do a poll on the viability of that parcel charge. Once that comes in, then the Friends will do a survey on the potential for a capital campaign. So $10 million in potential tax, $10 million in potential capital campaign, and then about $10 million in looking at a grant strategy. So Ariel's been really key in applying for a couple grants, trying to get this project shovel ready, and looking and position us for other grants, and then looking at JPA partners, capital contributions into this project to fill that gap for the last $10 million. That's it.
Great. Thanks, Steve, for that update. Our next presentation is our folks and neighbors from the National Forest. Tamok is here to give us an update on the National Forest Supervisor Office project.
Good afternoon. So yeah, this project as you know, is a partnership with the county, which has the land, and the National Forest, Tahoe National Forest. We're looking at consolidating our leased facilities, trying to get out of those market leases, consolidate some facilities, and construct through Great American Outdoor Act funds a Forest Service owned facility on the county lands. So here you'll see this kind of rendering, one possible rendering that we've been working with an A&E firm to get us to an approximately 30% design so that we can, start looking at numbers and aspects and how it's going to fit. So if you're not familiar with the site, it is about 9 acres, a small parcel of the 25 or so acres that are adjacent to the old, I would say the old hall facility. So we'd be sheriff's office there. And as you can see, this one rendering, it's about 22,000 square feet. We expect, some of our needs, community meeting room, about 120 full-time employees. We also have needs for government vehicle parking. We also have needs for our field-going folks. So it would be a very important part for the Forest Service and the county and community in general to have that recognition that we are still on the corridor, that people recognize. If you're familiar with our older facility at 631 Coyote Street, it's been there since the 60s. So for us to move anywhere outside of that circle would be very difficult on the visiting public. So this vision, has been in place probably for the last 7 years. As we start to wind down our lease, we're really looking for the future and also to have a more sustainable design. As you know, leases are costly. They do require a lot of energy. And our old design that we've been in, that building has reached its lifespan. So with that, that is the general oversight. At this point, we're working with our partners. We're really grateful that Steve, Justin, and Allison have been working with us to try to get, this process off the ground, working towards the ground lease. Obviously, we have the funding in place. And then next is really the planning, that really public-facing planning and getting it out there for everybody to look at. So thanks.
I might add, when the Forest Service approached the county and Allison, we were really supportive of this because we see this also as an economic development and employment project. Because if they couldn't find a new location, they'd be going down to Auburn, and those 120 jobs would be going down to Auburn, and our local residents would be commuting to Auburn to work. And so, not keeping them as a great partner across the street from us is really fantastic. And we see, especially as emergency service forest vegetation projects are really going forward, we're just gonna have to work more and more closely with the Forest Service. And I believe you guys consolidated even some other jobs from Loyalton that are gonna come down here as well.
Yeah, so if you're familiar, we have another leased facility in Camptonville. And that facility as well is reaching the end of its lifespan. That's, par for the course with these leased facilities. So if we can get our employees in a modernized facility and it is a place that they want to come to work and they can collaborate, that's really our goal.
All right. Thank you, Tamok and Steve, for that update. We'll go ahead and take the next slide. This project is the new animal shelter design. We entered a contract with LDA Architects over a year ago to give us a conceptual design, a program design on what potential would be for renovations / expansion and potentially a new animal shelter. We kind of went through the studied current animal control, animal service needs, and where that would what that would look like in a redesigned facility. Like David mentioned, the transfer station is 30 plus years old. The existing animal shelter is all of that as well. And it has a lot of deferred maintenance and upgrades that are needed. And so we have that kind of proposal here in front of us, and we've reached out to the architecture community again to give us a proposal on what full construction documents would be based on this kind of rough conceptual design. So that's where we're at right now in the process. We have proposals, and we're in the process of reviewing these proposals. With it in the study, it was found that, really we would be, throwing money at an aged facility, and that starting off with, a new facility from the ground up. But on the existing site, the location is a good site for this type of facility. And so we have ourselves here with a conceptual design for a 20,000 square foot modern animal shelter facility that we've worked closely with all the user groups involved, obviously the sheriff, animal control folks and operational folks, yeah, the current contractor, Sammy's Friends, has had a lot of input into this existing design. And the hope is that through this design process, we can come out with a shovel-ready project that, similar to some of the other projects, we can seek various grant funding and opportunities to fund this project and move it forward. Our update there. This project is around the estimate right now is around a $15 million project. That's kind of what we're looking at once we get within a year or so full design construction documents for that. Go ahead and move on to the next project. We have an update on Nevada County Courthouse. So go ahead and hand it off to Caleb.
Actually, I'd like to invite Supervisor Hall to introduce this topic.
Next week. Oh, 10 minutes. Good. I saw 2 minutes on there. That's not going to work. So you've already heard me introduce this topic a couple of times. I'm going to keep this brief. The county role here is that we own 51% of the building. The state owns the other 49%. The state is going to build with its money a new facility. Our role is going to be to figure out with the city of Nevada City what to do with the remaining buildings. So we formed a joint courthouse reuse committee. This is going to be a 5-year process. So this year we're looking for about $300,000 to do a highest and best use study. So we can jointly, all of this will be jointly with Nevada City to figure out what can be done with it. So I want to hand it back over to Sean to talk more about it.
Thank you for that. This is probably the city of Nevada City and the county's oldest partnership. While this probably the first time we've documented it in any fashion, you're talking about a 60-year-old building for the Forest Service. You're talking about a 160-year-old building for the courthouse, plus 6 or 7 years. So this was originally built in 1857, and then it burned down in 1857, rebuilt as the Greek monolith that it once was, and then 1937, the new courthouse that we know today, the Art Moderne style courthouse, was built there. So it's a centerpiece of Nevada City, but it's clearly the county's building. So great opportunity, and we appreciate the partnership and being invited to participate in this committee. The project, as Supervisor Hall noted, about a 5-year project. It is in the draft state budget. We anticipate it will remain in the state budget, which will be finalized in June. In between now and then, the Judicial Council will be finalizing their site selection. They've been working with the city since January on that. We don't know exactly where it will go, but we anticipate somewhere along the 49 corridor or potentially within the tech center boundaries, the old Grass Valley group. So they're still working on all of those things. But we do know that once the funding is secure, they'll immediately begin their environmental review, their planning, and that kind of activity in July, if not earlier. That will take them through categorization and requirements to onboard a design build firm. That's how they will do it, architecture through construction, and they'll onboard them by June of 2025. The design and permit process takes about a year, so then you're through June of 2026 with a breaking ground for construction the beginning of early 2026 and being complete the end of 2027. So we'd anticipate sometime in 2028 they would relocate all the staff from the existing courthouse and to the new location. So another way to say that is that we have about 5 years to plan, fund, and begin the rehabilitation of the courthouse into some kind of use to be a new economic engine for Nevada City, for Nevada County and the surrounding areas. So Mayor Fleming unfortunately couldn't be with us this afternoon, so I'm going to take his little section here as well, with your permission, Supervisor Hall. This is really about the community's expectations, and I will hit on this from kind of the city of Nevada City's expectations, but also bigger picture. Grass Valley, Nevada City, the county, all had the opportunity to participate in what was called a PAG as the court developed their process through here. The county also partnered with us and UVanet to do a listening session and public input opportunity for people to share their desires. So I think it was relatively not unanimous certainly, but a consensus that the desires of the community would be one, that it would not be this what I think they call the zombie building, but an abandoned building with no purpose. Two, that we would find some other purpose for it that would replace that economic engine. The courts, the economic study that we did last year is about a $6 million annual economic engine in the city of Nevada City. And that largely comes from the transit nature of people coming and going and shopping downtown and eating and all of those things. There's also a great desire to keep that building as it is, to not have it demolished, to keep that facade that's on the front of the building. Nobody cares about the annex, by the way. That's the kind of rock building on the back built in the 70s. I think the opportunities there are real. I would say there's also an unwritten expectation of the community that it not make parking worse. Parking has always been a challenge in Nevada City. I remember when the county moved out of the courthouse and into the Root Center, late 80s, and that probably made parking a little bit better for a while because there was less people down there. There's more people than there's ever been, and there's the same amount of parking as there was in 87 when he moved. So, that certainly not the county's responsibility to make parking better in Nevada City, but it is an opportunity to have some shared value and benefit as we redevelop this. So the principal risk of inaction, obviously, is that zombie building that we have, this mothballed giant building that not being used for anything. So we don't know the exact timing of when they will move out in 2028, but we do know that they'll be material complete by then. So, that 5-year period is not only realistic, we do something during that time. We assume that the county and the city and all the stakeholders could come up with a long-term plan to repurpose the courthouse to meet the community's expectations. I'll say we presume that alternate reuses are available, and that's where that highest and best use study ultimately comes in. $300,000 that supervisor spoke of, and the city certainly is willing and wishing to participate financially in the process to the extent that we can. I don't know what that number is, but it will be as much as we can reasonably bring to the process where we're invested in finding solutions for this. So with that, I will give it to Caleb, and thank you for inviting us to be part of this.
Yeah, Sean, thank you. Actually, I want to turn it over to Steve to talk a little bit about the county's stake in the building and its short and longer term maintenance needs.
The property is really made up of 3 components, if you think about it. It's the historic courthouse, the annex, and then a parking lot that makes up kind of the suite of the 3 properties. And we have that split equity with the state that Supervisor Hall talked about. One of our main concerns right now, especially as we look out 5 years, is the deferred maintenance on this building. in that for a good 3 years now, the state has known and seen the roadmap that go down the road of a new facility or the possibility of just remodeling this facility. So they've really scaled back their investment into the building. So we share that with them. But we've been wanting to put, for example, a new roof on this building. Had a roof study done. We did roof penetration testing. We've been having some leaks that can cause mold, all sorts of issues, and deterioration of other systems in the facility. And the courts are reluctant to participate in funding that. So our biggest concern is it's already been 3 or 4 years of reduced funding from the state. We share that with them based on our equity ratio, and we've been ready to put in our share, but they have not been willing to put in their share. And for that to happen for another 5 years, the building is going to get worse and worse and worse. And then this whole reuse challenge is going to be that much more complicated and costly because of segregated facility in 5 years from now than today, without any kind of investment. So we're trying to work with the state on that, but it's challenging. Those are my main concerns with the facility. I think there's an opportunity to do something really fantastic with it, but it's going to be costly. That it's got it's all the reasons why the state doesn't want to remodel it. We're going to have those challenges in trying to reuse this building. It's got seismic issues, and there's a litigation issue with it too, because we do have ADA projects we need to work on. And we had a litigation issue on that, and trying to get the funding to be able to do that again with our partner has been challenging. And so that's just kind of a risk over the next 5 years as well.
All right. Thank you, Steve and Sean. And maybe Sarah can just add a minute here, but I'll keep it short. I'll refer you to the staff report as probably a good reference, but basically Alison Lehman has asked that I staff a committee that would be a joint committee. There's a list of stakeholders in the report of both city and county staff who would really bring focus to this project immediately in 2023, depending on whether we move ahead with the financing, which is something that you'll be discussing at this workshop. But presumably we would move ahead, do this study. An important part of the study, if I could direct you also to sort of the back, is really that the community is engaged. We know that the community, especially the residents of Nevada City, care a great deal about this building and its role in the economy and culture of the city. And so what we want to be able to do is engage with stakeholders in the public, make sure that there's a good two-way flow of information throughout this process, and that the community is also involved with the consultants who would be preparing the highest and best use study to be able to contribute their ideas and hopefully come to some recommendations as a community that are realistic, especially given the challenges of this building and this site. So I think this is something that we will be bringing back to you quite a bit over the next year and years, as luckily we have a good runway and a great team to really think about what is the future of this building and its role in the culture and place of Nevada City.
Great. I'd like to thank everyone on the panel and all the presentations and the board's time in hearing our presentation. Go ahead and at this point.
Yes, so we have 30 minutes for we planned for a robust conversation. We thought there'd be a lot of questions, so you have plenty of time for discussion.
Planning process, I'm sure, and I appreciate having y'all present today. I just had a couple of quick questions on the I guess it's slide 13. That is our that doesn't reference the new financial system project, right? That's just an overall project cost. Can you tell me what slide 13 is representing?
Supervisor, that is a cost comparison for the ERP project, which would be the replacement of our current financial system.
Okay.
So we're just showing you kind of a benchmark of two comparable counties, one a little bigger than us and one a little smaller than us, and what they spent on their current projects and what we're estimating we'll need to spend. That's for our replacement project.
For our ERP, okay, thank you. And then on the sheriff's facility, the training center, which the concept of what you've described there sounds important to me, and I support that. And I was just curious on the project phasing. Are there any costs developed on the phase 1, 2, and 3 yet?
We're talking about funding.
Just rough orders of magnitude cost.
Yeah, we have some preliminary numbers at this point. We're hoping to really kind of finalize those in the next couple of months.
Okay.
We got a project team that went in and they're evaluating the cost for retrofitting the kitchen, which is the employee gym. So that's kind of the last piece. We initially weren't planning on doing the employee gym in phase 1. That was going to be part of phase 2. But the sheriff is really committed to employee wellness. And so she wanted to make sure that that was captured in phase 1. That kind of slowed down our draft process. So we're hoping to start working with facilities in the next couple of months to actually really start developing an official project plan. By then, we'll have costs a lot more dialed in, and we'll be prepared to bring forth a resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, I can jump in there. I know the first phase was really just to open up the facility, get the sheriff's department access, because we're converting, basically a jail where they only let people in from the inside. Now people need to access it from the outside in multiple locations. So that's where we have a rough cost in a couple $100,000 range just to retrofit, up to 10 or 12 doors inside to make them regular card accessible doors is our initial phase, just so they can move in there and start storing equipment. And we see that as being about a 12-month process in the couple $100,000 range.
Okay, great. And then on the MERTs, just, I had the privilege of going through this exercise as part of the budget subcommittee, looking closely at the funding elements and the shortfall. And I just, job well done in rebidding that. That is an awesome example of great government and not having to be pressured into a situation and letting capital facilities or the lack thereof drive you into a corner. So you save the taxpayer a tremendous amount of money. So I just want to thank you for taking the opportunity to do it right and planning that out. So thank you. And I did, there's no time for storytelling, but I ended up at that facility a couple weeks ago. Haven't been there since I was a kid. And I got into this big circular loop where you drive around and circle around back. And I parked in front of the loader and he yelled at me and got out and was yelling at me. And he was like, "You got to move, you're in the wrong spot." He was doing his job. And but it was good for me, I'll put it that way, to see exactly what you guys face out there. And it brings a whole new comprehension of what you're dealing with. So yeah. And then on the library, obviously I'm a huge supporter of the library. I just commend staff. Ariel's been, involved at every level, and Steve and Allison both. And so our goal is really to try and create some wins in a really tough project. It's a very complicated and complex project, and I think we're making headway and getting additional partners to support our needs on the library. So I just wanted to mention that. Friends of the library have been an incredible group to work with. The amount of intellect and horsepower and community support they have is pretty incredible. So we're looking forward to doing that. And then just a quick question on the courthouse. So the state has completely divested their interest in that building. And have they left any money behind for sinking or renovation at all?
Supervisor, we don't have resolution on that with the state at this point. They have 51% equity in that facility. What they do with it, we don't really know. John and I have thought about what they might do, but
So they have the 51% equity, and obviously, does that become, is that on year 5 when they move out? Would that become somewhere like, we buy them out for $1 or prove to them that the maintenance cost exceeds the equity, or is that, all those are things that are probably being discussed?
I think those are all strategies that we have to think about. Do we let them just walk away, or will they just walk away whether we let them or not?
Yeah. And then do we have any obligation, or is there an unstated obligation and assistance in constructing the new facility? No, that hasn't been discussed. That's a state. All state. Okay, great. And I think that was it for me for questions.
I just want to point out, because you're bringing up a very important point, and that is the advocacy that's going to be needed when the state leaves this building. And I really appreciate Supervisor Hall and Mayor Fleming coming together to look at state advocacy efforts, because it's going to be extremely costly.
Great. Thanks for the great race through all these big projects. I know a lot about the MERTs from being on the Solid Waste Committee, so I know there's way more detail on that and every one of them. I just have, I think, a few questions at this point. First is that the renovation of the juvenile hall, that is this is the absolute first I've heard anything about it. So it sounds like a great use, but I look forward to learning a little bit more about it, so I'm more comfortable with. It does sound like a great use. It looks like there's all kinds of spaces too that haven't yet been allocated. So I'd like to learn more about that one. And then on the animal shelter, I just want to get clarity. My understanding is that we have already done some studies, a use study, with the idea that we were going to have a joint facility with Grass Valley. And my understanding now is Grass Valley may or may not want to be part of that. So how does that all work? How do we move forward? We need clarity on that, or are we still working with the city on that?
And I'm happy to respond to that, Supervisor Hall. And actually, Supervisor Swalthart was with the city council when we started those conversations about, I want to say, 5 or 2019. And that was before we conducted the studies. We reached out to our city partners to look at a regional approach to the animal shelter. And through discussions with the sheriff's department, with the police department, and with the city managers, it was decided by the city that they were not interested at that time. We're still at the beginning phases. If there is still interest in a regional approach, the invitation is extended.
I think that's one of those instances of where we sat with the cities today, and that we're going to need clarity before we move forward. We can't have, and I'm sure there's a million things for the city to consider, but we can't have them saying, yes, they'll be part, and then back not being part, or the other way around.
They never, and I just want to be clear, to be fair to the city never gave the county any commitments of being a part of a regional facility.
Okay.
They came together to have a conversation and then decided not to opt in. And then we continued with the study based on county service delivery.
Okay, so it might be good to learn more, hear from the city, maybe what their concerns are, and do whatever we can to be collaborative and make the best use out of one or two facilities. I think that's the only one I feel like I have some confusion about at this point.
Actually, I don't really have any questions because I'm on capital facilities, so I've got to go through these all very thoroughly. So I'm excited about the juvenile hall rehabilitation. I really see the need and how that's going to fit into that you guys' work, and I think especially anything we do to make things better for our officers is incredibly important. And it fits all the needs, so I really like that one. Of course, animal shelter will watch that as it grows. It's going to happen at some point, finding the funding, which I think that'll be great because we'll see some community input as that well, whether there's some crowdfunding that goes on with them or some capital funding. I mean, because of the partner we have in Sammy's Friends, which is a little different than the city. And I think that's part of the problem. We run our shelters very differently. I'm hoping to see that our animal control officers have spend a little time out that way with them as well. I think that'd be exciting. And that facility needs upgrading terribly, especially when they get large animals in there. So really excited about that. I would say the courthouse one has me a little bit that, like all of us, we're just gonna have to watch how that plays out because that is going to be very expensive one way or the other. Kind of another thing about the state where they don't live up to their end of the bargain at 51%, right? So that one's a little bit challenging. And I'm kind of excited about the Forest Service I think it's a beautiful spot. I think it'll tie in. We talked about this at our meeting, that we really need to get with Caltrans on that with all the work that's going to happen on Highway 49. So I think that was discussed, and I think that's really important because our roundabouts will be going in. And since we did get approved for that funding, and so we want to make sure that all ties in so we're not doing double on the work as we break ground a little further down the road. So I think I'm good with that. Good presentation, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you. I have one question. How many square feet is the Nevada City the courthouse? Do you know?
Well, it's a little over 60,000, but it's only about 20,000 in use.
In use. Okay. So I want to say I'm very pleased to see that that you've chosen to put this committee together and to do a best use study, because having worked in for 30 years or more than 30 years in the historical district in Grass Valley, I understand the importance of these buildings to the community. So I'm really happy to see that committee and the fact that the county and the city are going to work together, because it really is a crucial building for downtown. There's a lot of fear associated from your merchants about what's going to happen and how it's going to affect their business. And I totally get that. So I'm really pleased to see that's how you're going to work it. And I think it's really important on that committee that you bring in some private developers to work with you, because chances are this isn't going to end up being a government building in the end. It might potentially be it could potentially be sold for commercial use if that ends up being the highest and best use for it. And just to assure that a Nevada City, just having watched what happened with the Center for the Arts in downtown Grass Valley, you can repurpose an old building and make it really cool and have a great use in there. So I'm really optimistic for what I think could happen with that building. It's just going to take time and it's going to be expensive, but there's a lot of possibilities. A little history on the animal shelter issue. In 2019, I convened a meeting with Sheriff Moon and with Chief Gamelgard at the City of Grass Valley, the county CEO, the city manager, myself, and Supervisor Miller at the time. And we did a couple of meetings, and then we actually went up and toured the Truckee animal shelter, and we're really impressed with what they had done there. And then, as Allison said, that the county at the time opted to do this study, and the city at the time kind of was looking at something different because they had just acquired a piece of property that they're potentially going to open their new animal shelter in. And then COVID happened and we never talked about it again. So I would love to see us maybe come back to the table, and I'd be happy to facilitate a meeting with Grass Valley to at least have the discussion, because based on our population and the animal population that we serve, it really does make sense to only have one shelter. So if there's a way that we can do a collaborative effort with that, I think it's the way to go. And I will work really hard to see if we can get there. I mean, the Nevada County shelter serves a lot more animals because it serves a much wider area, but the Grass Valley, they're very similar services. They're both no-kill shelters. They both utilize volunteers to help them, with the programs that go on there. Grass Valley doesn't provide the medical care like what the county shelter does with Sammy's Friends, but they work very collaboratively with one another. So love to see that come back to the table. And then my final just comment is I did have the opportunity to tour the juvenile hall facility with Captain Jacobs and Sheriff Moon, and I really like what they're going to do out there. And just from the facility will enable them to really showcase the work that the sheriff's office does, and those extra programs that you do, like the canine program or the boating program, or having a really great gym. Those are huge for recruitment and retention purposes. So I really support what they want to do out here, and I know it's going to take some time to figure it all out, but I think it's a great opportunity to really bolster our sheriff's department. Our sheriff's office, to help them in those purposes.
Well, thank you. I was familiar with several of the projects, some of the bigger projects. The animal control, in my mind, we were simply moving ahead. I hadn't heard the city of Grass Valley being involved recently, so I would hope that doesn't affect the plans. And I think there's some urgency in that project. I mean, where are we on that? I think you said it, but you kind of mumbled, Justin.
Sorry, yeah, we've gone out to an RF for full design services. So we've done our initial, we've studied the animal shelter operational program and have a conceptual, and those are those renderings that we showed. And so then we've gone out to the architecture community and solicited for a full construction document design package, and we're in the process of reviewing those proposals and are going to be interviewing at least 2 firms here in the next month or so to make a decision on which firm would move us forward through the full design service.
And as we talk about Grass Valley in this project, does it change concept and the timeline, et cetera?
As mentioned, we initially started the concept idea of merging the services with Grass Valley, and they operationally decided that wasn't going to be something they could commit to and move forward with. So we went forward and looked at our aged facility and said we need to move forward in renovating our existing site on our existing property, and so that's where we're at now. Relooking and going back to Grass Valley would potentially change, not potentially change the design. It would be more of a location and that whole kind of operationally how those 2 agencies work. So
Yeah, I would think that the overall design would have the capacity to accommodate Grass Valley's needs. It's more of an operational discussion that would need to happen between the city and the sheriff's folks on how they want to do that. So
I agree with Mr. Monahan. I think it's an opportunity, and I appreciate your suggestion of getting us together and convening that group and looking at the service delivery of animal services regionally, similar to our operation center where we house our fleet and mechanics and so forth, and having discussions about when we look at these, 15 to $20 million projects. It's good government to look at where we could partner with special districts or other organizations or with the cities to look at those joint services and use. And so we welcome that conversation and thank you.
And I've had the opportunity to listen to Robert on the facility, the expanded facility, and then along with Lisa, had the opportunity to go out and tour that building and the plans. It's just an excellent plan, and what you've done with the dispatch center out there is just, you guys have done a wonderful job with that, at least in my mind. Robert may have things that I can't see, but it sure looks good to me. And it has such great potential out there, so that's really a good one. I would hope that you always leave that as the Carl Bryant building. I think that needs to remain. I think highly of the judge, and we just lost him, and so I would hope that that would remain. Maybe in many years it can be the Shannon facility, but not quite yet, right? Yeah. They haven't named anything at the fairgrounds after me either, Shannon.
It's better than being named after a jail. That's my only thing that I would say. I would never want to be named after a jail.
So as we move forward, can I ask a question too? I just want to keep in mind how we're going to repurpose the kitchen equipment. So let's keep that on tap.
Turn your mics on. No, you did.
Yeah, when I walked through there, that was my first thought is like, what nonprofit or who could we help with all of this equipment that's in there? Because there's a full commercial kitchen in there, and I'm sure some of the equipment is probably dated, but a lot of it is really usable. So I hope that we will look at repurposing that.
And we will, and I'll come back to capital facilities, and I'm sure action from the board. Steve Monahan is working with our purchasing division to look at what that process would look like, because we do know there's interest in the community for that equipment. Also, we went over some, really big projects, and if you are interested in a site tour, if you contact Justin, he could go ahead and make arrangements with any of our partner agencies to take you out to the site and to do a deeper dive if that's something that you would like.
And well, finally, I'm not familiar at all with the Forest Service project, other than what we've heard. But I will say I'm excited about it. I like the idea of partnering with another agency such as yours, and the fact that it's right next to our facility out there, I think that's really a plus. So I hope to see that going forward further. And John and Steve, courthouse, oh my gosh. And I keep seeing the HEW building and going, oh my gosh. No. Anyways, and I appreciate the group and what you guys are doing, working together on that one too. And thank you. Very good panel. Oh, Hardy, sure.
One quick question, just if we do, if the working, okay, now it's working. If we wanted to add something to the capital facilities plan, is this essentially our primary opportunity?
So I will have Steve maybe go back to that slide because I think it's an excellent question. And if you look at how a project gets elevated, there is a process and it's based on several factors of ADA, life cycle of building, core service state mandates. And then and it goes into our capital facilities plan, which goes through the capital facilities committee, which it convenes 2 of the board members. And then every project goes through budget and contracts at different stages to the full board. So please add what I missed, Justin or Steve, in terms of how do projects get elevated to the capital facilities plan.
No, I think you summarized it very well. It usually comes from, if it's a ADA, a security, a deferred maintenance type project, it's coming from our facility staff as they're looking at our projects. Otherwise, it's coming from a program from one of the departments that needs something, like what the sheriff just talked about, or, BERTS, or any of the other project. It's coming from a program need from the departments, and we're working with them on what it is they need to deliver those services.
If a board member has a project, then it would be built into the board workshop each year, providing staff time to go ahead and do their due diligence and then bring the item forward for the board's consideration.
Okay, so if a staff member or board member had something, you could work on it this year in 2023 and meet with staff in advance of 2024's workshop to try and obviously bring all the required support material here so everybody can look at that.
Correct.
Okay.
And a staff recommendation based on those factors, including funding.
Great, thank you. And tell you.
All right, are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, and what a well-run panel. So we are actually a little ahead of schedule, so we're going to reconvene at 3:55 for our next panel. So we've got a little over 10 minutes for a break. right, let's see. We almost have all of our supervisors. Okay, we're just waiting for, we've got our CEO, got most of our supervisors. Well, I can go ahead and introduce this topic and then we will wait to get started. There we go. Okay, so this next topic is emergency preparedness, and Craig Griesbach is going to be leading you in this.
All right, hopefully yep, it's working. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Thank you for this opportunity to present on the emergency preparedness objective today. Also, thank you for your engagement. I've been sitting in the back there. A lot of good conversations, and I've actually learned a lot just sitting in the back as well. So thank you for that. I know it's been a bit of a long day and we are your last group today, but we're very excited and we're pumped to talk to you about emergency preparedness. We have a great group of presenters and partners here, really, because that's what we're all about in OES. And I'm proud to introduce them today. So first off, we have Chief Brian Estes with the CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. We have your Nevada County Sheriff, Shannon Moon. Lieutenant Sean Scales with Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Our Office of Emergency Services Program Manager, Paul Cummings. Jamie Jones with the Nevada County Fire Safe Council. Chief Kevin McKechnie with the Truckee Fire District. And Chief Jason Robital with Nevada County Consolidated Fire District. And I also want to recognize there's an army of partners in the back as well from all of these teams, and they play a vital role in everything that we do. So thank you for them being here as well. Do I have a clicker for the presentation? I'm sorry. There we go. All right, it's important to note that your board has had emergency preparedness as a board objective for almost a decade, the first one coming in 2014, so that's pretty amazing. For a refresher on the emergency preparedness 2022 objective, it reads, lead the community in all hazards planning, preparedness, response, and recovery with a focus on wildfire. Do this by focusing on improving countywide evacuation routes and safety, continuing to strengthen early alert and critical communication systems, partnering closely with residents in emergency preparedness, defensible space, home hardening, green waste disposal, and fire safe land stewardship. So reviewing our conversation flow today, I'd like to start off with a presentation from CAL FIRE. Then we'll roll over to our Sheriff's Office for a presentation. Then we'll roll into Nevada County OES. So really talking about the why behind the emergency preparedness need, and included this call to action. Overview of projects and programs, our overview of the OES team and structure, our overall grant site picture and funding strategy, opportunities moving forward, most importantly, and last but not least, further opportunity for discussion. I'll facilitate a discussion with the panel and the board with the time that we have left. Now I would like to hand this off to Chief Estes.
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield and members of the board. My name is Brian Estes. I am the CAL FIRE Unit Chief for the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. And I want to first of all thank all of you for your hospitality and for the invitation. As always, I've always enjoyed these Board of Supervisor workshops and being part of the team effort here in Nevada County. I also want to introduce a couple members of my command staff that are here to join me, and my Deputy Chief of Operations, Jim Hudson, my Division Chief in charge of pre-fire operations and prescribed fire, Steve Garcia, who many of you know well, and our newest member of my command staff, your Division Chief here in Nevada County, Chief Landon Hatt. So again, I appreciate the time to speak to you a little bit about some of our goals and objectives moving into 2023. But before we do that, I wanted to give you a brief overview of how things look now that we look in the rearward toward 2022, and in both our California and our regional and our local impacts here to Nevada County. So in 2022, we had over 7,000 wildland fires impacting the state responsibility areas. Those were either fires that originated and maintained on private lands or were impacting private lands from other jurisdictions, primarily federal lands. With that, we had over 200,000 acres burned across California, which is actually a reduction, significant reduction in acres burned from years past. We did have over 1,200 structures that were destroyed on private properties. And to give, a relativity to those number of fires, our agency statewide responded to about 550,000 emergencies. And so, like some of my allied fire agency partners, a relatively small amount of those emergencies we respond to day in and day out are wildland fires. But as all of you know, they tend to have the biggest draw on resources, interagency operations, collaborative operations with our partners, and they tend to be the most expensive and most damaging types of incidents we have in California. We are very proud and we still maintain our initial attack strategy. And part of our mission statement in CAL FIRE is to contain 95% of our fires at 10 acres or less. And we've been successful in doing that in my 5-year tenure as fire chief here in Nevada County. As we get a local look at our impacts in 2022, across the Nevada Yuba Placer unit, we had 326 wildland fires in the state responsibility areas. Out of that, we had about almost 12,000 acres were burned. The majority of that was due to the impact on SRA from the mosquito fire. 135 of those fires actually burned in Nevada County, and just over 1,100 acres of those were here in Nevada County. The biggest impact we had here in the county was the Rice's fire, which burned for a total of 904 acres. As many of you know, the Rice's fire, like many of our areas across the county, we do repeat history to a certain degree. And the Rice's fire, how it burned from the south to the north into the South Fork of the Yuba River drainage, burned in the exact same footprint as the Yuba fire in the year 2000, which started on the opposite side of the river and jumped the river and stopped at Rice's Crossing Road. So I think we were successful in keeping it to the south end of the river, but we can't ever forget that history does repeat itself across our county. Our 2023 fuels and weather outlook should not be very surprising to many of you. We've seen record-setting precipitation and snowfall thus far. I think the higher elevations in Nevada County are sitting anywhere between 200 and 250% of normal on snowpack. But we still have a long late winter and a long spring to go before we hit fire season. And some things that do not change with precipitation are things that have already happened. Our tree mortality across the state and in Nevada County is ever present, and those dead fuels will remain with us into the future. As I was telling Supervisor Schofield, we had, I think in some way, our most recent storms here were maybe not quite as bad because of the tremendous down tree issue that we faced in 2020 and 2021. But those down fuels are still there, and they will be an ever-present problem for wildland fire season. There's a very good potential that our grass loading in the front country will be very high given the amount of precipitation, and if we see a continuation into the late winter and early spring. Our preparedness levels as an agency for 2023 are predicted to see normal staffing as predicted. We do expect to see some level of budget impacts. Right now, the state is seeing anywhere between a 22 billion and a $45 billion deficit. And so I would be remiss if I thought that we weren't going to see. So far, the information I have is that any of the existing staffing levels that we have that are in place will not change. But as far as future opportunities, including grant opportunities, some of that is up for discussion. As I've talked about in years past, the reduction in numbers in our conservation camp program and the inmate fire crews continues to be probably my #1 liability in our unit. And the proud history of Washington Ridge dating back to 1961, with a camp that at one time at its height had over 132 inmates specially trained for firefighting in and around our area, has been reduced to a daily population of less than 30. And on any given day, we are running between 1 and 2 crews. So when I talked to you last year about this, we were seeing the same problem. And I've been working really hard with our region staff and my command staff to look at opportunities for repopulating that camp into the future. One of the most successful programs we've had here in the unit is our partnership with the California National Guard. And they are a really well-trained, motivated, um, comfortable with kind of a paramilitary environment group of people, and we've had great success with them. We've asked our region to be kind of a host unit and almost a sponsored unit for the expansion of that program, looking at a potential repopulation of Washington Ridge Camp. I say that only representing my agency, as there's another agency with the Department of Corrections that shares that facility. So obviously, there's a lot more discussion that has to happen. And I've talked, I think, now for 2 or 3 years about our helicopter revitalization program, and I'm proud to say by the end of 2023 that all 13 of our new S-70I Blackhawks will be in service, and we will have 4 of those bases across the state that will be 24-hour night flying and rescue operation bases. Our fuel production priorities in 2023 remain somewhat consistent to what we've had in the past. The biggest changes really are shifting of those big projects like South County and Ponderosa West off to our Fire Safe Council partners, and the ability for them to work, still supporting them with grant opportunities, but really shifting to Jamie and her staff and being able to facilitate those large multi-land ownership type projects. What we're focusing right now on, our 3 main priorities in the county are Reeder Ranch VMP up in North San Juan, Malakoff Diggins, and Bunker Hill VMPs. We do have a number of other VMPs that are in the planning stages, and all told, I think we're at about 22 vegetation management programs that are in planning phases. Here's our real numbers on the projects. CFIP, which is the California Forest Improvement Project that allows us to work directly with landowners on a matching program to improve their forest health and fire prevention. We have 10 active projects going on in the county, 3 projects funded by the Forest Health Grant System for a total of $7.2 million. We have 2 research projects for under $500,000 and 2 fire prevention projects funded for $8.1 million. Like I said, for a total of 22 projects and over $16 million committed to grant projects. For our East Slope and for Supervisor Bullock's district, we remain committed to Station 50 and Truckee remaining a staffed year-round fire station, contributing both to the mutual aid system in the Truckee Basin and our partners with Kevin and his staff at the Truckee Fire Protection District, where we share that station, as well as fuel reduction efforts in and around the Truckee Basin in North Tahoe. We completed 10,700 defensible space inspections across the unit in 2022. Over 4,000 of those were committed here in Nevada County. And our Law Enforcement Bureau conducted over 50 wildland fire related investigations and citation activities across the unit. One of the biggest things we're launching right now is our online burn permit program. And so the very historical nature of coming into fire stations and getting that burn permit written is going to transition to an online program. We're always still going to be available to people. We love to serve the public. We love to see folks in our fire stations, but we really want to allow people a more efficient and effective manner to be able to get those permits done. Before I turn it over to Sheriff Moon, I just wanted to thank you as always in the years past for, and how much I value the relationship with the county and our agency, my allied partners, the Sheriff's Office. I really think we are an example of how to do things the right way. Sheriff Moon and I's commitment to unified command on all wildland fires and emergencies in this county, the support from Allison and her staff has been just tremendously appreciative. So thank you very much for that. And I would be remiss in saying that as I hear rumors, I was just talking to Lisa about the seems like the yearly rumor of the Grass Valley Air Attack Base moving to another location. And I'm here to tell you again that we will never move the Grass Valley Air Attack Base out of that airport. The Nevada County airport's our home. As many of you know, that air base has a rich lineage dating back to the mid-1960s. It's critical to this county. It's critical to the protection of our communities, and we will always call that home, as well as our integrated dispatch center there. So with that, thank you again very much for your support, and I'll turn it over to Sheriff Moon.
Thank you, Chief. And again, we work so much stronger when we work together, and the relationships that we continue to work on and create new ones with all of our fire partners It makes our community safer. It makes our staff safer. There isn't anything that keeps me awake at night more than thinking about the dangers that our staff go into every single day, and making sure that we're safe during those evacuations, knowing that our fire partners are right there with us. I can't say enough about that partnership. After I took office in 2019, I've said this story before. I was doing a radio show, KVMR, in the middle of the night. It was raining. Allison Lehman and I were on the show talking about what we were going to do in our just becoming in our leadership roles. Outside in the parking lot, she said, "You know, I'm looking for a OES manager. We're having trouble filling a position." And I said, "Oh, I have several. I can lend you." And it takes those types of relationships, those conversations on what can we do to help, and it's blended into what I think has been really a pivotal point for our sheriff's office, and having a collaboration and a relationship not only with the county but our community on how we show up in service during really chaotic times, not just wildfires but any emergency. And again, I have a good picker. One of my first promotions was Lieutenant Sean Scales, and he's going to show a little bit about this relationship and collaboration that is so important.
Good afternoon. I didn't know if you guys heard or not, but the Grass Valley Air Attack Base is moving. All right. Don't worry, they're not going anywhere. It's funny, you know, the sheriff brings up a point about collaboration, and it really is true. I will honestly say I haven't always believed that to be true. Cops have a tendency to get into silos. We have a tendency to think certain things about the people we come into contact with, probably because a lot of our contacts are negative. However, as I've grown and matured, I've seen a lot of that change. And no more so than the past couple years, actually a year and a half, I've been down in OES since about October of 2021. And the collaboration, it's really within county government, with local businesses, nonprofits, coalitions, but most importantly with the public. Over the years, we've sort of seen this come to fruition out of need. You know, fires, when I first started up in Nevada County back in 2010, they were pretty tame. We would get our information from CAL FIRE dispatch as to where we needed to go, knock on a couple of doors, you know, say hi to the fire guys, and then we were done. A couple-hour event. They weren't, you know, multiple day-long events, and then things changed. I remember the first one that was really big in my eyes was the Lowell fire, and it just really changed my outlook on it. And so when we got down to OES a couple years ago, we really started looking at how can things change and how could we change our approach. And really, Zone Haven is the biggest project I've seen that's really changed the face of evacuation in Nevada County. And I have no doubt that that would not have happened if it were solely OES or the sheriff's office handling that project alone. So when this project came out, Captain Jacobs worked with special fire districts, highway patrol, local law enforcement, Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, and many others, put together something that would really change the way we think about evacuation. You know, they talked about, well, where should these borders of zones be? What communities do we need to lump together? What can we separate? What's separated by geographic borders? And when you speak to a fire chief who's got 40 years of experience, I know Captain Jacobs was always impressed with Chief down at Higgins. I mean, Jerry, amazing the knowledge that he has. He knows his beat. And so getting all of that information, putting it together, that happened because we were down in OES, and it wouldn't have happened without that. Another one is Code Red. So there was an instance last summer, I believe every captain we had and most lieutenants were all attending separate sporting events for our children, all out of county. And it was funny, I called Paul, I said, Paul, I need somebody to send an alert for me. And Paul was in the drive-through, I believe at the time. And within a couple minutes, I've got a Code Red going out. That wouldn't have happened years ago. So what we've done with us being down in OES is we've formalized our messaging. We have templates now built into Code Red that are all the same. Additionally, we brought on Truckee last year. So the town of Truckee is now on Code Red. So we have a single messaging platform for all of the first alerters in Nevada County. And it's really helped, one, make our messaging the same so the public knows what to expect each time. That's probably the most important thing is if I'm sending a message and Grass Valley PD is sending a message and Truckee PD is sending a message and they're all different, it doesn't give the public much confidence in our ability to respond to an emergency. So it's been a big change for us. And it sort of dissolved a lot of those barriers that are traditionally exist within governmental institutions. Another one is our local collaboration. So where the sheriff, I don't think she has a day off ever. She can't go to a restaurant and eat a meal without being a constituent coming up to her or anything like that. And one thing I've noticed is OES is sort of the same way. OES has a footprint in many areas throughout the county that the sheriff's office, we just don't have access to that audience. And it's enabled us to, one, reach those people and teach them about us. I talk about law enforcement being siloed, and it really is true. For years, we have not shared who we are, what our missions are, what we traditionally do. And so having access to those folks and putting us in the same room as those people really has kind of sort of changed, I know, my approach, but also the approach of the sheriff's office and how we interact with folks. The reason you see a black background up there is because I learned not too long ago that certain font colors on a white background will disappear. I would not know that if I was not down in OES. Alessandra, thank you. It doesn't help when, you know, gold, green and gold is always kind of our thing. So if you've got that, if your font is disappearing on a background, it doesn't help you. And that's just one little lesson that I've learned being down in OES. So these are just some of our partners, but there's really a ton of them. You know, the nonprofits that are out there, 211, the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities, Freed, getting together with the hospitals, both Tahoe Forest Hospital and Sierra Nevada, really helps us out. And it really gets them to learn about us a little bit so we can carry our message. The other thing is you're not reliant on somebody from OES to carry the sheriff's office message. So we can be there to say how we actually react, because we can tell somebody how they react and have them carry that message for us, or we can be there to share it ourselves. It really helps us out. Then there's probably my most important thing that I've gotten out of being down in OES, and I think the biggest thing for the sheriff's office being down there, and also OES gets a benefit out of it as well, is our public outreach. Last year, Alessandra, Alex, the team down in OES, myself, and a few others, there were over 119 public outreach events last year. You know, it's one every 3 nights, right? And these things are going on all the time. So when we're at these public outreach events, it's kind of like I told Sheriff Moon years ago that on a call for service, the best team I ever worked with was a male-female team. I felt like there wasn't a call for service that I couldn't handle. And I sort of feel the same way about public outreach events. When you have personnel from all of the disciplines, you know, I've been at events with Chris Tillotson and fire and law enforcement and OES. Everybody is there to sort of answer for what they actually do. So it gives the public a much better idea of what we actually do as organizations and how we work together. And it really is advantageous for everybody, the public included, because I get to bring that message back to my agency and educate them on, hey, this is what the public really thinks. Because we don't always learn that when we put out a poll or we get feedback on Facebook, which is the bane of my existence. But it really is good to get out there and interact with the public, because that's who pays our bills. Another benefit is the Emergency Operations Center. So myself, I've been a cop since 2006. We go through an academy that's 6 months, then we go through FTO, that's another field training, that's another 18 weeks. Then you get hundreds of hours of training every year. That's just me. If I get stuck, guess what? Captain Jacobs, I need some help. There's another 20 years experience. Sheriff Moon, I need another 33 years of experience. So we bring all of that to the EOC. Our training is not only mandated by the state, but it's pretty well looked over, and especially with the times we're in now. So it really is helpful bringing that into the EOC. Another benefit is real-time intelligence. So through search and rescue, patrol, and all of the places where we have our folks, we can feed that intel back into the EOC. And that hasn't always happened in the past. In the past, when we would work events, we would do them somewhat separately, and we both knew each other, were active during the emergency, but it wasn't always together. So bringing that into the EOC is great. And then the other thing is that piece of equipment you see there on the right, that's a sat runner. That enables us to communicate when everything else is dark. So we bring tools like that to the game, and it really is beneficial for all of us. With that, just like to say thank you and pass it on.
Lieutenant Scales said he didn't have more than 5 minutes in him, and that'll show you how much he's adapted into the OES environment. So the really him being in our team and embedded, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later, has been invaluable. And really the partnership we have with CAL FIRE, our fire districts, the sheriff, all our other law enforcement partners are really what makes us successful. So thank you for all that context and the great presentations. I would like to continue really this conversation focusing on OES and really looking forward in OES. Over the last several years, we've been experiencing a wider variety and increased frequency of disaster events. As the chief mentioned, there were 135 fires in the Nevada County SRA this last year, with the largest being the Rice's fire at 904 acres, with our neighbors experiencing the mosquito fire at over 76,000 acres. Although fire is still a primary threat and concern in our community, we're also experiencing severe storms, drought, a pandemic, and climate change impacts that are causing severe heat and cold events. This has really required a call to action that through your leadership, the county and our partners have been answering. Our answer is community collaboration. We're lucky to have a very engaged community about emergency preparedness, and we've continued engaging with them. As Lieutenant Scales mentioned, between April and December, we completed 118 community outreach events and education events. That's almost one for every workday. We also managed several key programs, such as our Ready, Set, Go guide that's sent out to all county residents as modeled by Moose in our slide here. Tabling at community events, supporting our firewise communities, and the list goes on. These proactive safety actions really with our engaged citizenry has really created, I think, a lot of disasters from even occurring in the first place. Our answer is doing the work, bringing programs to fruition and sponsoring emergency events. This includes large landscape level fuel treatment projects such as South County shown in the picture here as a partnership with our Nevada County Fire Safe Council. Staff and contractors completed roadside vegetation as shown with our public works team in this slide, and our emergency operations center answering the call, really working hand in hand with CAL FIRE, our fire districts, and our law enforcement partners. Over the last year, this was highlighted by the many long days we spent during Snowmageddon or the winter storm event. Our answer is partnering with our most valuable asset that we have, our community. When we found resources, they have really answered the call. This has been through doing the hard work of clearing vegetation between our green waste drop-off events, Firewise communities installing water tanks, such as shown in this group, slide with Greenhorn Firewise community, clearing defensible space around homes with our AFN, or Access and Functional Needs program, and neighborhoods clearing private roadways through our Firewise microgrant program. We wanted to give you a site picture, what is being done now, and what is incoming in the future as far as larger projects go. Reviewing some of the near and longer term projects, some of the near term shaded fuel break projects include South County, Woodpecker Ravine, Ponderosa West Phase 2, and Ponderosa West Phase 1 maintenance. Also, our Access and Functional Needs program, Phase 1 of that program, is happening now in partnership with the Nevada County Fire Safe Council and our Firewise Community Microgrant program that is also wrapping up as we speak. Many of these project maps are in your board packet for reference. Longer term projects include the South Yuba Rim Shaded Fuel Break, Deer Creek Shaded Fuel Break Project grant that the Fire Safe Council has been really leading and applied funding for. A roadside vegetation abatement project, building resilient infrastructure and communities grant project, and several Firewise microgrant resource efforts. We've applied for funding for all of these, and we are currently in environmental and cultural review for our BRIC grant. Some additional programming has included our community green waste drop-off events. We had several successful events last year, clearing over 3,400 tons of green waste material. We've cleared over 150 miles of roadways, removal of over 400 hazardous trees, and our robust community outreach efforts that I highlighted earlier. I wanted to highlight our defensible space inspection team over this last year as the program continues to mature. Nevada County Consolidated has been a great partner in this effort and really from the start of this program to ensure its overall success. 863 inspections were completed by staff with an education compliance rate of 92%. That's pretty amazing. We take pride in that. This team was also key in the implementation of our AFN grants. It is working on several aspects of with the goal of continuous process improvement, while also collaborating with neighboring jurisdictions to ensure alignment. We have several strategic planning efforts that will be vital for prioritization of projects and initiatives moving forward. This is a significant project lift over the next 12 to 18 months, and it includes our community wildfire protection plan that will really be for the entire community to use. All these partners here today and many others will be part of this plan update. Also, our local hazard mitigation plan and evacuation study are being completed. All these plans essentially will weave together and complement each other and work in tandem with other plans, such as the CAL FIRE NEU plan. As I mentioned earlier, these are slated to be completed over the next 12 to 18 months. And we have RFPs out on the street right now for all of these plans. It is also important to highlight our efforts on recovery. A lot of times after events, this is kind of lost in translation and we forget about the backside of these events in the recovery phase. We have several recovery projects we are continuing to manage that really take years and hundreds of hours of staff time to manage. It takes a long time if you ask our program manager, Paul Cummings. This includes a huge lift of debris removal efforts that our environmental health team does a great job managing and leading that effort in coordination with our team. These efforts are crucial to not only get reimbursement of staffing costs, but get reimbursement for our partners' costs, so such as our schools, fairgrounds, and law enforcement partners. This was highlighted in our recent recovery funding success with the Jones Fire that happened in 2020, and that will show you kind of the time frame of how long these take. Chair Schofield, I would like to pause for a moment and really discuss with your board, seeing all these projects and programs that I just presented before you right now. What does your board think is the most impactful and important for our community?
What project?
What projects and programs are the most impactful to the community from your perspective?
Collaboration. Yeah, all of the above.
You have 10 minutes, so feel free if you have any questions.
I know, huh? So, Chair, I don't know, like,
Go ahead,
it's interesting when we look at what you guys have created. I think back to when it was Paul. You know, we had two people in that position and where we've come, and we're not done. I think that's the key component. The education side of this is going to have to continue. I still go to meetings and have people don't know what code red is, right? And I know how much everyone's out in the public. So those are the things that I know we'll have to continue to do is outreach, communication, and I give kudos to all. I think we have a really unique situation here, how we all work together. It's really pretty incredible. And I don't hardly go anywhere where I don't see somebody from OES or CAL FIRE or the Sheriff's Department doing their part in educating. And so when you look at those, they're all, I think you've made it all important. I don't know how you take any of those out of the process. You've built a program that's working, so let's keep using it and build from there.
Thank you. Yeah, we want you to do all of it, all the time, because it's all important. I mean, I think I would have to say in terms of um, urgency, you know, coming from my district, I would say, you know, the evacuation planning, and I know I think we all agree that's just huge right now. It's the piece that we haven't done um, as a group, a collaboration, as you were talking about. It's a piece that we've just started on, and it's just so critical. It's been critical for a long time, and now we really know how critical it is that we know these fires are going to happen. So not only do we need to be prepared to prevent them and put them out, but make sure that there are multiple egress, if we can, where in those places where there's a lot of people that have to get out. So evacuation planning, figuring out those gaps that we can close to create a whole new evacuation route wherever possible. You know, for my district, I just continue to advocate for Deer Creek and South Yuba River. The South Yuba River Canyon, when you think about it, crosses multiple districts, and it just, you know, as it's just one of those places that anything that starts in it is going to just blow up. And so, and we know that's been, you know, decades of lack of fire in some of those places. So those are continue to be important to me for my district. And then I think Sue raises this regularly too, but how do we figure out how to maintain what we're clearing today
but we're getting out there doing a good job of getting funding and resources towards how do we find a way to do the upkeep so we aren't back in the same place 10 years from now or even 5 years from now. But I agree, all of it's important. You all are doing a really great job. I've loved the collaboration and coordination. I've been out on a bunch of those evening meetings this last year, and it was great. We all learn from each other and we all hear the same thing from the community. So we're getting that same information, and that's been fantastic. And I hope we keep doing that as well.
So I agree. It's all important. I think from my district's perspective, the probably two most important things are the code red and the zone haven. I have a lot of elderly population in my district, and the education part, especially on the code red, to get people signed up for it and understand it, and not freak out when they get one, because just because you get one doesn't mean that you have to evacuate. So trying to explain that to people was complicated. I really appreciate the collaboration. During the river fire, I was up at the sheriff's office dispatch to see the calls that came in and watch the dispatchers deal with it was pretty incredible. And I think it speaks to the work that you guys have done in preparation for when it happens. So keep up the good work. This microphone is terrible. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. And the partnership is obvious. From my perspective, I've spent time on the ground with each and every one of you. And you bet Firewise Fair, I don't know what we called it, but everybody was represented there, and it was such an awesome event, driven by the community and supported by the county and everybody here. So thank you for doing the outreach at that level. I think it's pretty meaningful. For me, I think OES and fire and preparedness is taking on I'm looking at it differently after Measure V, because in District 5, we don't have any landscape level fire breaks. So I'm thinking about how are those going to be funded? How are we going to work with our existing revenue streams? Measure T is one of them. East County and West County have different needs. They're apples and oranges. You have a massive need for green waste disposal. That's obvious. And we have different needs. We have a different fire, fuel model profile and timber zones, and it's very different. I think for me, looking forward, the support from the Fire Safe Council and building, strong Firewise communities are really important to me in East County, because absent that direct funding, we're going to need to rally every single person, home, organization, and stakeholder to make that lift and create safety for our East County community. So I've thought a lot about it, just trying to understand how to harness that. I think we have some great model communities in Western County, and actually in my district, and you bet, and Heidi and I share constituency in one little line down there between our two districts, just an absolute model. So I think if we can get the county and all of you, your help in modeling that for East County and providing that, I think will go a long way. So that's kind of District 5. And then we have some opportunities. We have Canyon Springs is right behind one of our biggest permanent residential developments in Truckee. It's owned by the Land Trust. It's perfect opportunity to do a landscape level fuel break if we can come together and work in a partnership level to do that. And then again, the plans that you talked about, Craig, I know that the town is engaged on planning efforts. We are, Placer County is, and then obviously Truckee Fire Protection District. And I think it's critical that when we talk about planning, we are literally connecting those plans, from Town Hall. You have Town Hall in Nevada County and Placer County and Truckee Fire Protection District all interfacing right there with the same people. We serve the same community. So I think it's critical for us to think outside of our individual organizations into that regional connection. But again, greatly appreciate all the work you're doing. Look forward to working with you in 2023. And I am going to be honest, I'm a little bit concerned about, the outcome of Measure V is what it is, but we're going to have a lot of work to do without a lot of money. And I think we all need to just keep considering that every time we make decisions.
Well, I think as far as District 2 goes, the South County fuel break is the greatest thing that's happening right now. But I think my greatest concern is, much like Heidi said, is evacuation. And I think, well, the river fire helped a lot because people saw what evacuation was truly like. Unlike some of the demonstration days where nobody would really participate. The river fire kind of showed that the intersection at Alta Sierra and Highway 49, you couldn't come out onto 49. There was an accident on 49. It was jammed up everywhere. So evacuation is my greatest concern. I think Zone Haven is a huge plus if we can get people to leave early, not in a panic. And I think we have the ability to do that. But I'm very much like Heidi. I think Penn Valley's Wild would have seen that situation, but I don't know that our folks really have, and it's pretty frightening, really.
Yeah, no, I think the work that's been done, especially Lake Wildwood, they've interjected and did their they practiced and did some of that stuff is important. I agree with you. I think one of the other things we really look at, again, this green waste situation, that's going to be huge for us. And Heidi just hit it, how do we manage it after we're done? And that comes with education and time spent with community members. And then one of those questions is like they do up in Turkey. I wonder if that point of sale time of inspections is something we need to look at as a county that get people to do more of their own work. I realize it's expensive. We all do. And oh, there, my time's up. Okay, just another thought, because here we're coming into the spring and late winter. People are going to be doing their vegetation right now. The MERTS is already overwhelmed with it. I know we have some free waste coming up, but we really need to look at how we're going to manage all that. That's huge.
Back to you, Craig.
All right. Thanks for that feedback. You used the whole 10 minutes. Thank you. Reflecting being in this role for just now 6 months, I've never really been so lucky to inherit such a good team of quality employees. Really, they're all here on the panel or in the back. It's been really my honor to learn from them, and really they're the ones that are making these projects and programs happen. So huge thank you to them. In OAS, we have 6 full-time positions. We strategically use temps, interns, volunteers, and limited term positions as well. As our sheriff mentioned, we have a very strong relationship that we lean on pretty heavily with Lieutenant Sean Scales embedded in our team as the EOC coordinator. Your investment and commitment to emergency preparedness has really created more capacity in the community as a whole. We have been more competitive for grants, and we have facilitated more projects and work happening throughout our community that really supports our mission of protecting life and property. And looking at our organizational structure, and I know this is a little bit small, OES is within the Information and General Services Agency under the leadership of Steve Monahan. This multi-level leadership structure will be key to our long-term institutional stability and will continue to provide capacity in our community for the years to come. In preparation of our grant site picture slide, I wanted to give you some perspective on the overall investment value as we continue to lean into leveraging grants. I'm sure you've all seen the FEMA graphic that for every dollar spent, saves $6 on future disaster losses. Using that methodology, I looked at what are we getting out of our general fund match as we leverage that against total our grant value as we look at our grants portfolio. From a really conservative approach, when looking at this, every dollar we are investing, we're getting $15 in value. Realistically, though, while working with our team, because we have a bunch of black belt grant staff on our team, we can continue to be creative with our partners. Then it'll be more like $54 for every dollar we spend in general fund, which is amazing. Essentially, that's leveraging $1.3 million, multiplying it into over $70 million. So that's a big deal and a ton of money that we're getting out of our general fund. Our grant site picture includes 17 grants that are currently being managed, ranging from Homeland Security grants to large fuel mitigation projects. There are 11 grant projects pending and that we are waiting to hear if we're going to be awarded, and we have 6 projects that are conceptual in the queue. As shown on this graphic, in Q3 of 2023, we anticipate that we'll be managing over $60 million in grants. This graphic shows the differentiation from our large brick grant that we're hopeful to be awarded later this year. Without a brick size grant, we are forecasting that with our current team, they will be consistently managing around $15 million annually based on our capacity now and our grant application versus award trajectory. Our current grant strategy, and you'll hear this throughout this presentation, is really built on the foundation of collaboration. We are focusing on multi-agency and jurisdictional proposals that contain many aspects of mitigation efforts, including fuels management, defensible space, home hardening, and much more. An example of these agency-to-agency efforts include our work with recreation, leveraging dual projects with Trish's team for really maximum benefits, such as trail projects, creating fuel breaks, or vice versa. We also want to align our other project efforts throughout the community to knit them into larger projects, such as Supervisor Bullock mentioned earlier. That is our goal. A good example of this approach is what we're doing with the Truckee Fire Protection District right now. We have a great partnership with Kevin's team, or Chief McKetney's team. Really, we're partnering on a future CAL FIRE Forest Health grant proposal. This is a large landscape level proposal, weaving projects together and increasing their size to really provide cohesive areas of defense throughout all of these communities. This includes projects in Nevada County, Placer County, Tahoe National Forest, Truckee Fire Protection District, and several private property communities spanning essentially Martis Camp to the Sierra County border. Huge thanks to Truckee Fire and their team, really championing this innovative approach in Eastern County. We are focusing both on the large landscape fuel treatment areas while also getting resources into the hands of the community. What was accomplished by our FireWise microgrant program was nothing short of amazing. Essentially, these communities leveraging $3,600 to clear a ton of roadways and private lands and things like that. So we want to continue to try to support that effort. And lastly, we have been leveraging our strategic plans. So we're making decisions based on the most current data and science. Then I'll talk about those plan updates. Actually, I talked about those earlier, sorry. Our current strategy is focused on sustainability. Oops. Our current funding strategy is focused on sustainability. This is through being strategic with grants, what we do and do not apply for, paying attention to match requirements, and ensuring that we're focusing on prioritized projects. CAL FIRE, I can't say how much of an awesome partner they've been for us. Really, they've come to save the day for us for grant projects. They've funded a ton of our project efforts. Steve Garcia jumped in last year when we had Snowmageddon, realizing there was a need and really supporting us with our green waste efforts and everything that we had to do. And just they've been kind of a superhero for us. So I really appreciate that partnership and look forward to the opportunities moving forward. As I mentioned throughout this presentation, we also leverage our key partners while also focusing on our core team, working toward maturing our existing programs. As you can see throughout this presentation, there's a ton of work and programs happening right now, but there's also a lot coming in the future. We are focusing on our capacity and project management to ensure we can manage projects successfully. This includes leveraging limited term positions for grant projects and really partnering with community members that believe in implementing our mission, such as interns and volunteers. Continuing to mature existing programs, and I'll continue to bang this drum, will be key to our success. Really, our programs like our DSI team can really continue to make major impacts towards our preparedness and mitigation goals. As we look at primary need areas, there are several with limited resources to really solve them. Green waste and biomass, as your board has mentioned already today, are really key need areas right now. All the vegetation that needs to be cleared needs to go somewhere. Our previous green waste drop-off events have shown that our community will do the clearing if they have an economical place to bring it to. We currently budget $40,000 annually in OES for green waste, and simply this just is not enough to run these programs. The way we've been able to make this work is collaboration and partnership, everything we're preaching today, because we made this work from partnership funding from CAL FIRE, Northern Sierra Quality Management District, and with our partners at the Fire Safe Council. These next coming years, we'll be partnering with them for some more potentially more robust marketing, and Jamie can speak to that a little bit later, that's funded through a grant from, once again, CAL FIRE. So we'll have a lot of potential moving forward as we work with partners. True mortality continues to be a big concern throughout most foothill communities, especially along our key evacuation routes, and these are really expensive to remove. We'll continue to try to address these through our strategic evacuation clearing grant efforts. Federal lands, especially BLM properties, and I believe Supervisor Hall mentioned this earlier this morning, continue to be a challenge related to available resources to treat them, especially properties around some of our more residentially developed areas. We have been working with our legislative advocates and BLM leadership on how to address these properties. As we saw with our Firewise Community Microgrant Program, there's a lot we can leverage through volunteerism, but there isn't a lot of funding opportunities or resources for them really to get this work done. So that's why we are continuing to seek grant opportunities for resources for them. As we're seeing in many industries, workforce development continues to be a struggle, especially in the vegetation mitigation industry. We need to continue to work with our schools, industry partners, economic development partners to continue to build this industry. Last but not least, the lack of sustainable funding resources makes consistent programming and project implementation challenging, as really we are primarily leveraging grants and grant funding that are one-time funds. Looking forward, our team recommends the following for our emergency preparedness priorities over this next year. Let's continue to prioritize wildfire initiatives that are multi-benefit for other emergency events where that's possible. Let's lean into and invest planning efforts to ensure we're making decisions on the most recent data and information. We need to focus on larger scale evacuation priorities, as was mentioned earlier, to get the biggest bang for our buck for vegetation clearance or road improvement projects that are part of public works development. Continue our large fuel mitigation project focus to where we can create areas of protection throughout our communities. Let's continue our robust community outreach and education efforts to prepare the community. And we want to cultivate individual projects into larger community-wide projects to create larger aligned areas of protection rather than just creating this checkerboard effect of treatment. With these priorities in mind, our proposed grants and funding focus is really to be strategic based on match. Potentially, we don't go after grants that have a one-to-one match, and we focus on grants that maybe have 25% or less match, or ones we know we can leverage off other grants. Let's ensure as much cost recovery as possible for our administrative and management funds for staffing to actually administer these projects. Let's focus our grants on large landscape level projects that include green waste and biomass as we move forward. Let's leverage community partnership to support each other in grant and project efforts. So we aren't just necessarily the only ones going after grants, we're supporting others to diversify our approach. This is through letters of support, grant writing support, and really consistent communication throughout all of our partners. For our funding, let's focus on continue to be aggressive with grants. We've had a lot of success this last year. Let's build on that success. We also need to budget annually a general fund amount for grant match for us to continue to be competitive in this grants game we're trying to play. Let's continue to support and mature the existing programs, as I've said multiple times during this presentation, to leverage that existing success of these programs. And we learned a lot from our community and stakeholders during all the engagement we did over the last year. Let's continue these conversations about sustainable funding opportunities to really meet their needs for planning in the years to come. And with that, Chair Schofield, I would love to hear your board's perspective and thoughts regarding these emergency preparedness grants focus and overall funding goals that we just presented. You have 10 minutes again.
But we just went through this. Artie, why don't you start it?
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions on, I know you've acknowledged the fact that we need to have staff support on the admin side to facilitate the grants that you described coming up in 23, 24, 25, which is awesome. And are we giving you the tools and staffing you need to carry through with that work at a level that you think we're asking you to perform on that?
Yes, Supervisor Bullock, we're working hand in hand with the CEO's office on staffing needs and what type of staffing we need. And honestly, we're learning along the way too as we implement more programs. So something we'll likely be using more are some limited term positions, like we anticipate midsummer hiring potentially a couple limited term defensible space inspectors and a limited term analyst to help implement some of our grants. So Our approach, we really want to focus on sustainability because we want to make sure we get as much bang for our buck out of these grants. So as of right now, yes, we're adapting as these projects and programs are implemented.
One of the stakeholders, Tahoe Donner, they've got 6,000 homes, obviously residential development. They've said, hey, we can do so much more if we can partner with you, essentially, and be trained by your staff and doing DSI inspections and meeting the needs in that area. I guess my next question is, in combination with funding that we get put into our programs and other partners like the Fire Safe Council, are we looking at ways to basically spend money to get additional stakeholders and contributors and volunteers involved? I think that's coming to mind is a way to really leverage, after we've gone through this Measure V exercise, that we're going to need we're going to need all hands on deck, right? And some of those communities really do have the ability to provide with some training. And Kristen comes to mind because she asks me about, and this is our UBET Firewise community, but she asked me, like, if we just had this much resource, we could use all this stuff. You could help us get tools or help us organize or help us get a CMS board. From my perspective, I think anything we can do to get those incremental resources out to people that can do the heavy lifting, absent funding, to hire contractors to do it. I guess that's more of a statement than a question, but I am looking to the Fire Safe Council to be, fully engaged and active in my community, staff members in Eastern County, programs in Eastern County, and I'd like to talk about that.
I think you've hit on everything in this presentation that we need to do. I don't see any gaps in there. I think it's the right approach, and I look forward to us continuing to do all of this work. Good job.
Well, I think the big question that you're kind of asking is, how much general fund money are we willing to put into the budget to go after these grants? And I guess it's something to be looked at. I mean, if each dollar gets us another $54, and not only that, if we don't get the grant, you don't spend the money. So I guess I think that's the big question that you're asking right now, because I don't know what other funding we do have other than the grants.
So you hit on it, right? What I was going to talk about. I think it's important that we as a county stand up this program. We've started it, and he just said we're not going for those dollar to dollar matching funds. We're looking at the ones that do 25%, ones that are really going to be better bang for our buck. And if we continue to look for those, just like we saw what that $3,600 did in individual grants that went out. So was there a way to find some kind of funding that we can disperse that way? Yeah, I think it's important that we've started this from just a tiny little department, and we've been through some really tragedy type things here in our community. I mean, and when you just talk how many fires I had in my district alone, right, last year. So this is incredibly important. I think as a board, we have to really keep continuing to support this, in my opinion. Just a question. I know that one of the measures for Measure V, one of the things that we were talking about doing, if it had passed, was to build a permanent year-round green waste site. Do you have an estimated cost of what that looks like, and to actually build the site and then to operate the site?
I believe the preliminary estimates Supervisor Swarthout were between 1.1 and 1.3 million dollars to run that annually to have programming.
Had you located a site, or was it going to be co-located at the transfer station?
That's something we would still need to do, is locate a site, but we've been working with some partners that are in the process of purchasing property that would be a good qualifier for such a site. So we're in the middle of those conversations right now, just to see if there's any partnership opportunities.
But that wouldn't be grant funded. That would be something that wouldn't be free green waste at that point, would it? Or would that be something that we would have to have grant funding for?
As of right now, it would have to be grant funded, which there is some programming that Jamie and CAL FIRE have been working together on for a 2-year program. So potentially if we facilitated a site, it might be a better site for continuous programming, but yes, it would be grant funded.
Okay. So, yeah, just to sort of circle back, one of the, one of the biggest projects we've done is the West Ponderosa, right? And that was the federal earmark, right? And a grant. But I think we're just starting to figure out what we could do if we get those federal earmarks. Those are huge. And I know we were being politically strategic in terms of what did we think our representative might fund, what kind of project might he fund. And so those are the ones that got funded, and they weren't necessarily high priority, or it wasn't like a list of priorities that they went down and took the top 3 priorities. They picked the ones they liked. So we need to keep working on that too, I think. And we could talk about that probably tomorrow with federal advocacy, and probably this needs to be done in partnership too, that we have to educate our representatives and keep going to them with asks, because I know we made some great progress there, even where some of the reps sort of did support and the others didn't. It's all progress and it's all educating. But that funding is, it's just such a huge amount, could get so much done, that I think that's worth putting the time in to try again, to building those relationships. If it turns out they're just not going to touch earmarks or nothing's going to move in Congress, then we step back. But as long as we think there might be some movement, we should be right in there as well.
Supervisor Hall, the one thing I will say, speaking to earmarks, they are a 1-to-1 match. So if we get $750,000, we have to come up with $750,000, which there may be other more competitive grants, such as CAL FIRE, Forest Health, things like that have less match requirements, or we're more strategic with earmarks. For example, potentially putting in a proposal for the fiscal year 24 earmarks for a FireWise community grant that we're going to be able to leverage potentially FireWise community volunteerism to meet that match. So being more strategic when we have that 1-to-1 match will help us.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so it would mean we should be going after those high priority projects that we really are already deciding we want to put some funds behind.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think one of the questions is, it's kind of a chicken and egg, but I think what you're asking of us is, how committed financially are we going to be to going after grants that require match? And my question to you is, how far can we go with that? Because if we say, okay, we're going to allocate some serious capital dollars toward that match, it's going to impact you. It's going to impact everybody here. So I guess my question is, I think we should maybe consider talking more in the future about the relationship, because I think if we make commitments toward that grant match and that level of program funding, we're going to have to talk about staffing. Just as one, just from a napkin math financial perspective, I think everybody's looking for leverage money. And what you've shown us is there's high leverage in those dollars. So it makes sense to us to make those investments, especially if we're losing $6 every time we spend $1 prevention, right? So it seems to me like that's a really wise investment. But I am concerned about keeping pace with that, getting the work done, getting it done equitably across the entire landscape, across the county, with all the organizations we have here in front of us. So I just, as one board member, I think everybody's saying, yeah, we're committed to that. We want to do that. It's just the scale in which we do it. I think to have that answer, that discussion on Friday, I guess.
Well, and just looking at this too, with the budget shortfalls that are coming too, are the grants going to be as available? That's the other thing I think we have to really look at. We're going to really have to make whatever we do get, we're going to have to make those really count. And because that's concerning. It's concerning. I don't think we may not see anything come in from the federal right away. And I would assume there'll be some differences when we get into the state. I know there's been some cuts through that budget when you look at some of the priorities. So I think those are some of the things we're going to have to pay attention to, and look how we're going to put forward our general fund and what we can get done with it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And it's hard to depend on those grants. It's another area we'll have to look at.
All right, nearing the end of the presentation, I promise. I cannot stress enough really how vital a community partnership is and the value we place on this. This is only a few of the many partners we work with on a daily basis. I'll keep on going. There's a few of the many partners we work with on a daily basis to get as much done as possible in our community. All these partners are working to make the community a safer place, and really we need to do all we can to support and partner with them moving forward. For reference, the slide graphics are both the vast areas of coverage that our FireWise communities have, and the lower images from one of our last quarterly wildfire stakeholder meetings where members put a pin where they thought the priority wildfire risk and hazard areas were. It's through efforts like this we will be better prepared to protect the community. I've been talking a lot about looking forward during this presentation. Although there's many challenges in front of us, there's also a ton of opportunity for us. We need to continue to build on the strong foundation that was built really through your boards and CEO's leadership. This is through supporting our current team and our stakeholders. We need to leverage in our strategic planning efforts. Let's continue to make decisions based on facts, science, and the community's feedback. Let's be strategic with our funding, project and grant focus to get the biggest bang for our buck, including focusing on big picture community scale projects. And we need to invest in community and partnership even more than we do now. Emergencies don't have boundaries. Wildfire doesn't care if you're the county, the city, the town, another county. The only way this works is if we build and commit to each other, as this is the year of the heart, Supervisor Hook. So we need to commit to each other and support these efforts. To wrap this presentation up, I would like to forward a recommendation and feedback for the proposed 2023 emergency preparedness objective. Essentially, this is a staff, the same recommendation from the 2022 objective with the inclusion of community partnership, as this is a pillar to our overall success. Now, I would like to invite your board to a conversation with our panel, and I'd like to start off with our first question to Chief Estes. Where do you see our biggest opportunities moving forward based on available resources and proposed state and federal budgets?
Okay, thanks, Craig. Yeah, so when I look at where I think our biggest opportunities are, and I'll only speak kind of from my perspective, with CAL FIRE as a state agency, our ability to contribute to our local partners and ultimately to the benefit of the county. I think that when we talk about what is that projection, Supervisor Hook, kind of looking at state budgets, I think that the opportunities for grant funding and fire prevention measures and forest health measures are probably at the top of the priority list in regards to how our budget's going to be loaded in that arena. It's very different from what I think our budget will be loaded in the suppression component or the emergency response component, because so many of those grant funding dollars are really being filtered through from other entities, federal entities and revenue generations across many different methodologies in California. So I don't see, like, really between now and 2025, I think we are pretty solid on our grant projections. What I will tell you is what I've realized in my career is I've seen a real paradigm change in what our agency is expected to do with grant funding. And it has a liability to it that I want to share with all of you. And that is, and I've talked to, Steve Garcia is one of our most tenured resource management professionals in our department. And he is, he's been in this unit for well over 20 years and contributed personally to awarding, tens of millions of dollars of grants to local communities. And we talked a little bit about this. It's almost like there's this shotgun effect going on at the state government level, where there are so many revenue generations and the thoughts of forest health and wildfire resiliency and home hardening and all the, the buzzwords, frankly, that come with the world we all live in. They are so prolific right now, and the funding is so available, and the appetite at the local government level is so voracious that we run a liability of not communicating. And so all this money and all this funding is coming in, but it has to come into a collaborative and a defined objective. And otherwise what you have happening is you have entities competing against themselves for the same pot of money. And Nevada County has done a good job, under your leadership in the CEO's office of really building a county level fire safe council. Not all counties are like that. But it's just one example. When you have multiple entities going after multiple funding sources and they're not collaborating or not communicating, and they're not bringing in some of the key players to evaluate that against key things like a CWPP and the CAL FIRE strategic fire plan, because it gets to a point where it's going to be vetted and the questions are going to be asked. And like everything we do in life, if you can measure that against something that's attainable and objective in nature, your chances of getting that grant go up, tremendously. So, I think I only offer that as a word of caution when I say what are our greatest opportunities. Grant funding is going to be there. It's up to us to make sure that we're not running so fast that we step over a dollar to save a dime, that we make sure we have measurable and attainable objectives. Like Craig was saying, go after grants that we can make sure we actually get the work done. Because I've seen way too many grant opportunities go wasted when the work can't get done across the areas I've worked in my career. And I've talked with Allison about this. I'll just leave it with what I believe is our county's number one, well, a very, very good priority that I would recommend you take into consideration, and that is the evacuation routes across our county. It was proven in the fires and disasters we've had across this county and in our neighboring counties that our greatest threat to life and safety in the path of an impending wildland fire, frankly, is in evacuation routes. And the jurisdiction comes under the sheriff's office, but it's one of the main reasons that we work so closely in unified command on these operations. The county, CAL FIRE doesn't manage land. We don't own land. We protect private land. And for the majority of the ownership in the county, you don't own land either. You do own some county properties, but what you do own is right-of-ways to county roads. And that is something I think that we should really look at devoting our efforts and objectives to, is maintaining those evacuation access and egress routes, because people see it right in front of their eyes. It's measurable, it's attainable, and it's something that we can do. And we've awarded, direct funded grants, that's money on the table, and that's 100% no matching on that. And when we can, help Trish and her staff and benefit the work that's already been done in the county, I really think that's something we continue to look forward as a priority into the future.
I'd like to ask the next question for both Jamie and Chief Robital. What do you think are some key opportunities when leveraging partnerships, and what that will get projects and programs implemented? And Jamie, we can start with you.
Thanks, Craig. Can you hear me? Just echoing the theme of what we've been talking about today, is I think that the partnerships and collaboration are crucial in our community. And so, as Fire Safe Council being an independent nonprofit organization, we want to continue to develop strategic partnerships with not only the County of Nevada, but all of our other partners that we work with. Our list of partners looks very similar to you: CAL FIRE, Cal OES, FEMA, our local fire districts, Forest Service, BLM, RCD, both Placer and Nevada County. And really what we have as an integral part of our organization is our FireWise communities and other nonprofit organizations. And then more recently, in this last year, we've really been developing our partnerships on the east side to answer Supervisor Bullock's questions about, that balance on the east side. We've been working with the town of Truckee Fire District, as well as the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation on amplifying and building capacity and resources for other agencies and, Fire Safe Council and other nonprofit organizations. To be competitive in these grant opportunities that Chief Estes spoke of, we really have to have this collaborative approach across the board, and maximizing those dollars for the community so that we can put the most on the ground. And so, we've been doing that through green waste with our our programming with the County of Nevada. We continue to amplify that program, and we've been lucky enough to receive funding to have consistent long-term green waste offerings. This year, we should have 2 weekends a month for 3 to 4 months, depending on fire season. And that will go into next year as well. We'd like to have more consistent green waste options, as well as our chipping program. We offer that within the County of Nevada, but recently we've expanded that over the last 2 years to offer that on the east side. That's something that we typically have not been able to do. And that program continues to grow. Partnering with landscape level forest health projects and shaded fuel breaks is something that we are consistently applying for with several of these organizations. We have a current forest health project with U.S. Forest Service that has encompassed about 5,000 acres. One thing that we've partnered with Truckee Fire District on last year is training for DSI inspectors with the intent of being able to help certify homeowners within the wildfire prepared home certifications and the AB 38 compliance component. We want to be sure that people will be able to retain their fire insurance with those certifications. We're partnering with Placer RCD on river fire recovery efforts, as well as Office of Emergency Services. We continue to look at biomass utilization and green waste options for long-term goals. And then really supporting the firewise communities, I think, with succinct messaging. We have a unique situation on the east side where a lot of our firewise communities have boundaries that border Placer and Nevada County. And we want to make sure that we're supporting Truckee Fire District on giving succinct messaging and support to those firewise communities for access for services and programs and projects that are in their area. We work on workforce development with the local school. We're trying to develop internships and curriculum for forestry technicians and fuels technicians. And then in addition to that, we've been helping the firewise communities address what Chief Estes brought up, which is our evacuation route clearing, our ingress egress access issues. So we're trying to reserve funding for those firewise communities. So there's so many opportunities for partnership. And really, I think in order to access any of these funding mechanisms, we have to be strategic in our planning and approach and our partnerships. It's a very complicated issue, I think, connecting our community with resources in the WUI, and it's a challenge, accessing those fundings with the match. So I think that the only way that we leverage those and build capacity for our fellow agencies and nonprofits is to maximize resources and capacity for the community.
Right, Chief?
Can't really expand more than that. On the fuel reduction, I know we've talked at length about that priority. In my organization, we're looking at the defense and the offense. So we talked about the defensive model, the fuel reduction, and how we're going to do is streamline these processes, identify any redundancies from our crews that are out in the field, identifying target hazards, relaying that information to our firewise communities, and then getting a game plan together so that we're efficient in our actions, that we're not using tax dollars to overlap any of these efforts. We plan out our action items as well as set those goals and then how to fund those goals. On the offensive side, I know we have a lot of local government. I'm new in this county, and one things that I've really enjoyed is collaborating and getting and meeting with them in their stations and looking how our response is and how we can effective and fight these fires when they do occur aggressively and limit the growth with our partners. We do have the benefit of having an Air Force right here in our backyard. One of the challenges that we're going to face is having our firefighters and having the needed number of firefighters that can respond rapidly to these incidents, that they can be most productive on these incidents. So those are some of the things that we're working on, and our partnerships are key. Right now we're in our agency, we're conducting a needs assessment, and we're a product of consolidation in the past, so we have resources and assets that can we expand on those with other agencies for their efforts. So again, we're just trying to pull all our thoughts and our ideas together and we're all neighbors. We're neighbors helping neighbors, so that we want to continue that relationship. And again, I thank you for everyone for their welcomeness or how welcoming and kind they've been, and just look forward to facilitating those conversations in the future. Thank you.
Before I move on to the third question, I kind of wanted to paint the picture of the web of opportunity. What makes me think about this, we were talking with our team today about Deer Creek and Supervisor Hall. I know we've talked about this in the past, and several board members. If you looked at or saw my previous slide regarding the mapping exercise for risk and hazard, much of that was along the Deer Creek Canyon and watershed area. So looking at partnership opportunities is just an example of how this web is woven together. So if you start at the top of the watershed at Scotts Flat Lake, NID just finished their forest health vegetation management project at the lake. And we've been meeting with them to discuss opportunities to build on that. Moving down, we've been meeting with Willow Valley Firewise community on how to support their efforts. They're mainly focusing on evacuation priorities. If you've ever driven through there, they have some serious vegetation issues through that whole area. We're working with the city of Nevada City, and staff are on the Nevada City Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Really what Mayor Fleming said earlier, they're applying for an S&C grant proposal to plan for a future fuel break project kind of in the Seven Hills Business District area. The Fire Safe Council has been very active, applying for FEMA grants and other grant funding for their large fuel break project just right outside and in Nevada City. The Ponderosa Phase 2 fuel break project is funded and is planned to go in and across the Deer Creek Canyon, kind of the Bitney Springs area. And we're collaborating with the Lake Wildwood representatives, supporting their efforts to obtain a grant or other sort of funding to implement a strategic fuel break project around the community. And there's a variety of other efforts. So just showing this web of partnerships from Scotts Flat Lake all the way down to Lake Wildwood, we're trying to create an area of defense along that whole corridor, not just little spots here and there. So the third question here. Be to you, Sheriff. Where do you think there are opportunities for regional equity when working with partners in the community?
You know, one of 58 is what we look at Cal State Sheriffs of looking and talking with my peers. And clearly in Northern California, we do have that dynamic situation where we're all in with wildfire, but we also have our partners in Southern California that have seen some pretty dynamic fires as well. And part of our priorities in talking with the governor's office this last year was talking about a more robust mutual aid funding mechanism, much like what fire does with their mutual aid system, so that when we do have mutual aid requests, we can go immediately into a funding request to cover the cost for the agency that sends staff, right? We spend a lot of time in that first 12 hours of interaction with neighbor helping neighbor. But after that 12 hours, when Plumas County asks me for staff and I want to send them, that's a cost to us here directly at Nevada County. But also when we have our fires and they're in the second and third operational period, and I'm asking my partners from across the state to come help, they're doing that at their cost. So the ask to the governor's office was to set up a law enforcement mutual aid funding mechanism, and happy to report that Don O'Keefe, our law enforcement mutual aid director, was able to get a fund started. So it's a direct report. We still have to do all of our financial reporting on the number of staff and the hours and the mileage and all those things, but it doesn't have to go through the bureaucratic process that we've seen in the past. I think that's a game changer for agencies willing to send more staff, which then impacts the amount of ability for us to continue, not only just with those immediate evacuations, but also the safety patrols that we do in the evacuated areas. My opinion, as we move forward and we make our warning areas and are definitely our evacuation orders wider, and people repopulate and they didn't have an impact, the next time we ask them to leave, they might reconsider. And the more we do that, I think we're just looking at how we can provide that safety impact for the safety patrols when we ask people and order people to leave. I think those regional opportunities we need to continue to look at across the state and look at our partners. And I think California OES has assisted us with that. So I appreciate being able to report on that.
And a couple other efforts as well is our team works every week with Chief McKetney, really his team of prevention officers and really that team of prevention. We're doing a ton of projects and work, whether partnering with our CWPP efforts, our planning efforts, mitigation projects, really us learning from them on lessons learned of standing up some of those programs. So there's a ton that we're doing with his team as well. Another part of this too is Paul championed an OES symposium with regional jurisdictions to talk about, like, are we talking the same language? Are we using the same technology? If we're not, there ways we can get around that? So I think doing more things like that will help us in the long run, not just in Nevada County, but all our neighboring jurisdictions as well when we have those border events. With that, I will welcome any additional feedback or questions from your board or the panel.
Questions? Lisa?
Not a question, but just a comment, or I guess an observation. Maybe a little bit of the elephant in the room when we're talking with the fire agencies. Fund their funding. I've only been here 3 weeks, and I've already had one meeting, and I have 2 more on the books with several fire agencies who are very concerned about their funding moving forward. So I know that that's not what we're here to talk about today, but I just think as the Board of Supervisors, even though we don't provide fire service for the county, I think we do bear some responsibility to make sure that our constituents are served by the fire district. So I think it's important to have that out there and to maybe have a discussion at some point, maybe on Friday when we are talking about next steps about what we're going to be able to do or work with to make sure that they are solidly funded for fire protection for our constituency.
Share that, sure. Having experienced that myself with Graniteville Fire Department in the little town of Washington, and what's interesting about the conversation there is I'm not sure what role the county plays in that, but I do know that as our economy changes and as our community changes, those fire districts are impacted. And Chief Estes and I have talked a lot about, you get off into some of these areas and the only support that people receive are from these different fire jurisdictions, but yet, there's really no tax basis or funding to get in there and handle those. So I do think it's a discussion. I'm not sure what role the county plays. I think we're all facing it together, and there's significant things we should probably talk about there.
Thanks, Lisa, for bringing that up. And I think I think hopefully that would be something for our Friday discussion. And but back to this, I just want to say it's really great to see the amount of collaboration and the partners you do have in this. And how do you keep from cross applying? I mean, do you guys have that kind of communication going? I mean, because that could be the biggest issue that I see. How do you guys? You have a large partnership. How do you meet and how do you guys communicate? There, we're back to that whole communication issue.
Supervisor Hook, that's something we're continuing to build and work on. We have several venues for that. We have regular contact sessions. Alex, who's in charge of most of our grant kind of opportunities and gives us a lot of advice because she has a lot of experience there. She has a ton of community connections as well. So we leverage those. Fire Safe Council is championing an effort called the Yuba Blast cohort, which essentially is a group of players to talk about grant opportunities and other things like that. So we're trying to build that consistency and communication to where we aren't competing for a lot of the same grants and we're complementing each other's projects essentially as we apply for grants.
I figured that was the answer, but I just wanted to hear it, I guess. Again, I'm ever impressed from where we've come in the last 4 years and the amount of grant funding that we have brought in. Thank you to CAL FIRE and some of the things that happen. And then I think people still need to look at those. Sometimes even these kinds of fundings take a lot of time. Even being reimbursed from FEMA, we just now got finished from the Lobo fire, right? So those kinds of funds take time to come in. And that's the other challenge with just general fund dollars, right? Is we have to manage that from here too. So thank you for the work you guys continue to do. And I know you're going to continue to educate and work with our communities and get people to manage their vegetation. I mean, we all know that all of our districts have that issue, even parts of yours like Squirrel Creek. So I look forward to seeing the Ponderosa get going, especially in my district the rest of the way. That's been a huge benefit to that area. And I'm looking forward to the second phase, which butts up against a bunch of BLM ground. And so I think regulation is the other thing we have to look at. They need, the NEPA and the CEQA. I mean, so some of our partners, if we could figure that part out. And another thing we need to look at too is even some of the rules and regulation for cutting down the dead trees on your property, right? Having to focus for people to go get forestry management plans for cutting down dead trees. I mean, I think some things we have to make easier so it's less expensive for people because we already know when you're paying $3,000 a tree, right? That adds up fast. And the dead and dying trees around Nevada County are really adding up. It's very scary when I go up Highway 20. I got to think Caltrans did a good job doing their vegetation management there. They've got work still to be finished, but I was just looking at all the dead trees that are coming just since they did their work and right across the fence. And, when that's where the fire runs up a drainage, right? And so those are some of the things that we are all looking at and thankful for our first responders, but the less we have to put our first responders in jeopardy, I think we have to keep doing the work we're doing. So thank you all for the work you're doing.
I think that just the closing thought that I would add is to keep us informed about what's going on, what's changing, what you're seeing, what we need to know, and don't hold back. We just heard really late in the day later last year about the insurance rates going up for the fire departments for materials and building that they were doubling and putting a fire station out of business and that they had I think doubled the year before. We didn't that came out as out of another conversation sort of sideways and we went into full geared. We tried to reach to the governor's office. Jeffrey worked on it. We got a contact in the governor's office. We haven't been able to move anything on that, but we are your partners in that sort of thing too, because like Lisa said, we all need to help each other get all this work done. So don't assume or presume that we know necessarily what's going on, and give us that benefit of the doubt to see if there's something we can do to help. So I just love that we have this great communication now and want to keep it going, and feel free to call us and tell us what's going on we may not know.
That's a great point. Are we connected on our ledge platform between the fire service community? I mean, I know there's things in our ledge platform definitely dealing with defensible space and fire, but just a great point is you see legislative affairs come across your district or your organization you think could benefit the county and vice versa. We already are engaged with legislative affairs support staff to help you and us both.
So I'll invite Ariel to jump in. With our ledge platform, we do coordinate with OES, who coordinates with all the partners, but I definitely think there's probably more opportunity going into the next year of making sure that our legislative priorities are aligned. So we welcome that conversation with the chiefs.
I don't think I would have much to add to that, except that look forward to formalizing that more. But certainly we've worked in partnership, and Jeffrey's done a lot of that work with our fire community, including a meeting with the governor's office. And we'll talk a little bit about this. You know, the Chair Hook, when Sue Hook was Chair Hook, held that meeting and certainly partnered prior to that, reaching out to our jurisdictions around priorities and advocating directly to the governor's office. So that was one example. So I mean, those happen, I think, on a really ongoing, intentional, but maybe ad hoc basis. So certainly open to opportunities if, you know, to formalize that alignment with the ledge platform.
And my final thought being, especially what you just brought up with the fire districts and the insurance situation, you know, it's really unfortunate that it came up when it did because it was too late to try to factor something in on Measure V. 'Cause that is something I think we could have helped with. I know immediately Sue and I talked about it. And Dan Miller went, hey, if you'd support the fire district, I'll even support this. So it's really unfortunate as we go forward and look for ways of getting funding. Maybe it can be a more collaborative thing as to what can we all do together to support fire services, which includes district, county, vegetation management, et cetera, et cetera. I think we learned some lessons. I really think we're going to have to be looking at funding, like you say, for so many projects. We're just going to have to look at this type of measure again, whether it be sales tax, property tax, whatever it might be. But doing it collaboratively, I think we tried to do that, but much more so this next time around. But thank you for all the collaboration that you guys do together. And Jamie, thanks for the efforts of your organization too.
I'd like to thank the board and the CO's office team and our panel because a lot of time and effort goes into this, and I appreciate your time and hearing our presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of that information and for being here this afternoon. And yes, let's give a hand to our. So we're in the final phases of today's meeting, and I'm going to quickly pass out mini evaluations. Should take no more than well, not for the mini evaluations. Oh, did I give you two, Ed? Yes. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The panel can go ahead. I'm sorry, I was not clear. Lisa. So I wanted to recap what you accomplished today, day one of your 3-day workshop. So in terms of expectations, it was to have enough time for the Board of Supervisors to have conversations, have your questions answered. And so hopefully you did, in fact, find that you had time for conversations and have your questions answered. You started the day off with public comment. And so we had an engaged group of folks here. Then the state of the district. So each district had a report on what was going on in your district. Mayors and city and town managers came and talked. We had the fiscal update from Martin. Then the core services panel, capital facilities and project update, and then emergency services preparedness. So that's been a very full day today, day one. Tomorrow you start off at 8:30 for breakfast, 9 o'clock the meeting starts, and you'll have a legislative update with federal and state. Economic development, recreation, broadband, and resilience will be discussed. You've got the mini evaluations because you are here for 2 more days. So please do feel free to put down anything in the comments that would make you more comfortable, anything at all. We really do want to make sure that you're getting the most out of your meeting. I do have an announcement. Jeff told me that this is a secured room, so you can leave your binders if you'd like to leave your binders here tonight. And I wanted to check in to see if anybody else has any announcements. Okay, then if you would adjourn our meeting, Mr. Chair. Recess, excuse me.
All right, I'll recess this special meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors.
Okay, see you all tomorrow morning.